besides this is obviously going to be good. If you want to know what really happened, you need to watch this. This is the only place you're going to get this type of interview or
I don't really know what this is, but I didn't do it. I'm innocent, Judge. I'm not guilty. I'm innocent.
We, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant, Matthew L. Moore, not guilty of murder, as he stands charged in count 1 of the indictment.
Warning. You're now entering a stream that isn't suitable for everyone. Be warned that this channel will have swearing, singing, sexual innuendos and lots of jokes that could easily offend. It is advised that you must be a little bit weird yourself to enjoy this channel, as those that thrive and enjoy the stream are weird in their own little ways. The chat is called El Chatty and is a wonderful community. It really is. However, again, it might not be for everyone. We want to hear everyone's opinion, no matter what it is. We encourage debate as long as it's done respectfully. If you're easily offended or don't like differing views, then again, this channel is not for you. By entering this stream, you do so at your own risk. If you want to try it out, that's absolutely fine, but if you don't like it, no need to announce your departure. You can just leave quietly, as this isn't an airport.
Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. Erin Hartree drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hartree drives a bus all day long. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever it is with all of you. How are we, everybody? I hope you're all doing well out there. We're back. That's not Don Adelson. We're back. Freaking someone calling me. Shit. Oh, fuck. That's not a great start from Bristol. Ooh. Anyway, we're here. What's happening? Morning, afternoon. Hello, Badaza. How are you, fella? Hope you're doing well, brother. Shit. I'll clean up afterwards. Good morning, Robin G. How are you? Nice to see you. Jersey Jen, hello, my darling. Hope you're doing well as always. Good afternoon to you. Good morning to you. There you go, Bad Dads. Baseball Dads in the house. How you doing, fella? Hope you're doing well. Making Changes. Hello, Making Changes. Good morning to you. Now, I don't recognize the name Making Changes, but good morning. Welcome. You may have been here before. I don't know, but welcome to you. Hope you're doing well. Sarah P. late as always. Hello to you, my darling. Please hit the like. How are you? Are you well? Day 2 and 3. What happened day 1? What happened to say 1? Right, I'll explain it. So, day 1 was jury selection, and I believe that started on Wednesday. So we got nothing. Day 2 was Thursday, which was opening statements and final jury selection. Day 3 was Friday, which I've got some of the testimony, and day 4 is today. So day 1, I believe, that's how they've done it. That's how Court TV's done it. I have no idea, but that's how I presume they've done it. But I have got the opening statements. I've got a couple of the testimonies, videos, and stuff like that, and I've got a list of stuff or what people testified and stuff like that. So we've got a good foundation, and then once we've done all that, cover the trial, know the background, know everything about it, we'll then go to day 4, which is later on today. We can go on to day 4 and zoom it, skip all the breaks and everything, and we'll be all caught up by the end of today. And tomorrow we'll go into day 5. So it's supposed to last until Thursday, Friday this week. So we'll see. How are you, Sarah P? Hope you're doing well, my darling. Yes, I'll grift later on. Those are some of the best ways to support the channel. hang on. Rhonda, hello, my darling. Hope you're doing well. Whoop. Morning, Leanne. Hello to Vinny as well. My custard ice cream is coming nearer. I can't wait. Hope you're doing well, my darling. Katie, good morning to you. Hope you're doing well as well. Mike Zealand, you park in MGM garage? Yes, I do. I do, Mike. I have to park in the MGM garage. I have to. It's the only place that they'll take me. So, yes, spot on, Mike. You're spot on. Amazon wishlist. Some people have. Now, I don't know how Amazon wishlist works because some people have bought some stuff, but I don't know. Do I get told who bought it? I don't know how it works. So I don't know. So I am wondering how that works. I don't know. We'll soon find out. But anyway, we'll soon find out. You should know better to follow what. Well, they're the only ones streaming it, so I got no choice. They're the only ones streaming it, so there's no choice. That's my synopsis of it all. So we'll do a brief overview of the case, what it's about. We'll show the opening statements of both sides. We'll then show some of the testimony that is on video, and then the ones that are not on video, I'll just briefly go through them. And then we'll be ready for day 4. This part takes probably about 4 to 5 hours. So, because there's a lot of stuff, as in, yeah, no part. We'll go through it. We'll go through it. Hello, Christine. How are you doing? How are you doing, Christine Fortunato, out there in New Jersey? How are you? Hope you're doing well, my darling. If you haven't guessed, Christine is half Italian, with my Italian accent there. My seducing Italian accent. So yeah, there is also. I wasn't going to show this because of the missing days, but I did a little bit of digging and I found all the stuff I needed to at least do something today. There's another trial starting. Jury selection, I believe, started on. Trials started on Thursday. It's in Florida. It's a death penalty trial, and I do wonder, is it going to be shown? If it is, we are showing it, but we'll probably zoom it. It's a Florida case, but yeah, we'll zoom it. I was going to wait till that, but then I was like, do you know what? Fuck it. This is only going to last a week, so we'll play it. Anyway, here we are again. Are we all ready? Are we all strapped in? Are we all strapped on? Strap in, strap on, whichever one you prefer. We are, I believe, ready. I've got to wait a couple more minutes because you know what's going to be like. Once I start, people will come in and go, what's this about? What's that about? So when they do, with all due respect to everybody, I will. Oh, hang on. What's Katie sent me? Where did you send me? I didn't. Hello, Robin G as well. Where did you send me something? Where did you send it? Hang on, I can just go on Twitter anyway. But I don't see a message from you, KD. Ba 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 ba. This is a trouble sometimes. They announce it last minute. Do you know what I mean? Then with the chat will decide. Do you know what I mean? So, Kathy Russon. I don't see anything with Kathy. Let's have a look for Kathy. Right, Kathy. All right, let's go back to the chat to see. I think he thought it was a screenshot of Adelson case, but it was a new case. See you later, Robin G. When did she post it? Because oh, Katie's messaged me now. Right, I got you now. Hang on, because I can't see anything. I can't see it, KD. So let's trust KD. Oh, that one. Yeah. No, that doesn't start until January 5th. January 5th. Thank you, Katie. I did see it. January 5th. I did look into it, actually. It's January 5th it starts. There's been a delay on it. So they're not starting it until January 5th. It's a New Jersey trial. Yeah, so that's the same time as the TikTok 17-year-old trial, if that still goes ahead. So yeah, I've seen it. It doesn't start now until 5th of January, but I was going to play it. You're right, I was going to play it, Katie. Thank you, my darling. Anyway, are we ready? Are Sarah P ready? Are you strapped in? No, Sarah P prefers the strap on. Right, here we go. I've got some background here. So yeah, it's jury selection is going to go on for months apparently. But there's a delay. If I hang on, if I find it, let me find it here. So delayed. New Jersey the Paul Carnero trial has been delayed as they await an appeal on decision that is in the higher court. The trial was set to begin next week, which is today. He's charged with murders of his brother, sister-in-law, and 2 children. So that's what he was supposed to. Copy link. I'll post it back to you, Katie, so you get to see it yourself. There you go. I posted the thing for you. Right. If we're all ready, I know Badaz, are you born ready from the UK? You see, always ready for any weather. So Sarah P says, "Let's fucking go." That means I got to start it. So even though she was late, we will start now. So if people do come in and go, "What's this about?" Just tell them to go back to. Hang on. Let's go back to. What was I going to say? Sarah P distracted me. I'm not sure today the normal. Are you? You know, usually, actually, you're really. So, just so people know, I'll never start. Sarah P used to be really good. She used to be your first thing, links and everything. She became a bit lazy. She's become a bit lazy these days, so she doesn't do as much now. So she does turn up 2 hours late. So, but I'm joking. Sarah P is great. Sarah P, any link you want, Sarah P's always got them. She's amazing. Lazy bitch, though. Right, so this is the brief summary for you all. So I've been busy this morning. I put a presentation together just so we can get into it. So this is a homicide trial of an Appleton woman in Wisconsin, I believe. She's accused of fatally stabbing her boyfriend in July 2024. The trial began on the 3rd of September and is scheduled to last over a week. So it should be done by the 12th, so this Friday. Samantha Krebs, the defendant, is 40 years old, and she's charged with first-degree intentional homicide in September. So it happened in July, and she was charged in September 2024. After her boyfriend, a 35-year-old, she was he was a toy boy. Appleton was found fatally stabbed on July 18th in an apartment in the 2800 block. According to a criminal complaint, Krebs told investigators the victim's injuries were self-inflicted. 2 witnesses who arrived at the scene after the stabbing told investigators Krebs was in the apartment when they arrived, and she instructed the witness to tell police the victim stabbed himself. And also, just to let you know, this trial is known as the kiss and kill murder trial. Not the kiss and tell, but the kiss and kill, which will become relevant in a little bit. So if people do come in late and they're like, what's going on, what's happening, tell them to go back to the 12th minute of this trial, of this stream, and watch from there, because this is the brief summary stuff. So, was it Katie? I did not know that. Okay, I did not know that. So, one of the witnesses told investigators that before Krebs left the apartment, she kissed the victim and said she was sorry and that she loved him. The complainant said that the witness said she 110% believes Krebs. I mean, why 110? Just say 100%. There's no such thing as 110. stabbed the victim. Krebs was arrested July 22nd outside a Glen Park Drive apartment. So it's April 18th. She was arrested on the 22nd. According to the complaint, in a search of the apartment, investigators found a binder which included I thought I was saying sex tape, but a 6-page handwritten letter describing the events surrounding the victim's death, believed to have been written by Krebs. The letter said the victim had been acting delusional and then threatened to stab himself and make it look like Krebs did it. The letter was said to be stabbed. Letter said he stabbed himself. Krebs tried to provide him aid. Hello, how you doing, Patty? Rehab, how are you, my darling? Then the 2 witnesses walked in the door and they continued to help tend to the victim's wounds, while Krebs left the scene because she was on probation and should not have police contact. Krebs' trial is scheduled to begin on September 3rd, which already has happened, with jury selection and opening statements. It is scheduled to last through to September 12th. If convicted of first-degree intentional homicide, Krebs faces a mandatory life sentence. So again, just to explain, this did start on the 3rd. Days 1, 2, and 3 were not shown on TV, but we do have the open statements, and we do have a couple of one of the witnesses. I think a couple of witnesses actually we have, and then the rest we don't have. But I can give synopsis of it all via other platforms. Then day 4 is beginning today at some point, but we will zoom. We'll catch up with that. I just want to make sure that we had the full background of this case first and where we're at on each of the days, because I was contemplating not doing this trial because I think it's important to have all the details, because without it, how can you say someone's guilty or not? You know, so I wanted to get it all. Now I feel like I got enough to cover this trial, which is why I'm streaming it. If I didn't have opening statements, if I didn't have some of the testimony, if I didn't have synopsis of all the key points of the witnesses, I wouldn't have shown this, because what's the point? You're all just going to go guilty without hearing everything. So that's where we're at. I got first video. This is a preliminary hearing. I've not heard this myself, but I believe the detective testifies about what the friends told him. So we'll watch this now, and then we'll go on to, I believe after this, we go on to opening statements. So that's the brief of it. She's alleged to have killed her boyfriend, and that's why I call it kiss and kill, because she kissed him afterwards. I love you. So it's like, yeah. Anyway, let me put this on. Here we go.
You good folks into court for this preliminary hearing. On the stand is the officer who responded to the stabbing in July. His name is Sergeant Chad Riddle. Let's get into court.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Go ahead, Attorney General, from your end.
Thank you. Sergeant Riddle, what's your occupation?
Police officer of the police department.
Were you working in that capacity back on July 18th of 2024?
Yes.
As an investigator, do you get called out in major crimes?
Yes.
Were you called out to an incident that occurred at 2800 Park Drive Lane at apartment 5 in Appleton, Arcadia, Wisconsin?
Yes.
What was the reason for you getting called out to that incident?
The call that myself and other investigators were called out for was a stabbing that had occurred at the apartment, in which the male who had been stabbed was deceased.
Did you have the opportunity, or other officers have the opportunity to enter into the apartment?
Yes.
And were there any observations in the apartment with the deceased?
Yes, the responding officers located an adult male on the floor within the kitchen of the apartment who had an apparent stab wound to what was described as the left rib area.
Was there also what looked like a red substance in the vicinity of where he was as well?
Yes, there was a red substance on the floor around him as well as on him.
Did that red substance appear consistent with what might be blood?
Yes.
Was aid provided to this individual?
Yes.
And was he ultimately transported to a hospital?
No, he was not. He was pronounced deceased and inside the apartment.
This person, is he referenced in the criminal complaint as J.J.C?
Yes.
In addition, was there any items located in the apartment that could potentially have been consistent with the wound that he had?
Yes, there was a knife that was located in the sink that was in the kitchen of the apartment.
Who had called this incident in?
A gentleman by the name of John Feffer.
That's P-F-E-F-F-E-R?
Yes.
Was there also another person at that location when law enforcement arrived?
Yes, a female by the name of Christy Cleveland.
Is that C-L-E-L-A-N-D?
Yes.
You indicated that J.J.C had died at the scene. Was an autopsy conducted?
Yes.
Where was that located?
The autopsy was conducted at the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office by Dr. Kelly.
Did Dr. Kelly have a preliminary cause of death at that time?
He did.
And what was that?
The preliminary autopsy results were that the J.J.C. died of a stab wound.
And was that stab, where was that stab wound located?
To the chest.
And was that consistent with what officers observed when they responded on July 18th?
Yes.
I'd like to come back to officers being dispatched on July 18th, 2024. Upon arriving at the scene and doing some investigation, did law enforcement make contact and talk with John Feffer and Christy Cleveland?
Yes.
Was it learned over the course of that time whether or not J.J.C. had a girlfriend or significant other?
Yes. We were informed that J.J.C. had a girlfriend by the name of Samantha Krebs.
And where was her whereabouts at that time?
At the time of the initial responding officers, it was unknown where Ms. Krebs went.
Did you ultimately learn who Ms. Krebs was?
Yes.
Is she present in court today?
Yes, she is.
Could you please identify an item of clothing she's wearing or where she's seated, please?
Yes, she's seated at the table to my left, and she's wearing an orange jumpsuit.
Your Honor, I'd like the record to reflect identification.
Record will so reflect for the purposes of this hearing only, obviously. Go ahead, counsel.
During the course of the investigation, did you have an opportunity to interview and speak with John Feffer and Christy Cleveland on the night of July 18th into the morning of July 19th?
Yes, I did.
What did you learn from those conversations with them?
Initially, myself and Sergeant Keither spoke with John Feffer. John told us that the course of the events were that he and Ms. Cleveland had gone over to the apartment where J.J.C. and Ms. Krebs were. John had stated that when he and Christy went inside, they located J.J.C. on the floor with the stab wound. Mr. Feffer stated at that point they provided aid to J.J.C. and then he ultimately contacted 911.
Did he indicate whether or not there was anyone else at the apartment when he arrived besides J.J.C.?
Mr. Feffer initially told Sergeant Keither and I that no one else was inside the apartment except J.J.C.
During the course of speaking with him, did he ultimately provide you with different information?
Yes, he did. When Sergeant Keither and I spoke with Mr. Feffer, Sergeant Ewell, another investigator with our department, spoke with Ms. Cleveland. Sergeant Ewell had indicated that Ms. Cleveland basically gave the same information. After Sergeant Keither and I were done speaking initially with Mr. Feffer, he informed us that he wanted to talk to us again, but wanted to do so with Ms. Cleveland present.
And did you then talk to them both together?
Yes, we did.
And what did you learn at that time?
Mr. Feffer told us that he had a moral problem and made the comment to Ms. Cleveland asking, I think we should tell them everything that we know. At which point then Mr. Feffer told us, somewhat similar to his first statements to us, that he and Ms. Cleveland arrived at the apartments. And upon entering inside the apartment, he observed J.J.C. on the ground. But in his second statement to us, he advised us that Ms. Krebs was present inside the apartment. Mr. Feffer stated that Ms. Krebs looked directly at him. I believe he stated that he looked into my eyes and said, just tell the police that J.J.C. stabbed himself.
Okay, that was a probable cause hearing, which obviously the judge went, yep, there's probable cause here. So that just outlines some of the key issues coming in. I just want to play that very quickly because it's a very quick clip. That's why. So we are now going to go into, well, technically day one, but technically day two, the end of day two, which is now the open statements. So the state went first, and then the defense went, and then that's all that happened on day one, I believe. Let me just double check. Let me put this back on. Is this? Yes, that's all that happened in day. There you go. That's all that happened in day one. So prosecutor is Mindy Tempelis. She is the outgoing DA, I believe, and the defense attorney is Stephanie Rock. She rocks your boats. Morning Terry delivered her open statement. So yes. So that just gives you context. The first one is going to be the Mindy. And what do they say about Mindy? Outgoing county DA. She's the outgoing county DA. So there you go. Right. We're going to go back to normal now. We're going to start watching it properly now. So as I say, strap it in or strap it out or strap it off, whichever one you prefer. Hang on. Let me do this. And I'll skip when they go to adverts here. So right, here we go.
The juror's job is to search for the truth. The truth, it does not change. This trial is about the homicide of Joey Carnap. Last summer, July 18th, 2024, in the city of Appleton, off of Northland Avenue. John Feffer and Christy Cleveland had known each other for about 15 years or so and were dating. That night, they were headed to Joey's house to play games and hang out. Joey was engaged to John's good friend, Samantha Krebs, the defendant in this case. John and Sam had known each other for a very long time, somewhere over 15 years. She was described like a sister to him in some ways, and in other ways, there was a romantic interest at times. They were both John Feffer and Samantha Krebs from the Wisconsin Rapids area. Even though Christy, who was dating John, had known him for a long time too, she had never met Sam or Sam's boyfriend, or actually fiance, Joey. So when Christy and John were headed over to Joey's house, Christy hadn't met Sam and hadn't met Joey. On the way to Joey's house, John was driving. Christy and John were listening to music, and John missed a couple calls from Samantha Krebs, the defendant. He realized he missed those calls when he was walking up to Joey's apartment right before they were going to enter. We know that Christy and John arrive at Joey's apartment at 9:46. When Christy and John arrive, they get buzzed up through one of the doors, like often happens in an apartment complex. They walk up a few of the steps, and Joey's apartment is right off to the left. John, who knows them, he goes first. He walks through the door, and he's followed by Christy. And that is where the truth begins to get twisted. That's where the stories diverge, where the truth diverges, and where your job truly begins. John's primary response, John Feffer, his primary response is to protect his friend, Samantha Krebs, the defendant, not rendering aid to Joey, not calling 911, but to protect Samantha. Immediately upon entering the apartment, Christy, who doesn't know either one, sees Joey lying on the kitchen floor, and she sees some blood. Christy is going to talk about how she had some nursing experience, so she begins to try to render aid. But it doesn't look good. You'll hear how she thought it already didn't look good. He was pale. At one time he tried to get up. He was struggling to breathe. His pulse was weak.
Right, I've just seen Hippie Chick here. So, Hippie Chick, I'm having Indiana. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to Hippie Chick. On Sunday, the Colts won for the first time, I think, in 12 years. So, I got my Indy top on. And I got my Indiana Starbucks mug from Hippie Chick on. So there you go. It's an Indiana day today. Actually, I wore this without even thinking. And then I was like, oh, I got an Indiana mug as well. So, hope you're doing well, my darling. Let's just, Sarah P, could you just check the Lady Di's band still? That'd be great. Thank you. Hey, Baseball Day Coast, Indiana. Baseball Day's from Indiana as well. But I still am obviously a Patriots number one. But I just washed my hair. So, Boo, are you not an Indy fan? I thought you would be. They did for Thursday. There you go. Oh, so you live in Indiana, but you support Dolphins. It's not boo towards me, it's boo towards you. Get him, Hippie Chick. Get him. He's a fake Indiana person. Right, let's get this. Let me get this. Fuck. Why do you keep on blocking out? I have to go and block now. I have to go and block Lady Di again. Right, let me get back to the trial for you people. Right, hang on. Where the fuck am I going? Here. That's where I am. So here we go. This is a good outline. But anyway, that's more of a tuft. Here we go.
He laid there and he went unconscious. She tried to grab paper towel from the kitchen to absorb the blood and apply pressure. And she was trying to do what she could for Joey, who she had never met until that day, but it was too late. You'll hear that there wasn't a lot of blood coming out, but she knew it wasn't good and he didn't look good. You'll hear testimony from Dr. Kelly, who is a forensic pathologist, who will testify that he conducted the autopsy after Joey Carnett passed away, and that Joey's heart was punctured by a knife, just in the lower portion of his heart, where the entry right underneath his kind of chest area, under the left breast, there was a puncture wound, and it was deep, and it went to his heart. And it filled the sac portion of his heart, and he bled to death internally. Now, it's not until Sam leaves the apartment and starts driving away at 9:52 that John ever picks up the call to 911. Remember, they arrived there, you'll hear, at 9:46. You'll hear testimony that John called 911 at 9:54, over 7 minutes after arriving. 7 minutes quicker, Joey could have been provided medical care. And in that 911 call, John Feffer says, "I think Joey fell on a knife." The knife is put in the sink. At 9:59, the Appleton Police Department responds. Officer Lee was dispatched to Joey's apartment, and when he responds with another officer named Officer Thor. And they find Joey Carnott lying on the kitchen floor of his apartment with Christy rendering aid and trying to put pressure on that stab wound just underneath his left breast area. Officer Lee cuts off Joey's shirt and they apply a chest seal to stop what blood is coming out. And Officer Thor sees the knife in the sink. You'll hear testimony that the Appleton Police Department evidence group responded, and Fallon Garish is a forensic evidence specialist. She'll testify that she and her partner, Nicole DePlane, who is also a forensic evidence specialist, processed the scene. Fallon will testify that she collected the knife that was in the sink that John Feffer had put in there, and it was about 5 inches long. There is also another knife that was in the dishwasher that was about 8 inches long that was under a bunch of dishes in the dishwasher, but she collected that one too. Both of those knives, you'll hear testimony, were sent to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab for testing. Amber Lynn works at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab. She is a DNA analyst. And she will testify that she tested that 5-inch knife that John Feffer had put in the sink, and she tested it for DNA. The blade of the knife that entered into Joey's chest and punctured his heart comes back with his DNA. The handle on the knife comes back with both Joey and Sam's DNA. They both lived there. They both would have access to the knives, which Amber will discuss and explain. And Dr. Kelly said the wound when he saw the knife brought down for the autopsy, that Amber Lynn test that has Joey's DNA on the blade, is consistent with the type of injury that Joey Carnott had. You'll hear from 2 residents at the apartment complex, Chevalier Aguirre and Rhonda Stuckzander, who were home that evening and neighbors of Joey's and didn't hear anything. While officers were at the scene when they first responded, Gold Cross and the Appleton Police Department, or Gold Cross and the Appleton Fire Department also respond. And they too come and begin rendering aid, and they put a machine on Joey that provided chest compressions in the hopes of trying to save him while they were tending to him. Despite their best efforts, Joey passed away while they were there, and he was pronounced dead at the scene. While emergency aid was responding, the Appleton police officers are standing with Christy Cleland and John Feffer, who were there when law enforcement arrived. And you'll see video of John busy on his phone, on his smartphone. As he exits, you'll hear testimony how he gets a call. Sam's calling him while he's exiting the apartment, and he says he's with law enforcement. Sam, the defendant, the one who left. A short time later, she calls again. This time, Officer Felmer is standing with John Feffer. And John Feffer tells Sam on the call that he's standing with law enforcement. And she's talking to him, he's talking to her, and he gives Officer Felmer the phone with Sam on the other end. Before he does that, John tells Samantha that he's with officers so that she knows. And Officer Felmer gets on the phone, talks to Sam, and you will hear that call. You will listen to her demeanor, the comments she makes, the way she responds. Samantha is asking Officer Felmer, what's going on? Just a little bit after she left. What's going on? She says, I'm at a friend's. He says, can you come back? She's like, well, what's going on? And because things were so serious, they didn't want to explain it over the phone. And he said, we'll explain when you get here. Then Officer Felmer confirms her boyfriend's name and confirms that it's Joey. And she asks, is he okay? Officer Felmer says something happened to Joey. And she asks, is he okay? Then she starts talking, and you're going to listen to her demeanor about how he had a manic episode, was crazy earlier, was upset about a court date with his son. And then she responds, she left earlier in the night around 7 o'clock, long before anybody came, not just the short time before. You'll remember, and you'll hear testimony, that she left at 9:52, but she tells Officer Felmer it was 7. When she left, she knew Joey was on the floor. She knew he was bleeding. She knew he needed medical care. She then goes on, and you listen to her demeanor, and you'll hear what she has to say about how that Joey thought she was cheating on him, that he wasn't on meds because they didn't come in the mail, and he didn't have them for 24 hours. And then she says, is he okay? She knew he wasn't. And you'll listen to her demeanor. Well, should I go to the hospital? Officer Felmer says, I don't know what his medical state is. You remember, he's standing outside, but he doesn't tell her. And she says, well, what do you mean his medical state? At one point, she says, did he take something? She knows. He was bleeding on the floor in the kitchen when she left. Officer Felmer says that she was found with friends. We know John Feffer and Christy Cleland. She knows because she's talking to John Feffer. That's whose phone she called. And Officer Felmer says that when he was with friends, he collapsed. And she gasps. Well, what does that mean? And you'll hear her tone, and you'll listen to her demeanor. And then she says, did he take something?
All right, I want to turn quickly to Florida, where the defense.
That was a big gasp. It was a gasp. Luckily, she's outgoing. Anyway, let's get her back to court.
Say John and Christy say that Sam leaned over and said, sorry, I love
you. I was fucking muted. Morning now, Lady Di and Sarah P. You have to behave now. Nice to see you, Sean. How you doing, brother? Hope you're well. Good win for the Cardinals as well. Oh no, not the Cardinals. Did the 49ers won, did they? I do not block her. I will though. For shits and giggles.
Love you. Now, Christy, that's the end of, you're going to hear the end of that interview, that version. And Christy gets interviewed about a few weeks later, just with Investigator Riddle, Investigative Keither, and without John present. In that interview, she'll talk about how Sam, the defendant, was standing over Joey, who was laying on the kitchen floor, and she sees blood. Christy will say, Sam said, what are we supposed to do? Say, what are we supposed to say? He fell on a knife? Nothing about him stabbing himself. And then Christy will say, Sam repeatedly said, I can't go to prison. And before she leaves, she kisses Joey and says, sorry, I love you. Now, what's interesting is you'll hear from Investigator Ewell that the city of Appleton has traffic cameras located at a number of the main intersections. And Investigator Ewell with the Appleton Police Department will say that while they're investigating things that night, he's looking on the cameras that the Appleton Police Department has at intersections. And he will see Sam's vehicle, a Dodge Journey that has no license plate, and decals on the back window, which is going to be important. Driving down Northland towards another gentleman's house or apartment named Jeff Hayes. Jeff Hayes is about a 50-some-year-old guy, late 50-year-old guy, who is also friends with Sam. He also, in addition to being friends, he likes her too, and has a romantic interest in her at times. And you'll hear that they can see Sam's vehicle drive in that direction. Now, once it exits the city, they can't see where it goes. But throughout the investigation, investigators keep adding more information that they know. And so ultimately, they get a video of Jeff Hayes' apartment complex at Veterans Village. And you'll be able to see that Sam arrives at Jeff Hayes' apartment at 10:01, 2 minutes after the Appleton Police Department arrive at Joey's apartment. You'll hear that his apartment is down by the Fox Valley Tech. You'll see video of her meeting Jeff Hayes outside of his apartment, talking, having a cigarette, and you will be able to watch her demeanor. You will be able to see that she doesn't appear outwardly upset or emotional when she meets him. And those videos will show you the great lengths that Jeff Hayes goes to protect his friend Sam. So we have John Feffer protecting Sam. Now Jeff Hayes is going to protect Sam. You'll hear that there had been text messages and calls back and forth between John and Jeff before she arrived and after. You'll see videos of what Jeff Hayes does to protect Sam. He attempts to disguise her vehicle. He goes to great lengths to conceal the vehicle identification number located right in the front of the driver's seat, down in the window of the front of the vehicle. You'll see how he removes decals on her back window, those decals that Investigator Ewell identified driving down Northland. You'll see him as he takes them off, and all of a sudden they're gone. You'll see how he helps her conceal her appearance when she's outside on the patio. It's a covered patio, and how he tries to do that. And what's interesting is that video will also show you that shortly after Christy Cleland and John Feffer leave the Appleton Police Department after being interviewed after Joey dies, that early that next morning, after a little while, where did they go? You'll hear testimony that they go to Jeff Hayes' apartment where Samantha is. You will hear testimony about how Sam continues to be protected by John and Jeff. John takes Sam's cell phone and wipes her phone of evidence. You'll hear how law enforcement learns she's at Jeff Hayes, because it takes a little bit for them to figure out where she went. Because again, those traffic cameras end up stopping, so they don't know where she continues to go after she leaves the city of Appleton and ends up in Grand Chute. And you'll hear that ultimately they find out that she's at Jeff Hayes's. So Sergeant Rudebeck will come in, he's with the Appleton Police Department, and he will talk about how he was doing some surveillance, and he's at Jeff Hayes' apartment complex, and he's observing and he's watching. And you'll hear testimony that Jeff Hayes comes out of his apartment on the 22nd of July, 4 days later, and he looks around, and you'll watch the video, and you'll see him motion for Sam after he checks to see if he sees law enforcement. But he doesn't. They watch him, he didn't see them. And they walk into the parking lot, and they're confronted by officers with the Appleton Police Department, and at that time, place Samantha Krebs into custody 4 days after Joey was killed. You'll hear recorded calls of the defendant, comments she makes. And you'll hear how she continues to change her story and attempt to cover up the truth. All these different stories to try to cover up what really happened. That Samantha Krebs, the defendant, stabbed Joey Carnut, puncturing his heart and killing him. But there's one thing Sam didn't count on. She didn't count on the fact that John Feffer had an application on his phone that recorded when he walked into the apartment. She didn't count on investigators locating the recording of him arriving on John's phone when they searched his phone. She didn't count on the veterinary clinic across the street from the apartment complex having security video and being able to watch when people were coming and going. She didn't count on what John Feffer would say when he called 911, or the fact that Wisconsin State Crime Lab could put all of it together, the 911 call, John Pfeffer's video, or John Pfeffer's audio, and the video, to be able to corroborate and capture the truth. The truth of what really happened when John and Christy walked through that apartment. And you'll watch the security video with John's recording, and then you'll sit and wait for that 911 call.
Okay, so that was the hey, how you doing, Dennis? Hope you're doing well, brother. Right, so that was the states. That was prosecutor Mindy Tempelis, the outgoing DA. We're now going to move on to attorney Stephanie Rock as she delivers the defense opening statements. You have to work with me, people. This is what I got. So this is what we got. Right, so this is the defense opening statements. Hello to everybody. Hope you're all well. Please like the video if you can. If you don't, you can dislike as well if you want. It doesn't matter.
They had been in a committed relationship with each other for quite some time. And shortly before the night in question, they had actually gotten engaged. But like any relationship, theirs had problems. There were issues that existed. And some of those issues involved mental health concerns about Joey. He had some diagnoses and he was supposed to be taking medications, but wasn't always doing so. Some of the issues also involved use of controlled substances, quite frankly, by both parties. And throughout this trial, I anticipate that you're going to hear information about Samantha, about Joey, and about some of the other individuals involved in the case, that they're not perfect people. They have addiction issues, and that's something that they've all struggled with for quite some time. And you heard Attorney Tempelis tell you that you'll hear how Samantha was actually on supervision. And at this time, she had a probation agent that she was supposed to report to. And these are all things that are going on in her life and in the life of Joey. And one additional stressor that was occurring is that Joey was in a custody battle. He was fighting for some custody to be able to see the son that he had with another woman. And Sam was a part of that. She knew Joey's son, and she wanted him to be a part of Joey's life as well. She wanted them to be a family. They really did love each other. But on this night, on July 18th of 2024, the two of them were at the home that they shared together. And they were having a normal night for a period of time. And then kind of out of nowhere, something changed. Joey had told Samantha that he was going to meet up with his uncle. And Samantha had concerns about that. She had concerns about some of the activity that would take place if Joey did that. And you'll hear how she told him, you might not want to do that. That's not a good idea. And that conversation really flipped something for Joey. And an argument ensued. You'll hear how Samantha had told Joey that she was going to leave. And when she's doing that, you'll hear how she's sitting in the living room, which is semi-blocked off from the kitchen area, which is where Joey is. And Samantha's sitting on the couch getting her shoes on, and all of a sudden she sees something fly across the living room. And it's a sheath. It's a sheath to a knife set that the couple had just purchased, a brand new knife set. They had recently opened them and had put them away in their kitchen, and this was an object that Joey apparently had. And Samantha, you'll hear, is still getting ready to leave the apartment that night. And all of a sudden she looks up and she sees Joey coming out of the kitchen area, and he's holding on to his side. You'll hear, realizes kind of what's happened. She doesn't know the severity of it, but she goes to Joey. She's concerned. She gets him on the ground. She grabs a paper towel out from underneath her sink and she's compressing his wound. Now, prior to this, earlier in the night when things were still good, Samantha had invited over her friend, John Feffer. And John Feffer that evening was with his maybe then girlfriend. I'm quite frankly not sure what you'll hear in that regard. but he was with his maybe then girlfriend, Christy Cleland. And so the two of them decide that they'll come.
You have to slow down.
Absolutely. The two of them decide that they will come over to Samantha's house that night to hang out with both her and Joey. Now they live a distance away. And so by the time that they make these arrangements to come over to Samantha's house, that's when the dynamic within the apartment is changing. By the time Samantha is on the ground with Joey, compressing the wound, she hears the buzzer, and she gets up to go and let in John Feffer and Christy Cleland. She knows that they were coming over to the apartment. She was expecting them. And so she buzzes them in, and she goes back to Joey. And the recording that Attorney Templis had talked about picks up that first interaction of when John Feffer and Christy Cleland walk into the apartment. And nowhere on that initial recording, within the first seconds of when John Feffer walks in the door, do you hear Samantha say to him, "Tell the cops he stabbed himself." Now, Attorney Templis read to you what she believes that that recording says, but you'll get to hear a copy of it for yourself. And you'll get to determine what was actually said during those couple of minutes that were actually recorded. But I want to highlight that Attorney Templis had talked a lot about how the truth never changes. And quite frankly, you're going to hear a lot of different versions of this truth coming from John Feffer's mouth. He never tells a consistent story about what happened. And something that you're not going to hear, or I anticipate that you won't hear anything about during the course of this trial, is Samantha asking John Feffer to cover for her. What is told to the police initially and later on is all done at the hands of John Feffer. You won't hear anything about Samantha being involved in any type of plan to cover up what might have happened that night. You're not going to hear any evidence of that sort. So we go back to that evening. We have Sam over Joey holding onto his wound, and John Feffer and Christy Cleland walk in. There's this recording that takes place. But again, you'll hear how Samantha was on supervision at this time. And I also anticipate you'll hear how there were items in that apartment that shouldn't have been there. And John Feffer was aware of that. And you'll hear on a recording that he tells Samantha that she should leave.
All right, so obviously the defense telling a very different story than the state, and in fact, it's one of the friends that complicates things. Seems like he told a couple of different stories to the police. We're going to pause it right there for a quick break. Now, coming up, the defense is going to assert that the death of Joey was actually an accidental suicide.
Feffer doesn't call 911 for quite some time, several minutes. When he does call 911, the responders eventually arrive to the residence, and when they get there, they locate Joey on the floor, and they also find Christy Cleland and John Feffer. And both Christy and John are talked to by detectives on scene. They're taken outside of the apartment, and that's where they give their first statements. And again, these are statements that continuously change each time they are talked to by law enforcement. So the original statement that Samantha wasn't at the apartment that night comes from John Feffer. He tells police he has no idea where she is, that he thinks that she had been at a friend's house, and she was going to come back to the apartment to meet him there. At some point, while law enforcement is still on scene and John Feffer and Christy Cleland are outside with them, John calls Samantha, or Samantha calls him. There's a call that takes place. And this is the call that Attorney Templis referenced, where Officer Felmer ends up talking to Samantha. But prior to Samantha being on the phone with Officer Felmer, you'll hear what John is telling to her. And he's laying the groundwork, letting her know essentially what he's already told police so that her story is what he's told them. And he tells her, we got here, we found Joey on the ground, there's bleeding. And he tells her, you're going to be the number one suspect. You're the fiance. Fiancés are always the number one suspect. And so that conversation occurs before Officer Felmer gets on the phone line with Samantha. Attorney Templis has addressed a lot of what you will hear in terms, or a lot of what she believes you'll hear in terms of what Samantha's demeanor was like following this incident. But we've already talked about in jury selection how everybody responds to things differently. There's no right way, and there's no one way to respond. And so you will see different actions and different statements that Samantha had made regarding this evening in the days that followed it. They're asking you to pay attention to evidence that you'll see about Samantha hanging out at her friend's house in the days afterwards, about her driving away from the scene in a vehicle that had stickers on it at one point. But again, what you're not going to hear throughout the duration of this trial is that Samantha asked anybody to cover for her. You're going to hear that she is essentially trying to cope with something very tragic that she just witnessed. It was the tragic death of her fiance. Again, somebody that she was in love with and was planning on spending the rest of her life with. Samantha went to that friend's house, Jeff Hayes' house, and again, she stayed there until she was going to be able to report to her probation agent. She was trying to do what she thought was best, and she was essentially relying on advice from people that she thought were her friends. We've talked a lot now in opening statements. It's really a roadmap for what the attorneys expect that you will hear throughout the duration of the trial. Some wise man that I work with always explains opening statements as a bookend. So first we tell you what we think you're going to hear, then you hear it for yourselves. And then at the end of the case, in closing arguments, we come back up here again and tell you what you just heard. But again, just flipping to some of the things that I want you, or I'm asking you to pay attention to, things that I don't think you will hear anything about. You're not going to hear anything about text messages or phone calls between Jeffrey Hayes and John Feffer, where the two of them are planning some conspiracy to cover up for anything that Samantha might have done. Now, there are phone calls that occur and a text message saying 911, this is an emergency that happened that night, but there's no response to them, no immediate response, and there's no other further follow-up conversations between the two. Attorney Templis has said that the truth never changes, but the fact of the matter is that you're not going to hear any consistent truth. So really no truth, because there's no consistent version of anything that John Feffer says happened. You're not going to hear anything about there being some type of physical altercation on the night of July 18th, 2024 between Samantha and Joey. In fact, you're really not going to hear about any physical arguments happening between the two in the past at all. You're not going to hear about any defensive wounds that Joey would have had to his body. There's just one single stab mark. You're not going to hear any testimony again about Samantha asking anybody to cover up for her. You're not going to hear that Samantha would have had any motive to harm Joey in any way. You're not going to hear anything that would lend you, or I think find you to believe that Samantha would have had any intention of harming Joey in any way. None of that exists here. Attorney Templis got up here and she said that your job as jurors, and I agree, is to find the truth. And the fact of the matter is that the truth in this case is that there was no homicide. What happened to Joey Carnot was, quite frankly, a tragic accident. It was suicide. And whether it was accidental or intentional, it is not something that Samantha participated in. The truth is that Samantha did not kill him. She did not harm him. And when I get back up here at the end of this case and closing arguments, I will find or ask you to agree with me on that. I will ask you to find Samantha not guilty. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, counsel.
Press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. Hippie chick, lady di, spacey Stacy, walking those streets all night. You go, ladies, come and see what's going on now. Let's go, girls. So that was day one done, right? That was day one done. So then we go on to day two. Day two, the beginning here. I need to do a better one. Need I? But yeah, possibly I am. Possibly I will. That's so. This is a trial I was talking about earlier on, about the one about a death penalty in Florida. That's supposed to start on Thursday. So if this is the, I probably will be doing it. Yes. Hello, little CG. Oh, hello, Jen. Jen's got a new web. You know, look. Is it? Hang on. Jen, I thought for a minute, I thought this was Jersey Jen. Hello to you, Jen. How are you, my darling? I get confused with all the Jens here. We've got 3 Jens. I hope you like it. I need to do a better song, though. I do need to do a better song. Wow, Daffodil, are they? Hello, Daffodil. How are you, my darling? I did not know that. Right. So, day 2. So the jury heard an audio recording from a surveillance video that captured the moments before the 911 call was placed. So I'm going to be playing that now. Morning, Spacey. Hello, Spacey 11. Hello, my darling. I don't know why the ads. Oh, so I thought Jen was Jersey Jen. Shit, we got another Jen. You look like twins. Look at the pictures, people. They look just alike. Jersey Jen. You see, that's why I got confused. Hello, team, my darling. So, Jersey Jen is from New Jersey, but now living in North Carolina. Where are you from, Jen? Where are you living now? So we can distinguish from everybody. Right. So, this is the audio recording that is a Doppler, isn't it? That they played on day 2. I have got that here. So, this is what was played. There's, I think, 3 witnesses. I think in New Hampshire. Okay, that's fine. Nice to see you, my darling. If you've been here before, then I apologize. I don't remember. I'm shit with stuff like this, but nice to see you, my darling. The 2 of you look just alike. It's unbelievable. Right. So this is from day 2. This is what I just said. What did I just say it was? The jury heard audio recording from a surveillance video that captured the moments before the 911 call was placed. So this is what we're watching now. So strap it in or strap it on, ladies. Let's go.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. We'll press play.
Also, just because Sarah P has not put it on yet because she's lazy, this is a trigger warning, graphic testimony apparently. So this is graphic testimony. So I have no idea what that means or what's going to show, but this is graphic testimony. So be careful.
She called like 4 times while we were over here. Oh, I usually fucking just use my knife and go in, but hello. You stick. Oh my fucking God.
And I don't think it went to an organ.
All right, we need to call an ambulance.
Hold on, it's just right here.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Well, God,
Did you get everything put away?
I have to get the stuff away. Keep them away from them.
Joey, come on.
Hey,
Snap to, buddy.
what are you supposed to say? You saw her at night? Hey.
I don't fucking know.
Then, thank you. Ms. Kruger, if at the end of it, if you look at the screen, does it end at 21:47:54 and also 7:55 at the timestamps on the lower left?
I'm sorry, I just need to stand up to view that.
Yep, go ahead. Not a problem. 21:47:54 and 7:55.
Yes.
And is that where the audio ended on the work that you did?
Yes, it is.
From here forward, is there any sound in the remaining section of the video?
No, there is not.
If you look at the far right corner, does the video that we have at the surveillance camera last for 19 minutes and 40 seconds?
Yes, it does.
And is that the entirety of the video that you had?
Yes, it is.
And was this the singular audio portion you had?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I'd like to then have you review one additional video. And if you look at this particular one, do you see the time or the name at the top called Wisconsin State Crime Lab, parenthesis WSCL, parenthesis video, dash enhanced, period, MP4 at or dash VLC media player?
Yes, I do.
Can you describe what we are looking at in this particular situation with what you have included?
Yes. This video is a video that I clarified and added annotations to. It's been, it's had distortion correction done, as well as had text added to describe when audio is present and audio is not present. Additionally, at the time period of interest, there is magnification done as well.
Can you tell me what distortion correction means?
Oftentimes, lenses have different focal lengths, and a wider lens will make a image appear as if it has curved lines. So what I've done is I've straightened out those lines within the image, and that's why the outside of the video appears to be curved, because I've corrected the curvature on the content of the video.
So while you're enhancing the look of it, you're not actually changing the video itself in terms of what we're able to view on the video.
Correct. I have not changed the physical content of the video.
So I would like to play the portion again that we had played in the previous one. And on the left, do you see this the same timestamp at 6:30 on the lower left corner?
Yes, I do.
And does this start before the audio begins?
Yes.
And is that noted on the top portion of your kind of the middle of the screen above what we see saying audio not present?
Correct.
Okay. I would like to play this portion from 6:30, and we'll play the same portion of that.
She called like 4 times while we were over here. Oh, it's crazy. But I just use my knife and go in. But hello. You stick. Oh my fucking God.
He's breathing, and I don't think it went through an organ.
All right, we need to call an ambulance.
Hold on, it's just right here.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Well, God,
Did you get everything put away?
I have to get this stuff away. Keep them awake for a bit.
Joey, come on.
Hey,
Snap to, buddy.
what are you supposed to say? You saw him at night? Hey.
I don't fucking know.
And then do you see where I end that video at 7:55?
Yes, I do.
In addition to what you talked about regarding the doing the distortion correction, did you see another change in what you had in the middle of the video?
I'm sorry, could you clarify that?
Sure. Let me ask it differently. As you watched the video, did you see an area where you zoomed in? As we watched that section?
Yes.
In what section did you zoom in on?
I zoomed in on the area of the building that was requested by Appleton PD.
And in that portion, were you able to see individuals at that time when you zoomed in?
It did appear that there were 2 figures, yes.
I don't have
I didn't see anything, but I'm sure they were there.
anything else at this time. Thank you.
Okay, we'll turn the light back on. Okay, and you're passing the witness?
I am.
Okay. All right, the state's finished its direct examination, and we have cross-examination, if any, from the defense. Go ahead.
Ms. Kruger, how are you?
Doing well.
So I just want to make sure that I understand exactly what you did here. And let me start by looking at your report, Exhibit 3. And the pages 2 and 3 of that are basically a guide to what certain terminology might mean and what types of analyses can be performed by the state crime lab, by the forensic imaging specialist. Is that right?
Correct.
And really nothing on these last two pages, page 2 and 3, apply to this case because you didn't do any particular identification of an image. Is that right?
Could you clarify your question?
Sure. Your job also includes doing comparisons of one image to another, correct?
Yes.
It includes sometimes generating an opinion about whether there's a match between 2 images or more, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, what you did is you merely received instructions from the Appleton Police Department to match up and combine these 2 files and produce a demonstrative exhibit. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And nowhere in this report does it talk about how to handle demonstrative exhibits, does it?
The appendix in this report does not necessarily discuss demonstrative exhibits. However, our procedure manual does discuss demonstrative exhibits.
Okay. And for the jury's edification, what exactly do we mean when we say demonstrative exhibit?
A demonstrative exhibit would be a visual aid. It could be something like an image overlay, a timeline of events recreated using various videos. It could also include the turning up of volume on a file.
And one thing we should add to that is it's something that's created and designed to be used in court.
Correct.
All right. Now, some of the terms in your report and what you've talked about here today is that you had an original audio file, you had an original video file, and maybe I shouldn't use the word original. You received an audio file and a video file from the Appleton Police Department.
Correct.
They asked you to combine them, match them up, and they gave you direction on the particular time that they wanted this to be synced.
That is correct.
And when you said that what you did, you actually used the term enhanced or clarified. You made some alterations to make it, as you said, some correction due to the fact that the lens of this area actually distorts what you'd see with the human eye if you were standing there in real life, right?
That is correct.
So that's a method to make where lines are curved in the original, you're straightening them out, right?
Correct.
All right. So I'm assuming that that's some kind of software that the crime lab utilizes in order to accomplish that. Is that right?
That is right.
When you talked about clarification and I believe amplification was another word you used. That's also some kind of software that the crime lab uses to enhance the video and the audio, correct?
That is correct.
When you said distortion reduction, I think that's how you worded it. Did I get that?
I think I said distortion correction.
Distortion correction. Okay, again, that's some kind of filter or enhancement that is applied by a computer program to process this, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. So all of that resulted in the first video that we watched that was done without the correction for the curving and also without that magnification, correct?
Correct.
And then you did further processing of the first exhibit that you had created and made those further enhancements at the request of law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
All right. Those are all the questions I have.
Any follow-up questions? Okay. The exhibits you have, you can hand to the bailiff to your right, and then you're excused. Watch your step.
Can you tell me what distortion correct?
Right, let's go back a second then to see what we missed then, because I can't see what the fuck we missed. There's nothing there. Nothing there.
In 755.
Yes.
MP4 at or dash vibe included.
Yes. This video is a video that I clarified and added annotations to. It's been, it's had distortion correction done, as well as had text added to describe when audio is present and audio is not present. Additionally, at the time period of interest, there is magnification done as well.
Can you tell me what distortion correction means? In terms of what we're able to view on the video.
Correct. I have not changed the physical content of the video.
Okay, so it's that bit. That bit there is what they're saying we need to look at. Okay, there are figures there. Yes, I can see some people there. Hang on, let me make it bigger. That's what she said. Hang on. Right, I can see one person here. Two people. There's 1, 2.
She called like 4 times while we were.
They're walking in now, so they're right here now. There's 2 people right here now. 2 people right there. And they enter.
I usually fucking just use my knife and go in, but
Right, so they go like that. Hang on. Hippie chick, lady die, spacey Stacy, walking those streets all night. You go, ladies, come and see what's going on now. Let's go, girls. So we saw that. So hey, Spacey Stacy. So right, we've seen that. Let's go back to the testimony now. So there are 2 people entering the building. Right, here we go.
As I've said, the witness is released from her subpoena, so she's free to go. Thank you, Ms. Kruger. All right, and the state can call their next witness.
The state calls Sergeant Kong Lee.
Sergeant Kong Lee.
Thank you.
Thank you to Erin Hack as well
All right,
for
we'll
getting
have
special
Officer
statement.
Conley
Erin
come
Hack,
forward.
she drives
Anybody
a
wants to
bus,
stand and stretch for
yellow
the
bus,
next
yellow
minute or so, they're
bus.
welcome to do that.
Erin Hack, she drives
Standing.
a bus
Yes, sir.
all day
I'm going to have the deputy clerk swear you in,
long.
so face my direction, raise your right hand. Officer, we're going to have you remain standing. Yes, sir. I'm going to have the deputy clerk swear you in, so face my direction, raise your right hand.
And nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is one is Yang Kong, Y-A-N-G-K-O-N-G, last name is Lee, L-E-E.
Okay, you can have a seat. Once again, for the jurors, the witness, his name is Kong Lee, and I'm going to give you Officer Lee.
Also, just to clarify one thing, I did put it in there. Day 4 has already started, right? On Core TV, which is great. Well done, them. Give them a round of applause. But I want to, well, some people go straight to watch that if you want, but I want to give context to all this testimony. So I got another 2-hour video to play as well after this of one of the witnesses, and I got a synopsis of every other witness that partook on day 2 and day 3. We're currently on day 2. I think that's important before going to day 4, because if you're going to say someone's guilty, you should at least listen to all the testimony. So I'm going to continue that. Once that's done, we're going to go to another stream, day 4, and then we can zoom through it. We're going to skip the break, skip lunch break, skip everything. So we can skip everything. So just in case people are like, why are we not playing day 4? That's why, motherfuckers. Because, oh, what's that? I've got a visitor, not me though, next door. It's fine. Right, so let's get back into it. And this is Wisconsin. Shit, wrong one.
Some instructions.
You do, but other people won't. I gotta keep saying it because other people come in. Spacey Stacey was late today, so I have to re-emphasize. Well, you're gonna get banned again, Lady Di. Oh shit!
And same instructions that I give every witness. I want you to be as comfortable as possible in that chair, so it's on wheels. If you think you need to move it forward or backwards for your convenience, you're free to do that. The microphone in front of you, similar to mine, is flexible. It's important that it stay near you so your voice is projected into the courtroom, so not just all jurors hear you, but everybody in the courtroom hears you. The attorneys on each side are going to ask you some questions, and I may ask you a follow-up question if I think something needs to be clarified. If any of us ask you a question that's poorly worded or awkward, or you just don't understand it, you can ask us to restate the question. Obviously, you're under oath. We want to make sure you give truthful and clear answers, and if the question's awkward, that's going to be hard to do. So you have the option of having us clarify questions, okay?
Yes, sir.
And if you hear an objection from either the prosecutor or defense attorney, pause your testimony. That will give me an opportunity to rule on the objection. Whether I sustain the objection, which means I agree with it, or overrule it, will dictate whether you have to continue with your answer or not. So it's important to give us a chance to rule on that. Take your time. As I mentioned to the first witness, some people are nervous when they're sitting in that chair, whether they've done it before or not. And we want you to avoid speaking too quickly, especially when the question is still coming out. So we want a question from a lawyer, from the judge, a little bit of a pause, and then your answer. It's very difficult for the court reporter to transcribe two voices at the same time. So we don't want any witnesses talking over the question. We don't want any attorneys talking over the answer. So I'll try and navigate that to keep things separate. If at any point you think you need any water, the bailiff to your right, Dean, will give you a bottle of water if you think you need it. Do you have any questions for me?
No, sir.
Okay. Maybe after the trial, I want to talk to you. There was a juror with the same last name as you, and I think she was trying to get out of jury duty, but she thought she was related to you, but when I pressed her, she couldn't say she ever met you. So we can talk about that weeks down the road after the trial.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Grody.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. Mr. Lee, what do you do for a living?
I'm a police officer for the city of Appleton.
How long have you been a police officer?
For
For the city of Appleton, 10 years, total 16 years.
So in that 16 years, as you sit here today, what are your primary duties?
Primary duties include traffic enforcement, crime prevention, responding to calls for services, and any community events that would occur.
And where did you begin your career?
Where did I begin my career?
Yes, sir.
I started my career in Louisville, Kentucky.
And been to Appleton, you said, for the last how long?
Last 10 years is in Appleton.
Were you working as a police officer on July 18th, 2024?
I was.
Were you on duty at about 9:55 p.m. that day?
I was.
What were you doing at that time?
At that time, my shift was almost over, and I was refueling my squad at the city gas station.
And did anything noteworthy happen when you were refueling your squad?
Yes, while I was reviewing my squad, we had a weapons tone that got broadcasted on our radio, indicating that there was going to be a call for service dispatch involving use of a weapon or involving a weapon.
And where was that? Where were you sent to, or where was that call? Where was the place of disturbance?
The place of disturbance was 2400 North Park Drive, apartment 5.
Is that in Outagamie County?
It is.
Are you aware of what led you and other officers to be dispatched to that location?
The call, the dispatch indicated there was someone that had been stabbed.
Were you aware if a 911 call was made?
Yes.
Prior to today, have you heard that 911 call?
I have.
The 911 call that you reviewed, was that a true and accurate representation of the actual 911 call?
Yes.
Your Honor, the call is contained in Exhibit 1. It's labeled simply 911 call. I would now ask Your Honor's permission to play it in its entirety.
Any objection from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So once again, separate from other exhibits, Exhibit 1, since it's a jump drive with numerous things on it, I'll make separate rulings on whether it's admissible or not. And so in your notes, you could say the portion of Exhibit 1 on the jump drive that's a 911 call is received. So it's part of the evidence. And what's the duration of it time-wise?
It is a little over 6 minutes.
Okay, you're going to play the whole thing?
I will. I'll note the specific times when I open the file. I just...
Okay, but are you going to play it without interruption?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so once again, the court reporter, Robert, for that 6 minutes does not have to transcribe that. The documentation of the 911 call will remain on the jump drive, Exhibit 1. Is there any visual associated with this or no?
None related to the call. I'll play it through VLC, and I believe it'll show a traffic cone, but that's from the program itself. That's not based on the 911 call.
Okay, so just give the jurors a few second heads up when you're going to start, and then once you complete it, indicate what the counter number is for starting and completing, okay?
Will do. I'm opening it now. And I'm just going to pause it because it started playing as soon as I did. It's on the screen now. I will play it from the counter, which is all zeros, to the end, which is 6 minutes and 43 seconds. And then with Your Honor's permission, I'm going to start playing it now.
Go ahead.
Hey, Outagamie 911, what's the location of the emergency?
This location, I don't know the address. Anytime you can help.
Okay.
We have a stabbing victim, stabbing in the chest. He's bleeding, he's unconscious.
Stay with me. Look at me.
I don't see any nails in his address.
Okay.
Sure, but he's
Is this going to be 2800, do you know?
Yeah.
Is that the building number?
Yes, and apartment 5. Get here now.
Okay, you said apartment number 5?
Yes.
Okay, and was it self-inflicted, or did someone do this to him?
There's nobody here, so I don't know, but I think he fell on a knife. He slipped and fell.
Hey.
It looks like, I don't know.
Hey, stay with me. Oh, I want to confirm, you said apartment number 5?
Apartment number 5, yes.
Stay with me, buddy. You're about to get a mail note. Okay. Okay, you said no one else was there with them?
Nobody else.
Originally? You're getting a mail note. Okay.
Nobody else.
Okay. Okay.
Well, I mean, my girlfriend's here now.
Okay, and when you came in, it was you just by himself?
Right.
Okay, is he still breathing?
Yes, he's breathing sometimes.
Okay, breathing, but unconscious.
Shallow and labor breathing.
Okay, is he currently on his back?
Yes, yes.
Okay, is the knife still?
No, the knife was bleeding. Actually, I don't know if you saw the knife.
You're not sure where it is?
You know what I did? I picked it up off the floor and I threw it in the sink.
Okay, so it's currently in the sink?
Yeah.
Okay, are there any other weapons around?
Not that I see. He doesn't have any guns or anything like that.
You said there's no other, anything else in the apartment?
No, he doesn't know.
Okay.
Not that I know of.
Okay, and can I get your name?
My name is John Feffer, P-F-E-F-F-E-R.
Okay. Is this a good callback number for you ending 9666?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you some medical questions. We have help currently on the way, so they'll be there very shortly. So we'll just update them, okay?
Okay. I left the door propped open to the apartment.
Okay. I will let them know that. You know how old he is?
What? We are declining direct pressure. He doesn't look good. Has he got a pulse?
Very faint one.
Very faint pulse.
Okay. Okay, and you said you're applying pressure to the wound currently? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how old he is?
He's like 30.
30?
Yeah.
Okay. And he's currently unconscious?
Yeah.
Okay. And I want to confirm he is still breathing?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, come on, stay with me.
1 second here. I'm just updating the responders.
Come on.
And is there any serious bleeding?
Is there what?
Is the bleeding serious?
No, it doesn't look to be bleeding too much.
Okay, it doesn't look serious.
But it looks like a serious wound.
Okay, so it's not spurting or pouring?
No.
Okay. So like I said, I'm sending the ambulance to help you now. Stay on the line. I'll tell you exactly what to do next. You said that the knife and there's nothing else still in?
Yeah, no.
Okay. One moment here. Okay. So I'm going to tell you how to stop the bleeding. I know you said you're already applying pressure, so I want you to keep doing that. So just listen carefully to make sure we do it right. Get a clean, dry cloth or towel and tell me when you have it.
I'm
If you're
outside
able.
right now. I'm trying to see if his girlfriend's car's here. I don't see the car anywhere.
Okay.
I talked to her a little while ago, and she was going over to her friend's house. And Joey was supposed to be here. And actually, she was already in the car when I talked to her.
Okay, do you know when that was?
Half hour ago, 40 minutes.
Oh, no,
Okay, so she left about half an hour ago?
Yeah.
You're pretty. Yeah.
Maybe 40 minutes ago.
What? Okay. Was that her in the, was your girlfriend in the background just saying that he's breathing?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So I have an officer and I have first responders that are going to be pulling up here in just a second. So I want you to keep applying pressure to that wound, okay?
I got it. Get with me.
Okay. So just press down firmly and don't lift it up to look.
We got it. I used to be a first responder.
Okay.
Get with me.
Okay. Like I said, the officer's going to be there very quickly. I just want you to watch for them and let me know when they get there. Okay. Is the blood spurting or pouring out?
No.
No.
Okay.
Get with me. Okay.
Okay. I have an officer pulling up right now.
Okay, I'm going to just go out and grab him.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay. If you now, when you were still in there, did it seem like he was gaining consciousness or was he still unconscious?
First door on the left. Sure.
Okay, was that an officer you were speaking with? Yeah. Okay, I'll let you know if you can speak with him.
Okay, so that was the beginning of day 2. That was so. They then went. They hear the audio recording. Then we had Christy Cleland testify, and she testified that she was on probation at the time and dated John, and lived with parents. Now these are just notes I've taken from journalists that were there. So these are their notes. So Christy did not know Samantha Krebs prior to July 18th. July 18th was the day of the stabbing. Only knew John, said they were good friends. She arrived at the apartment 5, saw Joey on the floor, and Samantha atop of him, her legs straddling him. Okay, well, that's interesting. Heard Krebs repeatedly say, "I can't go back to prison, and I'm sorry," to Joey, and Krebs is the defendant. So they removed. They just said that the knife was in the sink. So, hey Dave, how you doing, brother? Hope you're well. Cleland rendered aid. Noticed blood, tried to keep Carnot alive, called paramedic friend before 911, eventually called 911 upon Cleveland's insistence. Noted Krebs kissed Joey on the cheek and expressed emotional distress. I mean, no offense, I don't want to fucking kiss in my face. You killed me, you bitch. Fuck off. Admitted not telling law enforcement the whole truth in the initial interview due to confusion, fear. Followed John's lead in initial statement. Clarified her own actions in rendering aid, denied using drugs during events, and described her focus was purely on saving Joey. Cross-examination was corroborated some confusion about phone ownership, action taken, and details forgotten until subsequent interviews. Then they moved on to John Feffer testified under use of immunity pending charges. So he is got charges pending. He admitted he knew Carnot and Krebs, described them as friends, arrived at the apartment with Samantha and Christy Cleland. Scene details: Carnot was on the floor, wounded and bleeding, Samantha present, kneeling by him, directing Cleland to apply pressure, instructed Samantha to leave and go get a lawyer. Oh. Multiple versions of events given to law enforcement. Originally claimed Samantha wasn't present. Hazel, I thought we were hearing all the evidence before we made our minds up. I know. Originally claimed, so these are all people that testified, but not on video. Body cam footage played. Pfeiffer claimed Jonathan wasn't at scene, described pressure and wound, and made calls mentioning a loving Sam. Hence the kiss and kill. She kissed him after she killed him, allegedly. Admitted in court both initial statements and second version were false, crafted to protect Samantha Krebs, acknowledged only later did he tell the truth. Questioning clarified discrepancy between his initial story to police body cam statements and later admissions. So now we go into day 3. I'm not sure if we're going to see all of that here now, but this is John Pfeiffer, I believe, on day 3. So maybe we see all that as well. I don't know. So let me first of all put this on. So this is John Pfeiffer, this testimony, and I think he's on for about 2 hours, and this is the last video I have. And then we go to day 4.
6 months.
How often would you say you communicated with Samantha?
Every other day, maybe.
Okay. And how often would you say that you communicated with Joey?
Every 3 or 4 days.
Okay. How about spending time with them, hanging out with them? How often would you hang out with Samantha?
About the same amount of times as I hung out with Joey. They were usually together.
Same amount of time. What amount of time was that?
A couple times a week,
Okay. So what, 2-3 times a week?
maybe 2 times a week.
2 times?
Yeah.
And you'd see them both together?
Yes.
Did you ever hang out with either of them separately?
Yeah, I've hung out with Samantha separately,
How often?
just a couple times.
Within the month of like July 2024, had you hung out with her separately then?
I don't honestly remember.
Okay. How about with Joey? Did you hang out with him often, alone?
No, not too often. Maybe once or twice.
Any in that month of July 24 that you recall?
I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you. All right, so when we left off yesterday, we had just spoke about your kind of initial conversations with law enforcement at that apartment, and then you agreed to go to the Appleton Police Department to give a further version of what took place. Do you remember that? Yes. Okay. Yeah, the microphone. If you like what you just did, if you say something and it doesn't pick it up, you can just feel free to repeat what you said.
Okay.
So is that correct then? That you went to the police department to?
Yes.
Okay. When you got to the Appleton Police Department, what did you say happened to Joey initially on July 18th, 2024?
What did I say happened to Joey? I honestly don't remember.
Would it help refresh your recollection if I played a clip of your interview?
Yes.
Okay. So I have on Exhibit 1, it is entitled 3-Feffer version 2. It is a little over 3 minutes, I believe 3 minutes and 22 seconds. And it notes this first version. Now,
Is there a counter number that starts and ends? Just so it's.
I plan to play the entire video, but when I bring it up, I'll pause it and just note what's on the screen.
Okay, and on the counter, is that the actual time or is it just started 000?
It starts at 000.
Okay, and just as a refresher for the jurors, there were separate exhibits that just had their own stickers, and that first one was a jump drive that has many things on that. And just to have clarity on your notes and the record, there might be times where I interrupt the prosecutor, which I apologize for. But just so as I'm jotting down notes, you're jotting down notes, we have some clarity in how that jump drive is defined or mapped out. And so he's saying this is a clip of an interview sometime later on the evening of July 18th, 2024 at Appleton PD, and you can describe it further before you play it.
I think it's a fair description. It's a clip of Mr. Feffer at the Appleton Police Department. I'm going to play it and then pause it real quickly, just so I can note the time.
Okay, well, why don't you just walk?
Okay. And I'll note that on the screen itself, it's a recording from a body camera. At the top right, it notes 2024-07-18, and then the time 23:48:17. The clip is 3 minutes and 22 seconds long. I plan to play the entire thing. May I?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, well, why don't you just walk us through, let's just start with.
I don't remember the times anymore.
Just approximate, that's fine.
I don't even know what time it is now. Let me think about this here, about guesstimate 9:15, something like that. I talked to my friend Samantha, and we were gonna go over to her house, meet her and her boyfriend Joey. She was not home. She was in the car driving somewhere. I told her I'd meet her there in about an hour. My girlfriend and I would meet them there in about an hour. So we arrived at the apartment. The apartment door was unlocked. We walked in. Joey was laying in the middle of the kitchen floor, blood, out cold. And that's where everything gets a little fuzzy. I don't remember. Christy, she immediately, I told her to apply direct pressure immediately. Gave us a paper towel that were kept underneath the sink. I grabbed those, I gave them to her. I grabbed some towels and I gave them to her. And I said, just put direct pressure on and keep him on his back and keep him comfortable. Does he have a pulse? She said, yes, but a weak one. She checked it. I called our mutual friend, Jeff, is a paramedic. So I called him immediately and I didn't get a hold of him. So I left him and I didn't leave him a voicemail. I sent him a quick text, Jeff, 911. This is an emergency. And then I called his neighbor, Chuck. I didn't see the wound. You know, I thought I was gonna just take him to the hospital. I mean, that was my intention. I thought it'd be faster than calling the ambulance. So Jeff didn't answer. I called his neighbor, Chuck, who I also know. Chuck did not answer as well. I gave him a text message, 911, I need, you know, emergency, call me right back, whatever. Neither one of them called me back. So then I talked to Christy, talked to Joey, kind of had gotten up, like, but kind of like he was drunk. He got half-assed up. And he was stumbling around the kitchen real bad. And so I kind of grabbed him and put him right back down on the ground on the fluorescent test. They laid flat and put the pressure back on it. And then I called 911, talked to the dispatcher. Christy, my girlfriend, she was holding direct pressure on him the whole time. I was on the phone with the dispatcher. I went outside, opened up the door, the apartment outside their propped it open, stood there with the flashlight, so I could get the officer's attention when or the ambulance. And we went back in after the cops got there, and that's all they were doing. They were doing CPR on him. That's all I know. Cops took us out of there. It's still okay. Did he make it?
We don't know at this point. As I said, we don't know a whole lot. So that's why we're.
So that video clip is ended and now the court is turning back the lights.
And just so the court reporter knows, we're not requiring you to transcribe what's on the exhibit, and that will speak for itself. Go ahead.
You. So, Mr. Feffer, is it fair to say that a good summary of the more or less first version you gave of what took place at the Appleton Police Department?
Yes.
Okay, now after that, is it true that you wanted to leave the police department?
Yes.
Did you start to leave the police department?
Yes.
Is it true that when you were on your way out of the police department that you had some concerns specifically about Joey's killer?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Did you ever tell police that you were concerned about Joey's killer?
I don't remember.
Well, Your Honor, with that, I'd like to play another clip on the Exhibit 1. It's titled 4 Feffer Concerns.
Timing of it, whether it's still that same evening of July 18th?
It's after this interview on the way out. It's in the same format where it's the entire clip.
And how long is the clip?
I can't remember the exact time, but it's less than a minute or around a minute.
Okay, well, you can cue it up and then you can identify the counter number and also the time. The last one you said was 23:48:17, so it's military time, but would be 11:48 p.m. at night and 17 seconds on the previous clip?
Correct.
All right, so whatever the military time is on this next clip, you can give it to the jury too, as you cue it up.
I will do that.
It just takes a little bit of.
Sorry, it starts right away. So the military, it's the following day. It's now 3:09:01 on July 19th. So military time, 3:09 a.m. The clip is 49 seconds long. I plan to play it in its entirety, and we'll do so now.
It just takes a little bit of time.
I can't think.
Again, we don't want to talk to you. We don't want to ask you anything.
I want to, I need time to think. I know what I want to say, but I don't know that I can.
Just take a breath. Yeah, you're okay.
I want to go, but I want you to tell Christy where I am, or how to get a hold of me. She's my only concern. His killer is also a very big concern. Very big. And I want to
Now with that clip has ended. I just ask turn the lights back on. Thank you. Now, so Mr. Feffer, do I understand it correctly that at this point you had told law enforcement that the defendant wasn't there.
Correct.
And now as you're leaving the police department, you have concerns about Joey's killer.
Correct.
And killer was your words.
Yes.
Did you then tell law enforcement another version of what took place?
Yes.
What did you tell them?
I told them that Samantha was there.
What else did you tell them?
And that I told her to leave.
Did you ever tell law enforcement that Samantha looked at you and said, just tell the police he stabbed himself?
She did say that.
So you did say that as well?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So starting at the beginning of what I guess would now be version 3, what did you tell law enforcement? Do you remember at all?
I don't recall.
Okay, so kind of like we've been doing, would it help if you saw a video
Yeah.
clip?
Yes, please.
So with that, Judge, I'd like to now play another video clip. It is entitled 5-Feffer version 3.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. The witness just testified to what he told police in this version.
He also said he didn't remember.
Okay. The objections overruled will allow the defense to cross-examine on this third or fourth interview. The attorney, the prosecutor, and the witness should just slow down a little bit just so I get clarity on the segment of what time this started. He mentioned that he remembers some version of that, but then he did follow up and say he didn't remember everything, or the sentiments were expressed. So that's why I'm overruling the objection.
So with your permission, I'll proceed in the fashion I have. I'll start the video and then pause it and then note the specifics on the video itself.
Just give us the counter number or the time that this version is starting.
Correct. Okay, so the video started. I've paused it. Now we are at that same day as the last clip, July 19th. It's now 3:19 a.m. and 18 seconds. This clip is 34 seconds long, and I intend to play the entire thing, and we'll do so now.
Okay, just wait a second. 3:19 and how many seconds?
18.
And how long is the clip?
34 seconds.
Okay, go ahead.
I had 4 missed calls when I pulled into the parking lot from Samantha. Didn't think much of it. I just walked in the apartment, hit the buzzer. She buzzed me in. Walked into the apartment. Joey was laying on a linoleum in the kitchen. She looked at me dead in the eye. And she said, just tell the police he stabbed himself.
So now that you've reviewed that clip, is that the summary of what you said?
Yes.
And the woman behind you in that clip, is that Christy Cleland?
Yes.
Correct that before law enforcement got there, you and Christy spoke and kind of decided what you would tell law enforcement?
That's correct.
Now, out of all, or when you were going through that, did Sergeant Riddle ask you if something along the lines of, why didn't you ask Samantha what happened when you walk in?
Yeah, I believe so.
Did you tell Sergeant Riddle something along the lines of you didn't want Samantha to confess to you?
I don't recall that.
Kind of as we've been doing, would it help refresh your recollection if I played a clip of that?
Yes.
So with that in Exhibit 1, I have a clip called Feffer Confess.
And once again, if you can set it up with the counter number or the time, so there's clarity in our notes.
Yep. So the counter number on this one, it's a 34-second video. The time is again July 19th. It's at 3:39 a.m. and 48 seconds. I will play it in its entirety.
One of my first questions is probably going to be like, Samantha, what the hell happened? What the hell happened? Even if she didn't.
You didn't even ask that. You didn't even ask that. I guess someone went.
She didn't say anything.
No, she said, tell the cops Joey stabbed himself. And I'm just gonna go off of what she said because I am who I am in the streets. And I just simply rolled with it. I don't wanna know. I don't want her to confess to me. I don't want her to confess to Christy. I don't wanna know. Just, you told me this.
So that clip is now done. So you said you didn't want her to confess,
Yes,
and those were your words?
yes,
Now, after all of that, now is it fair to say that's 3 versions to the police at that point?
yes, yes,
Is it fair to say that even now, as we said, none of those are the complete truth?
correct.
Because when you first got to that apartment, July 18th, around 9:46 p.m., and you walked up those steps, is it true that your first reaction when you opened that apartment door was you thought that Sam had stabbed Joey?
Yes,
You had the recording app on your phone, is that correct?
yes.
And you said you stabbed and you stopped right there, is that correct?
I don't recall. I don't remember that.
Would it help if I played a clip that you had recorded on your phone?
Sure.
In the same we have been, would like to play Feffer recording 1. It's a clip of the crime lab video, so the time is going to be before, so that exhibit that was played with Lisa Krieger yesterday morning. It's a clip of that exhibit.
And what's the duration of the clip? It's part of Exhibit 1.
It's not the entire thing. I'll know the specific time when I open it up.
Okay.
Hello. This is a 15-second clip. The timer on it starts at 21:47:15. I will play it in its entirety. And it's from July 18th of 2024.
Military time is what?
21:47:15.
47 p.m. and 15 seconds.
Yes, sir, on July 18th of 2024.
Go ahead.
Hello.
You stick. Oh my fucking God.
So upon hearing that, Mr. Feffer, does that refresh your memory?
I don't remember that, but that's my voice.
When you walked in, you said you stepped and you stopped in the middle of what sounds like stabbed. That's what you said?
That's what it sounds like, yeah.
Now, is it true that when you walked in there, it was actually you who suggested calling an ambulance?
Yes,
And you pretty much made that suggestion right away.
yes,
Is that true? Is it also true that it was Miss Krebs who basically talked you out of that?
yes.
And how did that go?
Something along the line where she said, no, it'll be all right, something like that.
Okay. Do you remember exactly what happened in that time frame? No. Would it help if I played the clip?
Sure.
Your Honor, with that, I'll play Feffer recording 2.
All right. And once again, put the military or regular time as the starting point and tell us how long the clip is.
Playing the clip in its entirety. This one starts at 21:47:24. It's a 17-second clip.
21, 47, and what?
24.
And how many seconds is the clip?
12, sorry. I need new glasses, apparently. 12 seconds. I'm going to play it in its entirety.
You stick. Oh my fucking God.
And I don't think it went to the ambulance.
All right, we need to call an ambulance.
Hold on, it's just right here.
So, were you able to hear that recording, Mr. Feffer?
Yes, I was.
At the end of it, do we hear a part that says, hold on, it's just right here?
Yes,
Whose voice is that?
that's Samantha's.
Samantha Krebs?
Yes,
So I understand it correctly that you actually wanted to call the ambulance?
yes,
And it was the defendant who talked you out of it?
yes.
Now, is it true that the defendant, Samantha Krebs, then said something along, well, do you remember what she said after that?
I don't remember.
Would it help if we played this clip further?
Sure.
Your Honor, with that, I move to play Feffer recording 3.
Once again, if you can give us a starting time and the duration of the clip.
The starting time with this clip is 21:47:39. That is again on July 18th of 2024. This is a smaller clip. It's 4 seconds, and I'll play it in its entirety.
I have to get this stuff from here. Keep them away from them.
Joey, come on.
Did you hear how that clip began?
No, I didn't.
I have to get this stuff. Keep them away from it. Joey, come on.
Did you hear that beginning of that clip?
Yes.
What did you hear?
I can't be sure. I can't make it out.
Okay. But when you got in that apartment, after you suggested calling the ambulance, whose idea initially was it to leave? Hers or yours?
Mine.
Okay. And even after hearing that video, you still, say it was your idea for her to leave?
Yes, I believe so.
Now, before she left, did the defendant give you a theory as to what you should tell police?
She just said that tell the cops Joey stabbed himself.
Did she say anything about, what are we supposed to say, he fell on a knife?
Yes.
So those are two different things. When did she say one? When did she say the other?
I can't be sure. I don't remember. I honestly don't remember.
Would it help if we played the clip?
Yes.
So with that, I'll play Feffer recording 4. It's the final part of this section of the crime lab video.
Everybody.
So this video starts at 21:47:44. It's from July 18th of 2024, and it's 9 seconds long. I'm going to play it in its entirety.
Everybody.
What are you supposed to say? You saw her at night? Hey.
I don't fucking know.
Did you hear that, Mr. Feffer?
Yes, I did.
What did you hear?
Samantha saying, "What should I say? He fell on a knife."
And then what did you hear after that? Like, did you hear, was it you who said, I don't know?
Yes.
Where is Christy in all of this?
Just kneeling down and putting pressure on his wound.
Did you hear somebody saying, hey, in there as well?
Yes.
And who was that?
I don't know.
So with that, I'll play it again.
Everybody.
What are you supposed to say? You saw her at night? Hey.
I don't fucking know.
Hear that at the end, the hey?
Yes, that was Christy.
So do I understand your testimony correct, that the voice that suggested, what are we supposed to say, he fell on a knife, that was the defendant?
Yes.
And the hey, that was Christy?
Yes.
And the voice who said, I don't fucking know, that was you?
Correct.
Now we're going to jump around a little bit on the timeline just to make sure that we get everything. Is it correct that you were deleting things on your phone after law enforcement arrived?
Yes.
What were you deleting?
I was deleting things that may have led me to get in trouble.
Were those messages from Sam?
Yes.
And messages from Joey?
Among other things, yes.
What else did you delete?
Conversations I had with other people that may have been illegal in nature.
Okay. But you didn't delete everything? No. I'm sorry, that
No.
didn't pick up your answer. Okay. And then as we saw, I believe it was yesterday, did Sam call again?
Yes.
After that initial call that we saw in the video yesterday?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember handing your phone to a police officer?
Yes. Yes.
Do you remember telling Sam what you were doing?
Yes.
What did you tell her?
I told her that the cops are now going to have my phone.
Now, let's go back as far as the timeline goes to after you're at the Appleton Police Department. You've given that third version where you said that the defendant said, just tell the police he stabbed himself. Once that's all done, was there a point in time when you and Christy were alone in the family room?
Yes.
Do you remember talking to Christy about what you did to help the defendant?
I don't remember.
Do you remember talking to Christy at all?
I do remember us being alone in the family room.
Okay, so with that, do you remember any of what you talked about with Christy?
I believe I said something like, we're going to tell the truth. We're going to come out and say that exactly what happened.
But you didn't say exactly what happened. right?
Not up to that point.
Because, I mean, the video was the recording of what took place, correct?
Right.
Now, when you spoke to, well, let's just go through it this way. Do you remember specifically what you told Christy in the family room when you were with her?
No.
Would it help to view the recording of that?
Yes.
Your Honor, with that, I move to play what's on Exhibit 1. It's 6, John and Christy at APD.
Just play it all. Like somebody else said it in chat. Just play it all, dude. This guy, he's obviously. Oh, anyway, lays. That's one. I love to be laid. I love. Sorry, I love to be lays. Love it.
You can give us a start.
Barbecue as well. Salt and vinegar, Cape Cod, barbecue, lays.
Starting point time-wise.
Or this one is quiet, so I don't know if the court could, if we're at the max volume, but this one's a little bit quieter.
If you can control it on yours, that would help too.
Thank you. Okay, so I played it and now I'm backing it up, but turn up a little bit.
What's the time?
The time is, now we're on July 19th, 2024. It's later in the morning. It's 4:15:20. The clip here, I believe, is 59 seconds long. And then I'll play it in its entirety.
You did good, baby. That's everything. I just didn't want to see you get caught. I love you. I love you too.
I mean it. I won't do anything different.
Protected her the best I could.
I know you did.
I'm still trying, but they were going to find out. I'm going to go get a style. Okay. See ya. My little hard case with my bitch in it is sitting on top of the back tire underneath the truck. Her bitch is inside the gas tank. So they'll probably find that.
I played that clip in its entirety. Let's go through it. Do you remember the first thing now that you've watched that, Mr. Feffer, that you spoke to Christy about?
I still didn't hear it. The first part of that conversation, I didn't pick up.
Play it again?
Sure.
Okay.
You did good, baby. That's everything. I just didn't want to see you get caught.
I love you.
I love you too.
I mean it. I won't do anything different.
Protected her the best I could.
I know you did.
I'm still trying, but they were going to find out. I'm going to go get a style. Okay. See ya. My little hard case with my bitch in it is sitting on top of the back tire underneath the truck. Her bitch is inside the gas tank. So they'll probably find that.
Okay, I've played it again in its entirety for the second time. Did you hear the initial thing that you said to Christy?
I still didn't pick up on it.
How did you feel about how Christy had handled herself and what she had told law enforcement?
I felt she handled herself good.
Before you spoke to law enforcement, you and her, did you and her speak about what to say?
Yes.
What did you say between the two of you?
I said, tell the police that nobody was there when we got there.
Now, after that, did you say something about, I tried to protect her the best I could?
Yes.
Who were you referring to when you made that statement?
I was referring to Samantha. Yes.
Did you also make a statement about something about a hard case with a bitch in it?
Yes.
What does that mean?
I had a little case that had my paraphernalia in it.
So in that phrasing, when you say bitch, what is a bitch?
That's a slang street word for a pipe.
Okay, a pipe, what's that pipe used for?
Smoking meth.
And you said what did you do with your pipe?
I put it on the back tire.
Okay, did you hide anybody else's pipe?
Yes, I hid Samantha's.
Did you hide any of Joey's things?
No.
Okay, so give me 1 sec. I just want to confirm.
Yes, you can approach.
All right, Mr. Feffer, I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibits 113, 114, 15, 16, and 17, if I could. What I want you to do, sir, is just take a look at those and see if you recognize them. Feel free to take your time.
Okay.
And what is the first number on there? It's 113, right? Actually, before we get to that point, all of those pictures, do you recognize those pictures?
I recognize what's in the pictures.
What are those pictures of?
Paraphernalia.
Okay, and that's 113 through 116? I'm sorry, 113 through 115?
Yes,
How about 116? Do you recognize what's in 116?
that's a picture of my vehicle.
How about 117?
Another picture of it.
Okay, are those all pictures of how those things looked that evening on July 18th, 2024?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask to admit exhibits 113 to 117 and publish the same.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Okay, jurors can note in their notebooks, photo exhibits 113 through 117 are received. Go ahead, you can publish.
Sorry. Switching back and forth between screens is wreaking havoc on my computer. 1 second from current slides. There we go. Okay. So we have 113 up. Is that correct, Mr. Feffer?
Yes.
On 113.
The back tire of my vehicle, and on top of the tire is a camouflage case that I put my paraphernalia in.
114. What do we see in 114?
That's a picture of the case opened up.
And what do we see inside?
My meth pipe and a torch.
Torch, is that another word for a lighter?
Yes.
15.
That's another meth pipe that I had hid inside the gas tank.
Whose meth pipe is that?
That was Samantha and Joey's.
Earlier you said it was Samantha's.
Well, I mean, they share everything or shared everything, so, you know, he used it as much as she did, I guess.
How did you come to possess it?
It was laying on the floor in the living room, I believe. So I picked it up and got it out of the apartment before law enforcement showed up.
Nobody gave it to you?
No.
Do you see a substance on the pipe, a red substance?
Yes.
Know where that substance came from?
Looking at it, I believe that's just burnt residue. I don't,
The red substance?
I'm colorblind, just so you know.
Okay. Do you see a difference between the pipe that's in Exhibit 15 and one that's in Exhibit 14? 114? And for the record, I'll note I'm flipping between the two photos in front of the jury.
Yes, I see the difference.
What difference do you see?
One is clear or white, the other one looks to be darker.
That darker colored came to be on the one that's in exhibit 115.
No, I don't.
Let's move to exhibit 116. This is your car, you said?
Yes,
Okay. And how about 117?
that's another picture of my car.
Okay, thank you, sir. I pause just for 1 second while I switch between media. So, Mr. Feffer, you testified previously that you had done all of this to protect Samantha.
Yes,
Did you have romantic feelings for her?
yes,
How long did you have those feelings?
a few months.
You had those feelings despite being there with Christy that evening?
Yes,
You remember leaving Samantha a voicemail on about May 2024 expressing those feelings?
yes.
What did that voicemail say?
I don't remember exactly.
Would it help if we played it?
Sure.
So with that, I'll move Your Honor to play another exhibit on exhibit 1. It's Feffer voicemail to Sam on May 21st, 2024. It's a voicemail, so there is no video component. I plan to play it in its entirety.
How many minutes or seconds is it?
It is short, 25 seconds.
Okay, you can do that to refresh his recollection.
Oh, I'm sorry, when I clicked off, my computer was muted. I'm gonna start it over and unmute my computer. Try this again.
I wanted to know if that made any sense at all, that I was feeling guilty about leaving with a different woman. It's very strange to me, but I'm serious about wanting you. And I hope you see that and can kind of tell. I really do. Have a great morning. Talk to you later, babe. Bye-bye.
Now that you've heard that message, do you remember it?
Yes,
Message to Sam?
yes.
Now, I want to talk about what you did after you left the police department that morning of July 19th, okay?
Okay.
So how long did you, I guess we'll start before that. How long did you talk to the police after you started talking to them that evening of July 18th?
11 hours, I think, something like that.
Yeah, and I'm not asking you to have a stopwatch, but overnight?
Yes.
Okay. So when you were done with police that following morning, July 19th, do you remember where you went?
I believe we went to my mother's house.
And what did you do at your mother's house?
I went in and talked to her and told her what had happened.
And were you emotional when you spoke to your mom?
I was very emotional. Well, this whole thing has been just very emotional all over the place. It's just been very hard.
Do you remember what you told your mom?
No, not specifically. I don't.
Did you tell her the truth about what happened?
I believe so.
When you were at your mom's, did you and Christy both go?
Yes, but Christy stayed out in the car.
Okay. What did you do after you left your mom's house?
I went to a friend's house where I believe Samantha would be.
Which friend?
His name is Jeff.
Do you know Jeff's last name?
No, I don't.
Do you recall about what time you got to Jeff's house?
I don't remember.
Okay, do you know where Jeff lives?
Yes. He lives in the Veterans Buildings in Appleton.
Now, Do I remember your testimony right, that you said before you called 911, you called the Jeff that said, and you said something along the lines of, this is an emergency, call me right now. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Are we talking about the same Jeff?
yes,
Now, you said you don't remember what time you got to Jeff's, is that correct?
correct.
If I showed you a photo of you arriving there with a timestamp that was close to that time, would that maybe help refresh your memory?
Sure.
Approach the witness.
All right, so I'm going to show you two images. They're exhibits 38 and 39. I want you to just take a look at them specifically as to who is in them and then what time is in the upper right corner of those images. Feel free to just take a look. And then when you're done, I'll ask you some more questions, okay?
Okay. In the pictures is Christy and my,
Wait, I don't want, wait till I ask questions. I just want you to take a look at them. See if do you recognize the people in those photos?
yes,
Okay, so let's look at both of them. Who are the people in those photos?
myself and Christy Cleveland.
Okay, and when about, do you recognize the area that those photos are from?
Yes, they're from the side door of the apartment building that Jeffrey lives in.
Okay, and what time, actually, before I ask that, let me ask this. After looking at those photos, does that help you remember exactly when you got there?
Yes.
And so about what time did you get to Jeff's apartment?
11:30 a.m.
And how long did you stay there?
About 40 minutes.
Now, when you left, let me ask that a different way. Did you get anything while you were at that apartment?
Yes, I picked up a cell phone from Samantha.
And do you know, was that originally Samantha's phone or was it somebody else's?
It was Samantha's phone.
And what did you do with the information that was on that phone?
I deleted her iCloud information, backed it up to the cloud, and then deleted it
And why did you do that?
so I could put my iCloud information on the phone.
Did you tell Samantha about that?
No, I did not.
Backing up the iCloud information?
Yeah, I did. I told her I backed up her contacts and all her other information so she could still get access to them.
Did she ask you to do that?
No, I just did it on my own.
Did you communicate with her about that?
Yes.
Do you remember what you told her?
No, not specifically.
Would it help if I showed you the messages that you communicated with Samantha on about that phone?
Yes.
Can the bailiff hand me the last exhibit that he reviewed?
Oh, sure, yeah. Yeah, good idea.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, I'm sorry, I'm kind of doing a couple things at once. You said it would help you if I showed you.
Yes.
Okay, so just like we've been doing, Mr. Feffer, what I'd like you to do is I'm going to hand you exhibits. They're 108, 109, 110, 111, and 112. I just want you to take a look at these. And once you've looked at them, I'll ask you some more questions, okay?
Okay.
Okay, when I come up there, I'll probably grab the other ones that you have. Well, actually, strike that. I'll leave them with you. Thank you, sir.
Mhm.
They all summarize your conversation with Samantha?
Yes,
Okay, Your Honor, with that, I'd move to omit 108 to 112 and publish the same in series.
Exhibits 108 and 112, any objection?
No.
All right, those jurors, those exhibits 108 through 112 are received and may be published and presented to the jury.
With that, I'll begin with 108. It's kind of hard to read. Can you read what that says, Mr. Feffer?
I need your email sending your contacts.
We're moving along to 109. And I'd like to focus on the green bubble. Who's the green one from at the very top?
From Jeff Hayes.
But what the email address that's been sent to you, what's that email address?
That's Samantha's email.
And then those other two bubbles, do those, fair to say those indicate calls?
Yes.
Okay, so let's move on to 110. What does 110 show us?
It shows the message that she wanted her phone back, and I said that her phone was gone permanently.
Again, that message, the green one, is from Jeff Hayes, is that right?
Correct.
So is it correct then, do I understand it right, that you're communicating with Samantha, but using Jeff Hayes's phone?
Yes.
And what did you mean by your phone's gone permanently?
That I had destroyed her phone, gotten rid of it.
Let's move to 111. The blue box is you, is that correct?
Yes.
What do you tell Samantha here?
That I backed up her photos and contacts and that I can get those to her tomorrow. And then she replied, I can't get into my email unless I get a code sent to that phone.
And when did that take place?
On July 20.
Was there a reason why you deleted this phone for Samantha and she did not?
Because I had the phone.
Do you remember telling police anything about her not knowing how to do a complete job?
Yeah, something like that, yes.
Do you remember what you told them?
That she didn't know how to do a complete wipe.
You did it for her?
Yes.
So I'm going to move to exhibit 112 then. And this is the final one of this series. What does 112 tell us? It's the same as you, is that the same as what you have in front of you?
Yes, I remember this.
What does this one say?
Says, if she can't get in there, remember my new password, then I can't have any of my contacts, stating the fact that she wouldn't be able to retrieve any of her contacts.
So that process of backing up the phone, who did you do that for?
I did that for Samantha.
Did you do that to protect her further?
No, I did it to back her stuff up. I mean, that's what you do.
You had wiped things that were on that phone from the time that Joy was stabbed, right?
Yes.
In deleting that, did you intend to help Samantha?
In doing that?
Yes, in wiping the phone.
Not really. There wasn't anything there to incriminating.
Then I guess I don't understand, why would you wipe it at all?
You have to wipe the phone out and reset the iCloud so I could put my iCloud information in there and use the phone. You have to do that before you can do that.
Or was it your intention that in doing that, you would have destroyed anything that Samantha would have had on that phone?
Negative. When you back something up to the cloud, you're preserving it, you're saving it.
But when you preserved it and you saved it, you saved it for Samantha.
Well, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Okay, and we're going to take our first break then. So we're about an hour in. So what we're going to do is probably take about a 20-minute break. It's about 10 after 9. Understanding the question, she can restate that, but you to limit your answers to within the scope of the question. Do you understand that?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Rock. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Feffer, I want to make sure that we're all very clear on something right off the bat. As you sit here today, you do not know what occurred in apartment 5 on July 18th of 2024 before you arrived there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you first spoke to police on July 18th of 2024, when you were outside of apartment 5, you did not know what happened in that apartment prior to you arriving there.
Correct.
And when you spoke to police for the first time at the sheriff's department on the night of July 18th of 2024, you did not know what happened in apartment 5 prior to you arriving there, correct?
Correct.
And when you spoke to law enforcement, when you were in the room with Christy Cleland, you did not know what occurred in apartment 5 on July 18th of 2024 prior to you arriving there. And when you spoke with law enforcement on the day that you went to retrieve your cell phone, you did not know what occurred in apartment 5 on July 18th of 2024 prior to your arrival. You do not know whether Joey's wound was self-inflicted.
Correct.
Now, I want to talk a bit about your relationship with Samantha Krebs. You said that you've known her for about 8 to 10 years, is that correct?
Something like that, yes.
And you testified that around the time frame of July 2024, your relationship was to the point where you would converse about every other day.
Correct.
How long had that type of like frequent contact been in place for?
I don't know, a couple months.
And you had known Joey Carnot for about 6 months, is that correct?
Yes.
And you met him through your relationship with Sam?
Correct.
And you essentially spent almost as much time with Joey because Joey and Samantha were always together.
Correct.
And you knew that Joey and Samantha were engaged?
Yes.
And were you aware that they had recently set a wedding date?
I was not aware of that.
And you had talked a bit about how you had some romantic interest for Samantha, is that correct?
Correct.
And that those feelings had developed just a few months before July of 2024, is that right?
Correct.
And you were aware that Samantha did not have those same feelings for you.
Correct.
She was dedicated to her relationship with Joey.
She was.
Would you have described yourself as being friends with Joey?
Yes.
And again, you spent frequent time with both him and Samantha.
Correct.
You were aware that Samantha struggled with some addiction issues?
Yes.
You were aware that Joey struggled with some addiction issues?
Yes.
You yourself struggle with addiction? Yes. And your issues relating to addiction or surrounding it, that's some of what your friendship with Samantha is based off of, is that correct?
Correct.
You and Samantha would often hang out together to do drugs.
Yes.
And Joey would often be there during those times as well.
Yes.
And the three of you would partake in doing drugs.
Yes.
And the drug of choice between the three of you was methamphetamine.
Correct.
And when you actually were going over to apartment 5 on the night of July 18th of 2024, you were going over with the intent to use methamphetamine.
Correct.
And you believe that Samantha would be using as well.
Yes.
And same with Joey.
Yes.
Prior to going to the apartment that night, had you already consumed methamphetamine?
No.
Talking a bit more about your relationship with Sam and Joey, spending time with them together, you would see how they'd be able to interact with one another, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever witness any physical arguments between the two of them?
Yes.
Physical altercations?
Yes.
And those altercations that you had witnessed, was it Samantha being physical?
It was both of them.
And they would argue about things.
Yes,
And this would be more so when they were under the influence of a controlled substance.
yes,
And were there times, or let me ask, you were aware of some mental health issues, is that correct?
correct.
That Joey Carnot had suffered from?
Yes,
And were there occasions where you witnessed Joey going through some type of mental state?
yes.
Can you describe for us what you've witnessed?
He was very erratic, and he would yell and kind of stomp around the apartment, and he would just be kind of difficult to deal with.
Did you ever witness Joey Carnot being delusional?
Yes,
Did you ever witness Joey Carnot hallucinating?
No.
And were you aware of whether he was prescribed any medications?
yes, he was.
And around the incident, so July 18th of 2024, were you aware of whether he was taking those medications?
My understanding was he was off his meds at that time.
Now, talking about July 18th of 2024, at what point in that day, if you recall, did you make plans to go to apartment 5?
I'm sorry, at what time?
When throughout the day did those plans develop?
In the evening.
And how did they come about?
Well, basically, I wanted to get high, and so I called Samantha to see if she could help me out.
And tell us what you mean by help you out.
If she had anything that would get me high.
And she did.
Yes,
And so she had invited you to come to apartment 5.
correct,
And she told you that Joey would be there as well.
correct,
And the 3 of you made plans essentially to hang out
correct,
and consume methamphetamine.
correct.
How did Christy become a part of those plans?
Christy was hanging out with me at the time, and I just brought her with.
It's true that Christy's also suffered from addiction issues,
Yes,
and she was going to go with the intent of also consuming methamphetamine.
correct,
Christy was somebody that you were in an off again, on again relationship,
yes,
romantically.
yes,
So the plans to go to apartment 5 on the evening of July 18th of 2024 developed between you and Samantha.
yes,
And she invited you to come over to the apartment.
correct.
Did she have an idea as to when you were going to be arriving?
Calls for speculation.
Can you restate the question?
Absolutely. Did you tell Samantha when you believed you would get to the apartment?
Yes,
And what time did you believe you would get there?
sometime after 10 o'clock, I believe it was.
And what time, if you recall, did you actually arrive?
About 8:30, 8:40, something like that. Or I'm sorry, 9:30, 9:40, somewhere in there.
9:30, 9:40 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And you arrived at the apartment with Christy.
Yes,
And it was your understanding that when you went inside, both Samantha and Joey would be there.
correct.
When you are walking up to the apartment, are you bringing your meth pipe with you?
Yes,
And that was because, again, your plan was to consume meth.
correct.
You talked about having 4 missed calls when you arrived that evening. Do you know when you had received those calls?
They all came in the previous 10 minutes to arriving at the apartment.
And when you had spoken with Samantha earlier to make the plans to go to that apartment, do you recall if that was by like written message or whether it was by some type of phone call?
I don't remember.
Do you recall being under the belief that anything would be unusual when you arrived at the apartment?
You restate the question?
Did you have any reason to think that that you would be walking in on something when you arrived at the apartment that night?
No.
Now, we've heard snippets of this audio recording that your phone took. Do you recall hearing some of that?
Yes,
Have you ever heard the entire recording?
No,
All that you've gotten to hear are these little clips that the prosecutor chose to play for you. Is that right?
correct,
And you, in fact, weren't aware that your phone was even making this recording.
correct.
Now, we've heard, Mr. Feffer, about how you've told multiple stories about what you walked in on that night, right?
Correct.
And you are the one who made the decision to tell those multiple stories.
Correct.
You didn't do so because anybody told you to.
Correct.
Specifically, you didn't do so because Samantha told you to.
Correct.
And you didn't do so because she asked you to help her.
No.
You chose to help her.
Correct.
And in doing so, you also believe that you were helping yourself.
I don't think that was a factor.
You just really wanted to look out for her.
Yes.
Now, as you sit here today, do you recall specifically what was said when you first walked into the apartment?
I don't recall specifically and exactly what was all said when I walked to the apartment, just what has been played for me on, the audio tapes.
So your memory at this time is based off of what you've heard earlier.
Yes.
Do you recall at some point when you initially walk in asking Samantha if she had gotten the stuff out?
I don't remember that.
You were aware that there were drugs in the apartment.
Yes.
Were you aware that Samantha was on supervision?
Yes.
And you yourself were on supervision, correct?
Yes.
And you also knew that Christy was on supervision.
Yes.
And when you're on supervision, you have to report any and all police contact.
Yes.
And if knowing that you were on supervision this evening, you knew that if police were contacted, that was going to be reported to your agent.
Yes.
And you had been suffering from addiction at that time.
Yes.
You had been using on and off.
Yes.
And the same for Samantha. You knew that any police contact she had would have to be reported to her agent.
Yes.
And you were aware that she had been using on and off.
Yes.
When you first walked into the apartment, you said that you saw Joey laying on the ground, correct?
Correct.
And he's a good friend of yours.
I thought so, yes.
And you saw some blood, is that right?
Yes.
But at that time, you did not know how serious the wound was.
Correct.
And in fact, at that time, you didn't know if there was a wound.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of blood around the chest, so I didn't know.
You said that Christy, when she walked in, she went to assist Joey, is that right?
Correct.
And when you walked in, where was Samantha?
When we first walked in, she was standing above Joey, kind of, I don't remember if she was kneeling down or standing up, but she was by Joey.
She was assisting him.
Yes.
And she had some paper towel out already.
Yes.
And she was applying pressure to Joey's wound.
I believe so, yes.
And she was the one who showed you where the wound was.
Yes.
And at that point in time, did you see any weapon?
I don't remember when I noticed, but I noticed a knife on the floor.
And this was something that you picked up
Yes, I picked it up.
and you put it in the sink
Yes.
and you wiped it off.
No,
You never wiped it off?
no,
Do you recall telling police that you wiped it off?
no.
Why did you pick up the knife?
Well, because Joey had kind of come to for a minute and started flailing. He stood up. He actually stood up and started throwing his arms around and was kind of stumbling around. And I didn't want him to pick up the knife again. So I picked it up and put it in the sink, just took it off the floor.
Did anybody ask you to pick up the knife?
No,
And what you just told us about why you picked up the knife, that is what you've told law enforcement in the past, correct?
yes,
You are the one that told Samantha to leave.
yes,
You did so because you were concerned about her supervision status.
in part, yes,
And because you were aware that there were drugs in the residence,
Yes,
you were aware that she had been using,
yes,
and you also walked in to Joey bleeding.
Yeah.
And it's your belief that in a situation like that, a fiance is always a suspect,
correct.
always the first suspect,
Yes,
no matter what the actual circumstances are.
right.
And again, Samantha is your friend and you wanted to protect her.
Yes,
She never asked you to protect her.
no,
You told her to leave
yes,
and she did.
yes.
Before she left, do you recall her getting anything from the apartment?
Her purse,
And then she left.
yes.
Did you know where she was going?
She didn't tell me, but I had an idea.
You never told her where to go?
No.
After she leaves, you're looking through the apartment, correct?
Yes,
And at some point you locate a meth pipe
yes,
and you decide to bring that to your car.
yes,
Samantha never asked you to do that.
no,
She never told you where this meth pipe was.
no,
It's something you came across.
correct,
You brought it to your car and we saw the photographs, correct?
correct,
And you in fact don't know whether that was just Samantha's pipe or Joey's pipe or both.
correct.
But oftentimes you would see them using the same items.
Yes,
And when you brought that pipe that you found out to your car, you also brought your meth pipe back out there.
yes.
And you did this before you called law enforcement.
I don't remember if I did it before or after I called.
Do you recall how many times you walked out to your vehicle?
No, I don't recall.
You were concerned about any items of paraphernalia being located in the house when police arrived.
Yes,
And you were concerned about any physical drugs being located in the apartment when police arrived.
yes,
And you wanted to do what you could to make sure those items were out before police arrived.
yes,
And you did that to protect Samantha
yes,
and to an extent yourself,
that's correct.
and also to protect Christy.
Correct.
At some point, we've heard that you contact Jeff, is that correct?
I tried.
And why did you try to contact Jeff?
He was a medic in the military and had training. And at the time, I didn't think that Joey's wound was that severe. There just wasn't that much blood. So I figured I'd call Jeff and find out where he was and, you know, have him come over if he was close by.
And that's because it would have been better to have somebody who is a friend help with the situation versus getting police involved.
Correct,
And Jeff didn't answer,
correct.
and you sent him a text message.
Yes,
He didn't answer that either
right.
for quite some time.
Yeah,
And after Jeff doesn't answer, you call somebody else, correct?
yes.
Who's that?
His neighbor Chuck,
Why was that call made?
because he lived right down the hall from Jeff and they knew each other. And I could have Chuck go and knock on Jeff's door and see if he was home or awake.
Chuck never answered.
Correct,
And so then you place a call to 911.
correct.
When you contacted Jeff, was your intention to get him to help protect Samantha?
No,
It was to not get the police involved.
it was to get medical attention for Joey.
And Samantha never asked you to contact Jeff.
No,
You testified previously about the 911 call that you placed. Do you recall that?
yes,
And you testified how when you walked into the apartment, you suggested calling 911.
yes,
And your testimony is that Samantha talked you out of calling the ambulance right away.
yes.
Did she ask you not to call the ambulance?
I think she said something to the effect of, no, don't call yet.
And do you know whether she was saying that to you?
Yeah, she was saying it to me.
And no, don't call yet. That's what you heard on the recording?
Something like that, yeah.
And that's why you believe she said that?
Yes,
And if the recording said, no, just hold on, do you think that would be accurate?
yes,
And if the recording said, no, just hold on, it's right here, do you think that would be accurate?
yes,
And you don't know whether that statement was directed towards you or towards Christy, is that correct?
correct.
And at that point in time, if you're thinking of calling 911, Christy's down rendering aid to Joey,
Yes,
which is what Samantha was doing.
yes,
So when somebody is saying, no, just hold on, it's right here, you don't really know the context of that statement.
right.
It's at that point in time where you ask Samantha if she's got everything out.
Yes,
And that actually wasn't one of the clips that you heard today, is that right?
correct.
But that occurred.
Yes,
And in response to that, Samantha tells you, no, I've got to go get, and something of that nature, correct?
yeah, something like that.
And we actually heard that statement played for you.
Yes,
But the statement where you ask her if everything else is out, you never got to hear that, correct?
correct.
But you know that you said that.
Yes,
And that's because, again, you're looking out for Samantha.
yes,
She never told you first that she had to go get stuff out of the apartment.
no,
She responded to a question that you asked.
yes,
When you make the 911 call, Samantha is gone. Is that correct?
I don't remember if she had already left or was getting stuff, her purse and stuff to get ready to leave. I don't remember.
And when you make the 911 call, you tell the dispatcher that when you arrived, nobody else was present.
Correct.
You are the one who decided to make that statement.
Yes,
Samantha never told you to make that statement.
no,
Samantha never asked you to make that statement.
no,
Samantha, you never had a conversation with Samantha where you told her you were going to make that statement.
I did.
When was that?
Well, before she left,
You told her that you would tell police she wasn't there.
I believe so.
And so on that 911 call, that's what you do.
Yes.
And you continue with that version of Samantha wasn't there when police first arrive.
Yes,
And you told Christy to tell police that Samantha wasn't there.
correct,
And again, that was all of your own accord.
correct,
You told the dispatcher that you believe Samantha was at a friend's house.
correct.
Samantha never asked you to tell the dispatcher that.
No,
You also told police that you thought she was at a friend's house.
yes,
Samantha never asked you to tell police that.
no,
When you are first at the police department speaking with officers, we know that you continue to say that Samantha was not there, correct?
correct,
And at this point in time, you have only admitted to Joey having been at the apartment when you arrived. And you and Christy walking in together.
yes,
And you were adamant up to that point that nobody else had been there.
correct,
And we saw a clip being played where you were in a hallway at the police department. Do you recall that?
yes,
And you were essentially on your way out of the police station.
yes,
You had been there for quite some time.
yes,
You were pretty emotional.
very,
You were stressed out.
big time,
You walked in on something pretty traumatic.
yes,
You were concerned about drugs being located.
yes,
You were concerned about having been using in the days leading up to this.
correct,
You had those same concerns about Samantha.
yes,
You had those same concerns about Christy.
yes,
And in addition to that, you're diabetic.
yes,
And you were experiencing some issues with your diabetes, correct?
Yes,
Having some blood sugar issues.
yes,
You're at the police department for quite a period of time before that clip where you're almost walking out.
yes,
And it's when you are in that hallway that you make this comment that you have concerns about Joey's killer.
yes,
And to be clear, at that point in time, you had no idea what happened to Joey.
correct,
And at that time, you knew that it was just you and Christy that were put in that apartment with Joey.
yes,
You knew that you were a suspect.
yes,
You knew that you were involved,
yes,
and you were concerned about that.
yes,
When you make those comments about being concerned, you were also concerned about where Christy was. Is that right?
yes,
You wanted her to leave with you,
yes,
and you didn't know if that was going to happen.
correct,
You kept asking if that would happen,
yes,
and you weren't told any information in that regard.
right,
You didn't know if something was going to happen to Christy based off of her supervision status,
you're right,
and you were trying to make sure that nothing happened to her,
correct,
just like you were trying to make sure that nothing happened to Samantha.
correct,
It's after this that you're put into a room with Christy, is that correct?
yes,
And you're in that room for a very long period of time.
yes,
You saw about a minute clip of when you and Christy are laying on the couch, is that right?
yes.
But in fact, it was hours that you were in that room with her.
I don't know how long.
But quite some time, fair to say.
Yes,
And when you first go into that room, law enforcement joins you, is that correct?
yes,
And you decide to tell them the truth.
yes,
And the truth was that Samantha had in fact been there.
yes,
And you told police that Samantha had told you to tell police that Joey stabbed himself.
yes,
And in your mind, that occurred as soon as you had walked into the apartment.
yes,
And to be clear, you don't know if Joey stabbed himself.
no,
He could have.
he could have.
And in fact, that is something that you've considered had happened.
Yes,
You didn't report to law enforcement that Samantha had confessed to you,
no,
and that's because she didn't.
she did not.
In fact, her words were to tell the police he stabbed himself.
Correct,
Now, we also heard a clip, Mr. Feffer, about you telling law enforcement that you didn't ask Samantha what happened because you didn't want her to confess, correct?
correct,
And you've kind of explained that with your street involvement, you don't like to know things. Is that correct?
that's correct,
You don't want to be put in the middle of things.
correct,
And so a lot of times you don't ask questions.
right,
And so when you heard on that little clippet of the recording of when you walked into the apartment, this little snippet of you say, "What the heck, you stat." Do you recall that?
I don't recall saying it.
You recall hearing it?
Yes,
And it's just something that you stated when you walked in, correct?
right,
And you didn't know what happened.
no,
You still don't know what happened.
correct,
Other than Samantha telling you to tell the police that he stabbed himself, she never told you what else to tell police, correct?
correct,
When law enforcement first arrived, you've admitted today, you're under oath, and you admitted that you had deleted things from your phone, correct?
Yes.
Samantha never asked you to delete anything from your phone.
No.
Christy never asked you to delete anything from your phone.
No.
You decided to do that,
Yes.
and you deleted quite a few things. Is that fair?
I don't recall.
You testified that you deleted things that you thought might have gotten you into trouble.
Yes.
And those were some messages from Sam.
Yes.
And to be clear, you've had conversations with Sam about drugs,
Yes.
about purchasing drugs,
Yes.
and about doing drugs.
Yes.
And you said you deleted messages from Joey,
Yes.
and those would have also been messages about drugs.
Yes.
And you said that you deleted conversations you had with other people regarding illegal things in nature.
Yes.
So conversations about drugs.
Yes.
But you didn't delete everything, is that correct?
Correct.
You did eventually hand your phone off to officers,
Yes.
and officers ultimately kept your phone after that evening, is that correct?
Yes.
And so you were left without any phone.
Correct.
And when you left the police station the next day, you didn't have any phone.
Correct.
We've talked about how when you're in that room with Christy and the police are there, that was the point that you decided to tell the truth. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it was the truth about what you recalled happening that evening.
Yes.
And in that conversation, you did not tell the police about the objects that were hidden in your vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And that's because you still had this concern about any drug usage.
Yes.
And that concern was with regard to yourself, Christy, and Samantha.
Yes.
When you left the police department, do you recall why you decided to go to the Veterans Village Apartments?
Well, Jeff was a friend. I wanted to tell him what happened, and I also believed that Samantha would be there.
You didn't know for sure whether Samantha was there, correct?
Correct.
But that's where you thought she would go.
Yes.
And Jeff was a friend of yours?
Yes.
He was a friend of Samantha's?
Yes.
And he was a friend of Joey's?
Yes, he was.
And when you went to Jeff's house, you were with Christy, correct?
Yes.
And part of why you went to Jeff's house was to get drugs.
No.
When you went to Jeff's house, though, you did get drugs.
No.
You never purchased any drugs then.
Not that time. No.
And when you got to Jeff's, you got Samantha's cell phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you took it because you did not have a cell phone
Correct.
and you needed a cell phone.
Correct.
And your intention was not, or let me ask you this. When you took the phone, did you have an opportunity to review it?
No, not really. Not when I took it.
But Samantha's information was on it.
Yes.
And you are the one that deleted that information.
Yes.
And you deleted that information so that you could use the phone as yours.
Correct.
And you believe that you had to delete that information in order to allow your iCloud information to work.
Correct.
You also didn't think that you were deleting anything because you backed it up to the iCloud.
Correct.
And you didn't tell Samantha that you were doing that until it was done.
Correct.
And she expressed concern to you about not having her contact information
Yes.
and about not having any photographs, specifically photographs of her and Joey.
Correct.
Now, when you got to the apartment, who was there?
When I got to Jeff's apartment,
Yes.
just Jeff.
Samantha was not there.
She was in the back room.
And so this is a pretty small apartment, correct?
Yes.
And you ultimately deliver the message that Joey had passed.
Yes.
After you take this phone, you're using it for a period of time. Is that correct?
Yes.
You never destroyed it.
No.
You believed that the information that had been on it was backed up.
Yes.
We saw some text messages between you and a Jeff Hayes account.
Yes.
All those. And it's your belief that Jeff Hayes was actually Samantha communicating to you, right?
Yes.
And in one of those messages, Samantha is actually asking for her phone back.
Yes.
She wasn't aware that you had done anything with it at that point in time.
Correct.
You, in response to her asking for her phone back, tell her that it's gone permanently.
Correct.
And that's when concern is expressed about not having contacts or photographs.
Yes.
Now, you were asked about how when you talked to police about having taken the phone, making a comment that Samantha didn't know how to do a complete wipe. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And your response was that you did it for her.
I don't remember.
Do you recall during that meeting that you were having with law enforcement being advised that you had destroyed evidence?
That's what they said.
And you didn't think that because you had backed it up.
That's correct.
At that point in time, you were concerned about your involvement.
Yes.
And you were concerned about anything that might have had to do with this phone.
Correct.
And it's after you realize that you need to have these concerns that you make the statement that Samantha didn't know how to do a complete wipe. Was that a yes?
Yes.
You told the jury that you didn't do anything with Samantha's phone to try to protect her.
Correct.
Anything having to do with the cell phone was done out of you just needing to use a cell phone.
Correct.
Just one moment, please.
They've muted it. It's not on my side. It's them. Well, that sucks.
I don't know if she was worried about it or not.
Now, when your questions, when Attorney Rock was asking you questions, you were asked some about your knowledge of what medications Joy was on. Do you remember those questions?
I do.
Do you remember where you learned whether or not Joey had been taking his medications? Who had told you that?
Well, Samantha had told me that, but Joey also had told me that. We talked about that stuff
That same day?
a day or two earlier.
Now, you said that day, July 18th, 2024, you were to come to Appleton. The plan was to use methamphetamine?
Yes.
The defendant was going to supply that methamphetamine?
You got to repeat in the microphone. It did had a pause. I apologize.
I said yes. Sorry.
Now, as we've heard, is it correct, or do I understand your testimony correct, that your first thought upon looking at apartment 5 was that the defendant, Samantha Krebs, had stabbed Joey Carna?
Yes.
And do I understand it correct that your initial reaction was to call 911,
Yes.
not to call Jeff Hayes, right?
Correct.
Not to call his neighbor,
Correct.
but to call 911? And it was the defendant who talked you out of that?
Yes.
Now, you also asked some questions that Samantha never told you what to say. Do you remember that?
Yes.
That she never suggested what to tell the police? Is that, do you remember asking those questions?
No,
Through Attorney Rock, that Samantha never told you to lie to the police?
she never did.
That she never told you what to say?
Well, she told me to tell police that Joey had stabbed himself.
Did she say anything else to tell the police?
No,
Did you hear in the recording perhaps that it was her suggestion to say, what are we supposed to say? He fell on a knife?
oh yeah, I remember that.
That was Samantha?
Yes,
That wasn't Christie?
no,
That wasn't you?
no.
That was the defendant? Who would, rather than call 911, pose the question, what are we supposed to say? He fell on a knife.
I'm going to object for speculation as to whether she wanted to call 911.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
It was the defendant who, rather than call 911, posed the question that what are we supposed to say? He fell on a knife.
Yes,
No further questions.
Okay, you can recross.
Mr. Feffer, you said that you didn't call 911 initially because Samantha talked you out of it.
well, and I didn't think the wound was that severe. It didn't look that bad from looking at it.
And when you say that she talked you out of it, there was just that comment that said, hold on.
Yeah,
And again, you don't know who that comment was even being made to.
that's correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
I thought it was finished, but it's not. Sorry, hang on. Oh shit, hang on.
Hold on.
Yeah,
And again, you don't know who that comment was even being made to.
that's correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
You didn't think it looked that bad, but your immediate reaction is to call 911.
Yes.
No further questions.
No, nothing on that.
Redirect. Right. No, well, it's like 8 seconds. I didn't know they were going to do a redirect. Right. So that's John Pfizer. So then the next witness was Officer Brady Felmer. There was no, obviously, no video of him. He came in. He's a first responder who interacted with John and Samantha at the scene. Spoke to Samantha via speakerphone, gave brief info on Joey's condition. Samantha described Joey as manic, acting crazy, upset about court issues, and he was off his meds. Samantha expressed concern. Samantha is the defendant, by the way, about violating probation if returning to her apartment. She pressed Samantha repeatedly to return. She agreed after several asks. So then came on the detective, Dustin Ewell from Appleton Police Department. Again, no video of this. He tracked movements of a van of interest. He was in traffic and surveillance cameras. He used traffic and surveillance video to trace van implicated in incident. Revealed van was located at Veterans Village Apartments Grand Chute in Wisconsin. Provided satellite / aerial imagery of apartment complex and surrounding areas to illustrate vehicles' path. Most info about movements came from a witness, Christy Cleland. Christy did not report Samantha Krebs was at the apartment at time in question. Just a reminder, these are notes that were made about each witness that we don't have videos on. So take it with a pinch of salt. I mean, Kelly Gazer, that was then on the witness stand. She's a property manager, apartment complex where Joey cannot lived. She managed apartment 5 rented by Joey for 3 years. Joey is the victim here. Met Joey's girlfriend, Samantha Krebs, who is the defendant here, a few times. Had locks changed after Joey's death. He was only tenant on lease. Samantha left the voicemail at office about retrieving her belongings. Found it unusual that Samantha called corporate office about belongings. Confirmed voicemail was just 3 days after Joey's death. Officer Bryce Arudbach was then on the stand. And this is day 2, remember? Appleton Police Department Special Investigations Unit. Conducted surveillance at Veterans Village Apartments following incident. Vehicle of interest found at apartment associated with Jeff Hayes. Identified defendant's Dodge Journey and parking spot linked to Jeff Hayes' department next to Hayes' vehicle. Observed no tags or obscured VIN on defendant's vehicle. Next on the stand on day 2 was Feline Gurish. She is recalled from the morning. Forensic evidence specialist, Appleton Police Department. IDs, photos taken, so she was in the video from earlier on. IDs, photos taken of defendant Samantha Krebs on July 22nd, 2024. Jury shown photos of defendant, reviewed for injuries, observed phone numbers written on defendant in Sharpie, noticed bruising on back side of hand. Photos of defendant's Dodge Journey and materials are removed from VIN. Next witness on day 2 was Daryl Corpin, former co-worker of Joey Carnot. Worked with Joey Carnot in trucking/snow removal. Joey was transferred due to probable drug abuse. Relationship was work-focused, described as stressful due to Joey's issues, wanting to leave for his child, lateness. Recalled Joey mentioning threats by a woman he was seeing, sometimes called girlfriend/fiance. Joey said girlfriend threatened to stab him during arguments. The girlfriend was Samantha. April 2024, phone call. Heard female voice making a violent or threatening remarks over phone. Threat to stab was relayed both directly and overheard during calls. Next on the stand was Randall Mayer, former co-worker and brief employer of Joey Carnot. He hired Joey for about a month of dump truck work in April. Noted Joey struggled with tasks and attendance. Joey confided his fiancée, Samantha Krebs, threatened to stab him multiple times. Upwards of 10 occasions, Joey mentioned being threatened. Issues between them spilled over into work days. Calls, three-way, that is, not the other three-way, involving Mayer. Ordered a drug test, came back positive for meth. Mayer fired Joey. Okay. Never personally heard a threat, only relayed what Joey told him. Only told law enforcement after learning Joey was stabbed. Pam Feffer, mother of John Feffer, testified in jail. The guy we just seen, so his mother testified. Recounted John's excited utterance after incident, July 19th, 2024. John came to her home early morning, sobbing and shaking. This guy shouldn't have died. Described John as emotionally distraught, which was highly unusual for him. John stated he and a girl entered the apartment, found Joey bleeding on floor, knife nearby. John moved knife / potentially prevented further injury. Christy, his female companion, was performing chest compressions. John said woman present was named Samantha, so there's 3 of them in the apartment. John relayed that Samantha said she had stabbed Joey directly or by implication. Emotional state and recounting led to hearsay exception for her testimony. So there you go, everybody. That was all the defendants, all the witnesses up till day 3, which is good. So yeah, we only had, so not every witness is shown. So no every witness was shown up until now. We are now on day 4. So from day 4 onwards, every witness will be shown. Oh, I want you to do a stream that gave us the background for the whole case, which we've done, and I wanted to play every witness in order. Some of which are on video, some of which are not on video. We have accomplished all of that. We are now on to day 4. I thought we would be later than we are, so I'm going to continue day 4 on this stream, and the latest stream we will play tomorrow. No idea, Robert J. I have no idea why they were not shown. I think it's just a core TV thing. I have no idea. why they were not shown. I think, well, I can't think, I don't have any clue. So as of today, we are now live. We'll be on day 4. We will begin from the beginning. We will be zooming as we usually do. Let me find the stream first for that. Yes, we will zoom this bad boy. Probably when they go for lunch, we'll be able to skip the whole lunch and be caught up. So, right, hopefully, if you're not up to date, then I suggest you go back and watch from the start, because that's the only way that you're going to be up to date. I'm not going to cover any more of this because I think we've spent 3 hours on it now. So I think we've covered everything we need to cover. So we are now going to be day 4. And right, let's not go live because we're not live. We need to get back here. So Milwaukee County Deputy Chief Medical Examiner is on the stand. So that's where we're going to start now. So yes, apparently this is the Milwaukee County Deputy Chief Medical Examiner. So as I say, this is the beginning of day 4. So those of you, I will put a thing in here so that we know for other people. Hippie chick, lady di, spacey Stacy, walking those streets all night. You go, ladies, come and see what's going on now. Let's go, girls. Press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. So I did see Till Boy say that, Scott. I did see that. Thank you very much, Jen. Well, I was contemplating not even playing this. If I didn't have all that, I wouldn't have played it because I think it's important to know what everyone said. So we're now going to be starting from afresh here. So here we go, everybody. Let's go. As I say, this is the Milwaukee County Deputy Chief Medical Examiner. And yeah. Let me boost it. No, Tillboy is not in jail. No, he's not in jail.
Are you familiar with those photos?
Yes, I am.
And can you tell me what they are? Just generally speaking, not specific.
In general, they're autopsy photographs. They're photographs taken from at various times during the autopsy. In addition, there are some diagrams toward the back of the package here that depict the heart.
Are you familiar with all of those documents or those exhibits I just gave you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask the court to receive them, and then I'd ask permission to publish. One will be on the screen, and then the remainder I will ultimately hand out the purple files to the bailiff.
Any objection from the House? No objection. All right, so this was 60 through 68?
Yes.
Okay, those are all received.
So, Dr. Kelly, you talked about the first one being the transport bag. Is that exhibit number 60?
It is.
Okay, I'd like to be able to put 60 on the screen. Now, with that transport bag, is there information contained on there that we see?
Yes.
And what might that be?
This tag is from the Allegheny County Coroner's Office, and it depicts the demographic information, or like, as you say, the vital information about the person.
And on this particular one, is there an indication that it is the transport bag for Joseph Carnot?
Yes.
And does it indicate a date of death on there?
Yes,
And what might that be?
it's July 19th of 2024.
There also is a red tag that we say that actually says sealed on it. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, that's a bag seal. So what that effectively is, it's kind of like a fancy zip tie. It's plastic and it has a unique identifier on it. And that's something that can be recorded by the coroner's office. And much in the same way that if you're following a truck on the highway and you see that little tag on the back, it doesn't prevent somebody from getting in there, but it will tell you that the seal has been broken, that somebody may have been able to get inside. So finding an intact seal means that the bag has been closed since the seal was applied to the bag.
Thank you. And were there any issues with this particular bag at all?
No.
Thank you. Judge, I'd like to provide the folders to the bailiff.
Once again, those folders will be passed out one by one. And don't open those until instructed. So we'll wait for each juror to have the folder. Get some up front, please. So. Okay, the record should reflect that all 14 jurors have a purple folder with certain exhibits in there. Not to look at those until instructed during the witness's testimony.
All right, now, Dr. Kelly, you talked about how during the autopsy process, the first thing you do is an external examination of the body.
Yes.
And part of that is observing any wounds or injuries or disease that might exist. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. So in the photo that, or I'm sorry, in the exhibits that you have, if everybody could turn to exhibit 61, it's the first photo that's in the packet. And if people could just turn to that one, and then we'll talk a little bit about that, and then we'll cover that photo back up. But in this first photo, 61, do you see some black box that's kind of on the top and the bottom portion of 61?
Yes.
And is that just to help kind of cover to make it a more sensitive photo?
Yes.
So in the original photo you took, it would have been the entire picture without the boxes. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you're observing this photo and you're conducting your autopsy, what was the importance of observing this particular documentation?
It's to document the entire body. In this photograph, it shows the head and the torso. And within this photo, you can see the injuries to the chest area.
Now, I'd like to talk a little bit about, we see an injury if we're holding the photo kind of up and down where a person's head would be on the top. The injury on the right-hand side, kind of under that left breast area. What did you observe from in this photo with that injury?
Yes, in this photo to the left side of his chest, under the left nipple, that is a stab wound to the chest.
Now we see some kind of injury in the middle, in between, kind of on the breastbone, and then we see kind of a curved injury kind of to the left of that in the photo and above that. What is that from, if you know?
The rest of the injuries that you're looking at to the chest, you notice that they're kind of in the midline and they have something of a pattern to them. They have a curved nature. These are injuries that are related to resuscitation and are either, and could be a couple of different things or both. One is defibrillator pads. It could be burns and abrasion from the defibrillator. Also, if a Lucas device was applied, this is a piece of mechanical equipment that does CPR for the rescuers. So it actually takes the work of the actual compressions of the chest away from the rescuer. So because it's curved and round, that can be one or both of those medical interventions.
So for those particular injuries from the medical intervention, was that any concern to you related to cause of death at all?
No, they're not related to the cause of death.
So you would still even though they're not related to cause of death, you would still document them as part of what you're seeing on an individual?
Yes, despite obvious evidence of injury or obvious evidence of a cause of death, I still document everything at autopsy.
Okay, thank you. So if we could close that photo and then look at photo 62, or exhibit 62, I should say, which should be the next one. And if we kind of put it where it would be up and down with the head on the top and the lower torso or stomach area on the bottom. Is it common for you to take kind of more general photos and then focus in on specific things of interest to you?
Yes.
And is that what you did with exhibit number 62?
Yes.
Okay. What do we see in exhibit number 62, more close up?
So in this photograph, you can see the left nipple in the photo, and below that you can see the stab wound that I referred to earlier.
When you look at that stab wound, what is it you do to try to assess it?
Well, I describe it, I measure it on external examination, and look for any other injuries associated with it, any injuries around it.
And you did that in this particular case?
Yes.
All right, then if we could look at exhibit number 62. I'm sorry, 63. And if we could look at it in a way that ME 244848 is kind of vertical across the page so that we're able to see that. What is there a significance to that number, ME 244848?
That's our unique identifier. So that's the number that we give to the case at the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office to tell it apart from other cases.
And what does this, I see that that identifier also kind of has a measurement on either side of that identifier as well. Can you use that in terms of measuring as we're seeing here?
Yes, the purpose of taking photographs with a photo label is that it not only does it give an identification to the photo, especially to close-up photos like this, but also gives a scale that somebody looking at this photograph could use to determine the size of things in the photo.
So approximately how long is this injury, this wound?
I believe I measured the wound at a total of 6.2 centimeters, which is effectively it's about 5.5 inches.
Okay. And as you're doing that, is it common for you if you see a wound to try to kind of put, if you will, kind of the skin together to kind of analyze it or look at the edges of the skin and what that looks like?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
Your skin has elastic fibers in it, and they actually run in certain orientations, so they run in certain directions. And if you create a stab wound across those elastic fibers will contract and will cause that wound to open up wider. It'll make it look like a gaping wound. if you create that wound in parallel with those elastic fibers, it'll kind of stay together more. And then of course, everything in between. So when we have a wound that's kind of gaping or wide open, in order to measure it better, it's a lot easier to put it together and measure it that way, so that we get an accurate measurement.
Thank you. And then if we can look at Exhibit 64, are we able on 64 to be able to see you kind of doing that with maybe a finger in there, kind of on the side of the body?
Yes.
Okay. So as you observed this injury, did you notice anything, or are you able to notice anything externally on kind of the shape of the wound?
Yes.
And what might that be?
So some stab wounds are the stab wound itself. They are just a cut, or a single defect, linear defect. Other stab wounds, they have additional injury or sharp force injury that is related to either the part of the insertion of the knife or the removal of the knife. So in other words, knives have sharp edges. So if you put it straight in and pull it straight out, you might get just the slit that represents the width of the knife. But that doesn't always happen. Sometimes if there's movement to the person's body or movement to the knife as this is taking place, you can get additional injury to the wound. So it can look something like this, in which it's kind of a wide angle V shape. It almost looks like as it was being inserted or removed, the edge of the blade created additional cutting to the skin. So instead of just having a very simple in and out slit-like stab wound, you have a more complicated wound where there's an incised area.
And then can that also then impact what you see internally?
Possibly, because the same cutting surface can glide across soft tissues underneath the skin. So the wound inside can actually be much longer than the knife.
Thank you. So at this time, if everybody could put their photos back into the purple file, I think we'll continue on with additional testimony. So as you saw the
Okay, let's have their seats. So you're gonna have them refer back to those at some point?
I think we'll leave them with them for now until
Okay.
the conclusion of the testimony.
Sure.
Thank you. As we talk about the external examination, once you're done with that, which includes going through the photos and the documentation we just did, then do you continue on, as you said, to the internal examination? When you did the external examination, was there anything else that you found externally on Mr. Carnot's body that you then reviewed or focused in related to the internal version of the autopsy? In terms of external injuries or disease or anything?
The only other injury they had on the external examination was a small abrasion or scrape to his right knee.
Okay. So as you conduct the internal portion, what is the next step that you go through regarding analyzing this particular injury from an internal perspective?
Well, simply put, I track the wound. I look at the injuries underneath the skin and make note and document what structures are injured by the blade of the knife. So that includes the rib cage, that includes any of the organs underneath. I look for evidence of hemorrhage and document that as well.
And in looking at that, what is it that you learned about that particular stab wound that we just saw externally?
So this stab wound actually, it goes through the rib cage. It goes through the rib cage in an area that's predominantly cartilage. So you might imagine that your ribs, they don't go straight, they're not horizontal, they actually have angle to them. And at the bottom of your rib cage, on the anterior surface of your body, at the bottom of your rib cage, the ribs kind of come together and join. But they don't join as bone, there's cartilage there that connects them. So to the left rib cage, he had the stab wound went through that cartilage between the 6th and 7th rib, or involving the 6th and 7th rib. There was also some hemorrhage to the soft tissues behind the sternum. So hemorrhage dissects its way along the soft tissues. And then right underneath that is the pericardial sac. The pericardial sac it's a sac that surrounds the heart. And the heart beats and moves within that sac. And typically that sac doesn't contain any fluid, or it contains very minimal fluid. When you find fluid in the sac, that is cause for concern. And in this particular instance, he had a large amount of blood filling and distending that sac, and that's important. The amount of blood, by the way, that's in that sac is about 300 milliliters or cc's, which a can of soda is, for reference, a can of soda is about 355 milliliters. So it doesn't seem like a lot of blood, but the fact that the sac is not there to accommodate that blood, that's the important issue in Mr. Carnot's death. The heart, as I said, it moves within the pericardial sac. It opens up so that blood fills the chambers of the heart, and the ventricles of the heart fill with blood, and then they contract, and that blood gets pushed out through the large vessels all over the body into the lungs. If you do anything to impede the heart's ability to open up and receive blood, you impede the heart's ability to move blood throughout the body. So you can kind of think of it as, slowly, if you fill that sac around the heart with blood, you're sort of strangling the heart. You're taking away its ability to effectively pump blood to the rest of the body, which obviously is what its function is. So at some point, the heart is going to fail because it's no longer able to perform that function. In this particular instance, Mr. Carnot had a stab wound that caught the edge of the right ventricle of the heart. And that opened up a small opening between the chamber of the heart, where the blood is at, and that sac around the heart, which is where I found the collection of blood. So as you can imagine, with each beat of the heart, blood is being forced out of that small defect to the wall of the heart into that sac. And so eventually that's going to fill up, heart is going to fail, and he will die from that.
Now, to be able to understand that, is it helpful to sometimes look at it at an anatomy diagram?
Yes.
So I'd like to have you focus on the diagrams, which I believe, if I recall correctly, should be exhibits number 65 and 66, 67 and 68. Does that look about right?
Yes.
Okay. And I'd like to provide you with a pointer, and then I'd also like a microphone, Judge, if that's okay. We're upgrading from the measuring stick we used last week. And so I'm going to give you that as well as the microphone. And if we could put exhibit number 65 on the screen. Are you familiar with this photo?
Yes, I. Yeah, yes, I am. Yeah.
Okay. And are these photos that you actually provided to me in anticipation of trial?
Yes.
Okay. You want to tap the top, because it's,
It seems to be working.
okay, perfect. All right, if you could just kind of describe what this anatomy drawing is as it relates to what we're talking about here.
So I chose this because it focuses on the area of interest. So this is a diagram painting that was created to show the heart, the lungs with the anterior chest removed. So on the edges here, you can see the ribs, and it's as if those have been just removed, taken away, so that you can see all these structures. So this gray thing around the heart is the pericardial sac. So you can see there's this sac surrounding the heart as I described it, and this is the heart inside.
And as you point to that, that's kind of in the middle of the photo, would you say?
Yes.
And it's identified?
Yes.
Okay.
These over to the sides are, of course, the lungs, and the blue and red, they're that color to tell you the difference between oxygenated blood and unoxygenated blood. But these are the great vessels, the aorta and the superior vena cava.
Okay. Now, if we look at exhibit number 66, is that the same photo that we looked at before, but with an additional notation on it?
Yes, this is the same diagram. What I've done is I've given you an idea about where the stab wound to the heart was located.
And where, can you point to where that is?
It's right here. I have an arrow and an asterisk pointing it out.
So when you talk about that sac with that heart, and we're kind of looking at that diagram, it looks like the lungs and the heart are really quite close together. Is that pretty fair?
Yes, they are.
So as somebody is breathing and their heart is pumping, you talked a little bit about all of the expansion and the movement that's happening in there. Is that fair?
Yes, there is considerable movement within the chest cavity due to the heart and lungs.
When the lungs, when you're breathing, are your lungs also expanding as they fill with air?
Yes.
So the lungs are expanding and then deflating as you're breathing, and then the heart is pumping, so it's expanding and then getting smaller with the pump. So there's lots going on in that particular area of the body at all times.
Yes.
Okay. You pointed on the right-hand side the rib cage, and you talked a little bit previously about cartilage. When we talk about that, how would we think about kind of the thickness of skin? What's cartilage like as you're examining it in terms of the difference maybe between skin or how we kind of understand it?
So cartilage is not as dense as bone, but certainly much more dense than the skin and the soft tissue underlying it.
So as we talk about stab wounds, in order to kind of go through cartilage, is that just an easy kind of stab, or does there have to be an amount of force to get through kind of that cartilage area from the density of it?
Well, common sense, it's much denser, so it will take more force for a blade to go through cartilage than skin. It's important to point out that in terms of blades, the blade is sharp, so it will go through lots of things. All you have to do is overcome the resistance of the skin, and underneath there, everything else is pretty easy to cut through. Cartilage would create a little bit more resistance due to its density in its composition. And then of course, bone is very hard, and that would create a lot of resistance to a blade passing through it.
So as you looked at Joseph's body during the autopsy internally, were you able to see the direction and where that knife went through in the cartilage?
To some extent, I mean, obviously I can tell that there's 3 dimensions. And when we describe, certainly when we describe gunshot wounds, for instance, we try to describe them in those 3 orientations, you know, whether it's front to back, left to right, right to left, and whether it's up or down in orientation. Sometimes it's not possible. And sometimes, such as this case, it's kind of difficult. And when I have a level of uncertainty about it, I won't hazard an outright guess. So in this case, I know that it's front to back, but because of the movement of the heart and because of the size of the injury to the overlying cartilage, I didn't give an opinion on whether or not this pathway is left to right, right to left, or whether it's up or down. I think it's just too difficult to tell.
All right, if we could then look at exhibit number 67. Could you describe what 67 is of?
This is just another diagram just showing the heart, and again, I just wanted to do this to demonstrate the location of the injury. So this is the right ventricle of the heart over here, the left ventricle of the heart over here, and the injury is going to be down here at the bottom, or in some sense you call it the lateral or the side of the left ventricle. The heart actually kind of sits on its side, so to speak.
So if we look at exhibit number 68, did you make a notation on here to help us understand where?
Yes.
And where is that?
Again, I just put an arrow and an asterisk to demonstrate the relative location of the injury.
Okay, thank you. If you'd like to have a seat, you can. So as we talk about this injury, fair to say that there's some injuries that kill someone immediately and some that take time.
Yes.
And how would you describe this particular injury?
Well, this injury is not necessarily an immediately lethal injury. It's, as I said before, it's an injury that would allow for the accumulation of blood into the sac around the heart. With each beat of the heart, more blood is entering that pericardial sac.
So would somebody maybe be able to move around for a little bit?
Yes.
Would someone maybe be able to talk for a little bit?
Yes.
Eventually, might that person become unconscious?
Eventually, yes.
Is there a scenario where they might become unconscious, then come to a little bit and become unconscious again?
I suppose that's possible.
Okay. Now, with this type of injury, as we're talking about kind of the process of the blood filling that sac portion of the heart, and it not happening, it's not causing death right away, how much time might it have, give or take? Not, obviously, there's not going to be an exact situation, but generally speaking, what might it look like?
Yes, that is going to be difficult. It really depends on a lot of factors. One being the size of the defect, but also how fast the heart is beating, what the blood pressure is at that time. So it's difficult, but certainly it can happen within a matter of less than a minute. But it can also, an injury like that could allow somebody to remain alive for alive, meaning their heart is still able to beat for several minutes.
During that time, it would be pretty critical to have immediate emergency response.
Yes.
And what type of, with this particular wound and this particular stabbing, what type of things might the person be experiencing while this is happening? After the stab wound, but before they pass? What might that look like?
Symptoms that they might
Yes,
experience?
symptoms, sorry.
As I said, as the blood fills the sac around the heart begins to fail. That person would, certainly start to experience the effects of that. Things such as dizziness. They certainly could become move in and out of consciousness, but certainly dizziness. They might have a little bit of chest pain, and then of course, because the heart is failing, they probably would experience some shortness of breath at some point before they pass.
If you are around someone during this time, would it be pretty evident that a person would be in pretty in need of dire medical care?
Yes, they would be in need of immediate medical care.
And if somebody is checking their pulse, would their pulse at that time might feel weak or might be faint?
Yes, at the end when the heart stops basically beating and forcing blood through the arteries, which is what creates your pulse would become weaker and perhaps thready, so that it's difficult to even palpate.
Now, if I could bring your attention to exhibit number I think 59, that was your report?
Yes.
Okay. If we could just look at exhibit number 59 and we look at page 3, do you see a section called evidence of traumatic injuries?
I do.
Okay, and is this where you're describing what you're seeing related to this knife wound?
Yes.
Okay. You talked a little bit about the wound, and I think that you note that in here, and we talked a little bit before about it, but I kind of want to come back to it. Did you describe it specifically in terms of kind of the length?
Yes, I did.
And what did you say regarding that?
So the total length is 6.2 centimeters, which is divided into two portions of, as I said, a wide angled V-shaped injury. And 6.2 centimeters again is about 2.5 inches.
Okay. And you talked about how it was comprised between like maybe a 4.2 centimeters wound and then a 2 centimeters wound. And can you describe that portion, what you mean by that?
So what I'm describing is there's a portion that's oriented slightly downward toward the midline, just off of the horizontal. And then there's away from the center of the body, the outer portion isn't horizontal, and it's a 2 centimeter portion. So there's a stab wound with a separate area that's a little different in orientation, hence the V shape that I was describing.
Okay, I'm going to approach with another exhibit. Exhibit number 77, can you look at that?
Yes.
And are you familiar with that, what's photographed in that exhibit?
Yes, I am.
And what is it?
This is a photograph of a knife that was shown to me as a potential as the potential knife that caused the injury.
Your Honor, I'd like the court to receive exhibit number 77, and I'd ask permission to be able to publish it.
Any objection? No objection. Right.
Exhibit 77 is received.
Dr. Kelly, is the photo that you see above you also consistent with what you're looking at?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, are there times when you're doing an autopsy that someone might bring in an object related to death?
Yes.
And what is it that you talked about this knife being brought to you? What is it that you do when you're looking at the knife and you're conducting your autopsy? How do you go through that process?
Simply put, I just document it. I photo document it. If possible, I can take measurements. If the knife hasn't been processed, if it hasn't been, if it can't be touched, that makes it more difficult. But if not, I can at least take measurements and take photographs.
When you did in this case, again, this is one of the photographs that you took related to the autopsy.
Yes.
And what was your analysis when you're looking at this knife related to the wound?
I measure the length of the blade and the width of the blade. I note whether or not it has one cutting edge or two cutting edges, whether or not there's a cutting edge at the tip, a variety of things of that nature. At the end of the day, what I am able to tell people about knives is not necessarily whether or not this is definitely the knife that caused this, but whether or not this knife could have caused the injuries that I'm looking at. So there are times when I receive more than one knife and have to do this with all of those knives and determine how many of them could possibly have created the injuries. In this particular case, there's only one stab wound, and there's just one knife being presented to me, so that's what I did.
And did this knife look consistent with a knife that could have left the stab wound on Joseph Carnott?
I believe that I said that this knife could have created the injury that we see.
Now, in stabbing type cases, are there times where just a portion of the blade might cause somebody's death, or is it something that you'd have to use the entire knife blade all the way up to kind of the plastic handle portion of the knife to be able to cause a death? Do you know?
You mean?
In general.
In general, we also will try to make note of whether or not, I think what you're referring to is the depth of the injury.
Yes.
So we try to give some idea about what kind of depth we're talking about. Obviously, we have to take a few things into consideration. For instance, with the chest and the abdomen, the surface is compressible. So you can see a wound path that's even longer than the knife because the blade gets compressed and the knife goes in technically farther than it would have otherwise. The blade can only go in part of the way, and that's another possibility, that it's only inserted partially. So we'll do our best to try to determine, and I did my best to try to determine something about the depth of the wound. Sometimes that's not something that you can speak to a reasonable degree of certainty, but I certainly try to take photographs so that can be entertained later on.
In this particular situation, was that difficult to be able to determine based upon the fact that the heart and the lungs are all beating and breathing and expanding and becoming smaller during that time?
Well, that's certainly a consideration. The other consideration, like I said, is whether or not the chest wall is compressed. But certainly suffice it to say that this knife could have been inserted the entire width, or based on the measurements and the appearance of the body, it could have been part of the distance of the width. Part of the length of the blade.
When you say the chest is compressed, what does that mean?
Well, your rib cage moves, and you have, as I said, there's some cartilage in the front, and the ribs are not, they're not horizontal, they're kind of angled, and just sitting here breathing, you can feel that your rib cage moves in and out. But your rib cage is flexible, and certainly the younger you are, the more flexible it is, but it's flexible, so you can compress the chest. Technically, that's what is being done during CPR. But by compressing that chest with a blow to the chest, you can actually compress it to the point where, like I said, the blade, even though it's only a certain number of inches long, can be inserted beyond that depth.
Thank you. Now, I want to talk a little bit about evaluating stab wounds. Is there a way that you're able to determine if a stab wound is self-inflicted or inflicted by another?
We will make note of all of the characteristics that might help to make that decision. And I should insert the caveat here that single stab wounds to the chest are obviously the most difficult. So having a single stab wound to the chest, you have to take into consideration a lot of the things that you observe at autopsy. And, but having said that, understand that cause of death isn't a real mystery here. And so my job is to determine the cause of death. To determine the manner of death, you have to go beyond the autopsy. Autopsy is just one set of facts that you use to determine the manner of death, whether or not it's a natural accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined case. So that requires more information about the circumstances, the scene, the person themselves, and their past history. So from the standpoint of evaluating the injuries, I'll make note, or by not making note, I'm telling you that certain things are not present. So you'll know what kind of factors are present and not present in making a decision on whether or not this is or could be self-inflicted versus a homicidal injury.
So in this particular situation, are you able to determine whether or not it was self-inflicted or not self-inflicted?
No, from my involvement in this case, I can tell you the cause of death, but I am not able to tell you the manner of death.
And as we look at that, there are times where you're able to determine both the cause of death and the manner because it's clear to you.
Yes.
And then there's times where there would have to be an evaluation of much more than just the autopsy.
Correct.
And that's the situation that we're in today. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Now, you talked about the cause of death, and ultimately the cause of death is the finding that you're making related to this particular case, right?
Yes.
And what did you determine the cause of death to be?
A stab wound to the chest.
So everything we've been talking about today.
Yes.
Was there anything else that you noted that could be related to his cause of death other than the stab wound?
No.
Was there any other, did he otherwise appear to be a healthy person?
Yes, he does have some natural disease, but generally he appears healthy. He does, but as I said, he does have some natural disease.
But nothing that would have related to his death?
But nothing that contributed to his death.
Thank you. And that's outlined in Exhibit 59, which is your autopsy report, right?
Yes.
Now, in addition to conducting the external exam we talked about, the internal exam, you talked about the process of collecting fluid samples or other different types of samples during the autopsy process. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And as you talked about this, were Were there fluids that were also collected for Mr. Carnot?
Yes, there were.
And was some of that done then through toxicology?
Yes, it's my routine to collect specimens for toxicology on all autopsies.
And you indicated you have a toxicology laboratory at the Milwaukee Medical Examiner's Office?
We do.
Okay. So after conducting those, collecting those specimens, those are then sent to your laboratory?
Yes.
And do you then receive back a toxicology report related to that and to help further assess your autopsy exam and evaluation?
Yes.
Did you receive that in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
Now, as we look at the types of collections that were done, there is a notation on that, which I believe is the last 2 pages of your autopsy report. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Of Exhibit 59?
Correct.
There's a reference to I believe it's iliac blood?
Yes.
And what is that?
The iliac blood vessels are in the pelvis. They are those in the femoral arteries and vein, which are in the thigh, are preferred specimens, mainly because they're more peripheral specimens. They're farther away from the core of the body, and so they can be judged as being more accurate.
And are there specific results that you noted in these results that were of interest to you?
Yes, he does have some substances in his blood.
What type of substances did you find?
So the testing of that blood showed the presence of some methamphetamine, amphetamine, and then there was also some buprenorphine and its metabolite buprenorphine.
And then I'm going to spell that for the court reporter. So that'd be NORBUPRENORPHINE. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, it is.
And then the bupropion would be the same spelling, just minus the NOR, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what about those?
That's an opioid that can be prescribed, or it can be taken illicitly, but usually it's prescribed, often as part of a combination of drugs that are used in the treatment of chronic opioid abuse to help people to get off of chronic opioids. In this particular instance, I don't know why they're in the system.
And are those, when you look at the quantitation of those, are those a significant amount or anything that causes you particular concern?
Nothing that causes any concern. They're small amounts, but certainly their presence is of note.
And then you talked about methamphetamine and amphetamine. Before we kind of get into that, to those amounts specifically, can you talk about what happens if somebody consumes methamphetamine, how that turns into an amphetamine?
Yes, amphetamine is a metabolite of methamphetamine. So in other words, people that use methamphetamine, their body will break it down to amphetamine, which is also an active substance. So both of them are active stimulants. But it just so happens that amphetamine is a metabolite, an active metabolite in this case. And then of course, amphetamine will break down further from there. That's the relationship between the two.
When we talk about amphetamine, is amphetamine also contained in other prescribed medications?
Yes.
So might it be contained in something like Adderall for ADHD?
Yes, it is.
So somebody who has amphetamine in their system might also have a prescription that's related to why you see that in somebody's result.
Correct. Finding amphetamine in somebody's blood doesn't tell me, just from that, it doesn't tell me whether or not it's from a prescription or not.
Whereas methamphetamine is not related to a prescription, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so let's talk about kind of that toxicology. Do you also inquire whether or not somebody is on any prescription medications?
I do. Again, as a consultant, I usually ask for that type of information, what kind of prescriptions, mainly for this reason. So it helps us when we get our toxicology back to say, well, that substance that I see is something that they're supposed to be taking. It's a prescription medication.
And did you have information for Joseph Carnot about him having a prescription for Adderall?
Well, not exactly. What was the information that was given to me was that those were prescriptions that were found at the scene, but I was not told whether or not they were prescribed to him or not.
Okay, so
Hold on a second, before we get into kind of a transition into the prescription history, you mentioned here about an hour and 20 minutes, so we'll take a break and a clean transition, but it's a little bit of a transition, so it's a good time to pause since we've had the jurors in here and the staff for about an hour and 20 minutes. So we'll take a 20-minute break. Once again, leave your notebooks on your chairs and the folders. And we'll see you back in the courtroom about 9:50, 20 minutes from now, roughly. All rise for the jury.
I mean, that guy want to get laid with this woman. But before we skip it, and we will be skipping, hang on, in case you say something. We'll skip to the break. Dennis Sweeney, if he's still here.
Okay, the witness can be on break too, and we'll come back on the record at 9:50 a.m. You can step out.
Right, Dennis wants me to show his garden, so we'll do that as a marker for the break, and then we will go back onto break. So here you go. This is Dennis's garden with the horses. So when I last went to Boston, Dennis was supposed to have the garden ready before I arrived, but he didn't, you know. So, so this time hopefully I'll get to see the garden in full bloom. Oh, look at that, beautiful, Dennis, beautiful. That's nice, Dennis. Look at Brenda working hard there. Brenda's working hard. Dennis just sitting down doing nothing, you know. And here we go. This is the next one. This is Dana. One of my favorite T-shirts. Always Dana's fault. Dennis got that on today. I love it. I love it. Oh, I need to wear mine more often. It's always Dana's fault. Right. So there you go. There was that. Right. Let's get back to the stream, back to the trial. Hope you're all still engrossed in it. Medical tests can be a bit tedious, but right, they're back in. In terms of being live, where are they live now? This got testimony, and then they got okay. They had another break later on. Fine, so we will get back to live. How about those Niners? To be fair, there wasn't the best game, but Bosa did well. Bosa. Nice run there. I bet Nate's happy, well-ish, with the Cardinals. Dave is very happy with the Green Bay Packers. I'm not very happy with the, Pats, but, it's a learning curve. We're starting at the bottom. Right. We are, as I say, once we get to lunch break, we'll pretty much be live by that point. So here we go. We will be zooming through all breaks and skipping the lunch break as well. So listening while doing my hair. There you go, Rhonda. You multitask. Lady Di is pretending to work. That's why the chat went quiet for a bit. So she'll be back though. Right, here we go, everyone. Let's go. Jury are coming in. Lovely Sarah P says, B2, I got a little nervous. He made me get very moody. So Sarah P was moody watching the game, like every day, really. So just in case, just as distinguish, this is the attorney, this is the defendant, and this is the defendant that guy on the stand wanted to bow chicken wow wow sexy time. Sexy time. Sexy time. So here we go. Dave is already on screen. Hippie chick, lady di, spacey Stacy, walking those streets all night. You go, ladies, come and see what's going on now. Let's go, girls. Josie, I'm of turf. They aren't as lovely. Fuck around and find out. I'm joking, they're lovely. Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P, 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 Sarah P, Sarah P, Sarah P is lovely. Ole, 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 Erin hack, 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 ole, Erin hack, 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 ole, let's go, Erin hack, 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 ole, Erin hack, 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 ole.
All right, all rise for the jury.
You wrong, my lord. The streets are safe with hippie chick out there. Ole, ole. Jeepers, come on. Let's skippity doo dah, skippity day.
This is the case. Dr. Kelly is the witness.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly. I think we were talking about the toxicology.
Oh shit, sorry, wrong mute.
Amphetamine being a breakdown of methamphetamine. And amphetamine can also be a prescribed substance, right? Okay. Now, methamphetamine we talked about is not a prescribed substance, right?
No, it's not something you would find.
Okay. Now, when we look at that quantity of methamphetamine, as a medical examiner in Milwaukee, do you see a lot of cases where people die as the result of taking illicit drugs?
Yes, we do.
And can methamphetamine with a particular dosage for that person potentially cause somebody's death?
It can.
Now, as it relates to this specific case with Joseph Carnot, you talked about how he had some methamphetamine in his system. How does that get quantified?
It's in this particular instance, it's quantified by an instrument in the lab called liquid chromatography mass spectrometry.
Okay, I think I'm asking.
I'm going to say LCMS. How's that?
Perfect. I think I'm asking it in a little bit different way, but that's the instrument that does that. How does it get measured? Maybe that's the right word.
When you say measure, do you mean?
In the quantity of somebody's blood.
Oh, are you talking about the units that it's
Yes.
measured in? Oh, okay. The units are in micrograms per liter.
Now, as we talk about the result for Joseph Carnot, does that have an amount that is able to be quantified?
Yes.
And what is that?
The quantity of methamphetamine was detected at 11 micrograms per liter.
When we talk about that, did you have any concerns about whether or not that caused his death at all?
No.
It did not?
The substances found in his blood did not cause his death.
So you see the presence of it, but you don't have any specific medical concern as it relates to your cause of death findings. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Now, the amphetamine level is a higher number. Is that correct?
Yes,
And what is that result?
the amphetamine level was 500 micrograms per liter.
So could that amphetamine level be part of the breakdown of some amount of methamphetamine?
Yes, I guess the way I would put it is that at least some, if not all, of the amphetamine is present as a result of methamphetamine use.
And then could some of that presence also be if he would have taken some Adderall medication?
That is possible.
In cases that you talk about related to the work that you do, are you familiar with death certificates?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I want to show you what's been labeled as State's Exhibit 78. Are you familiar with that?
I'm familiar with the death certificate.
And is that for Joseph Karna?
It is.
And on the bottom, does it talk about an autopsy being performed?
Yes, it should. It does, yes.
And is that in reference to the work that you specifically did?
Yes, it is.
And does it indicate whether or not there is a cause of death?
It does.
And what does that say?
Stab wound to chest.
Okay, and then it says interval between onset and death. Do you see that?
I do.
And what does that say?
It says minutes.
So is that information all from your work that you did?
Yes, I would imagine that they certainly would have gotten our report state with my opinion on the cause of death.
Your Honor, I'd like to, for the court to receive that. We're not publishing it, just as an exhibit for the court to receive.
Okay, with those conditions, any objection? No. All right, 78 is received.
Okay, that's all I have at this time. Thank you, Dr. Kelly.
All right, Dr. Kelly, Attorney Kirk O'Bear is to your left, so he's gonna go over some things with you on cross-examination. Once again, take your time, don't be in a hurry, and go ahead, Mr. O'Bear.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Kelly. I do have a few questions. And I heard you say on direct examination that you have an opinion with regard to the cause of death, that being a stab wound to the chest, but you do not have an opinion with regard to the manner. Am I right?
Correct. That's correct.
Another way to put that is you cannot scientifically rule out the possibility of a self-inflicted wound here.
As I said, I can't rule out the possibility. I can't tell you what the manner of death is.
And it should be obvious, but it's not your job, nor is it scientifically possible in this case to determine who caused that stab wound, correct?
I'm not able to do that with what I have.
If I were to describe in forensic terms an accidental self-inflicted incise wound to the palm or palmar aspect of the hand or fingers, what would that mean to you?
Could you say that again, please?
An accidental self-inflicted incise wound to the palm or palmar aspect of the fingers.
And what, asking me, what does that mean?
Yes.
That just means that he has that person would have a cut to the palm of the hand somewhere.
Okay. And this is the type of wound that sometimes, not all the times, but we will observe on the hand of the perpetrator, the person that did the stabbing, if it were not self-inflicted. Am I correct?
Say that one more time.
This is the type of wound, an accidental self-inflicted incise wound of the palm or palmar aspect of the fingers. That's something that if someone were to stab somebody else and it meets an object of resistance, such as a human body, there can be some slippage and then there's a self-inflicted incise that occurs on the fingers.
I see what you're asking. Yes, it's possible that even from any individual that is using a knife to inflict this kind of wound, there could be some slippage of the knife causing a cut to the inside of the hand where you hold the knife.
Okay, and there have been forensic studies actually, which you're familiar with, but that discuss this phenomenon, correct?
It's something that you'll see in textbooks and occasionally in autopsy.
Mr. Brody, can we put exhibit 77 up, please? Now, Dr. Cully, this is the knife that we were discussing. Now, I'm sure you see all kinds of knives, all different types. Am I right?
Yes.
And again, you had said that sometimes you're provided with a variety of different knives, sometimes you're provided with multiple ones regarding one case, but you just have this one knife to look at in this case, am I right?
That's correct.
And you've seen knives that have, not sure what the technical term is, but you've seen a hunting knife that has sort of a stop or a catch surrounding at the end of the handle, correct?
Yes, a blade guard.
A blade guard, that's the right term, thank you. And that's intended to prevent that type of wound we were just discussing to the hand, correct?
Yes.
And this is basically just a regular, kitchen knife without any such blade guard. Can we agree?
Yes, it is.
Thank you, Mr. Brody. Now, one thing you might look for to help educate you with regard to the manner of death is the existence of any defensive wounds on the deceased. Am I right about that?
That's correct.
Can you explain to the jury what defensive wounds would encompass?
Defensive wounds are wounds that would be incurred during the process of defending yourself against a weapon. In this case, a sharp force or a sharp type of weapon might result in some wounds to the arms or the hands or even the legs and feet in some cases. Those wounds in those locations, based on the circumstances, are usually referred to as defense wounds.
And you did not observe any defense wounds in this case, am I correct?
I did not.
Now, we had a long discussion about, I think you described, you did not have enough information given all the dynamics here regarding the actual pathway or angle of the blade entry. Am I right about that?
That's right.
So it would be incorrect to speculate as to what angle that may have been.
Correct. I guess I could go further in just saying that if there is some angle in those two planes, it's not a lot, but because of the movement of the heart in the pericardial sac and because of that fact, I didn't feel confident in giving a left to right, right to left, or an up or down orientation.
Very good. Also, there was a lot of discussion about how the actual size of the wound, and you gave some measurements, and you also talked about how the depth of the wound, there can be a lot of different factors that contribute to that. In fact, you gave an example of how the wound going in can actually be longer than the knife in some situations, correct?
Yes, the depth, correct.
So you don't have a way, scientifically speaking, of being able to tell how much of this particular knife entered the body, correct?
That's correct. I can tell you what's possible, but I can't tell you specifically by a measurement or something that I know exactly how.
So, for example, the depth of the wound was 4.2 centimeters. We shouldn't conclude from that 4.2 centimeters of the knife entered the body.
Correct. Usually, if the wound path is longer than the knife, you'll know the length of the blade, obviously, and you can determine that from measuring the depth and seeing that injuries go a lot further. And so clearly that had to have been compressed the chest. But other than that, it becomes a difficult measurement.
Attorney Templis asked you a few questions about the existence of Adderall, and obviously we talked about buprenorphine and other things that were found in there. And some of our questions had to do with the possibility that some of the amphetamine that was found could be theoretically attributed to taking of Adderall or some other type of prescription medication, correct?
That's a possibility, yes.
But you also said that given the amount of methamphetamine and the fact that amphetamine itself is a metabolite of methamphetamine, it's not surprising to find this amount of methamphetamine compared to the amount of methamphetamine. Am I correct?
Well, I didn't say that, but I think what the implication is that the presence of methamphetamine would, because it breaks down to amphetamine, would mean that at least some of the amphetamine in his system came from methamphetamine, if not all.
If not all. And again, just the jury understands what we mean when we say metabolites. And this can happen with a number of different substances. Say, for example, if we're looking for tetrahydrocannabinols, we'll see a delta-9 component, we can see a carboxy-THC component, a hydroxy-THC component. And what's actually happening is the body is turning one substance into another through the metabolic process. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. So in this case, when we see methamphetamine, and then we also see amphetamine, what is the natural process that the body undertakes is it's in the metabolization. It's actually converting methamphetamine to amphetamine. So we'll see less methamphetamine as the body metabolizes it, and then it will convert it to more amphetamine. Am I correct?
Typically, yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
Just a couple. Dr. Kelly, when you see stab wounds that, let me ask this. Do you sometimes see stab wounds that you're able to determine the cause of death to be homicide?
Yes.
And in those cases where you have stab wounds related to homicides, do you always see defensive wounds?
No, not always.
So just because defensive wounds don't exist doesn't exclude it from being a homicide. Is that fair?
That's correct.
And you were asked about an injury to somebody's palm. And that question was presented to you in relation to a suspect who might stab someone. And if there's kind of slippage with the knife, it might, they might get a hand cut. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And as you explain that, can that also happen to somebody who would do it if it was self-inflicted, where they could get an injury themselves?
Yes, I think I mentioned that, anybody who's holding a knife in a certain situation, it can slip and cut. You can cut your own hand with the knife that you're holding.
So that could be either for the person who does the stabbing of another or to someone who stabs themselves. Is that fair?
Yes.
It's just one injury you might see, correct?
Yes.
Are there plenty of cases where that does not happen?
Where you don't,
Where
the
there's-
knife doesn't slip?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
And in situations where somebody might have, in a case with multiple stabbings, say in a homicide case, and someone stabs someone multiple times and there's a lot of blood, does that often impact just the knife being slippery?
Yes, that certainly is one of the reasons why the knife would slip.
Now, in this particular case, with the amount of blood that was filling the sac around the heart, would more of the blood have been contained in that sac versus coming out of somebody's body?
That's a difficult question to answer because it really depends on the set of circumstances. I mean, certainly anytime that you create an opening from the skin to a wound site, you have the...
I like this. Love to all not feeling their best. We don't know when everyone's feeling their best, so we do send out love to you all. Hippie Chick, Jen, I hope you get better. And anyone else suffering there, whether it's physical or mental, get better soon. Hopefully you feel better soon. Also, shout out to my father who had a skin graft today on top of his head. Here somewhere. he had skin cancer, and they had to replace the area this morning. So he had a skin graft this morning. So shout out to him, who he's recovering as we speak. So there you go. So yeah, I just wanted to say that because obviously Jersey Jen, that was a lovely message from Jersey Jen. So thank you. Your twin. I love that. Twinnies. Amen. There you go.
Potential for blood loss, but keeping in mind that your body has cavities and that blood can fill those cavities. So there are cases of both stab and gunshot wounds in which there's very little blood at the scene because it all collected within a cavity. In this particular instance, that's what happened, but it's a bleeding, and as essentially exsanguinating into the cavity. The blood filled the sac around the heart, and that is what created the tamponade, or the effect of freezing the heart's ability to contract. But yes, it's really difficult to determine just from a random set of circumstances whether or not you're going to see a lot of blood at the scene or not a lot of blood.
So you found a lot of blood inside in the internal cavity in the sac around the heart. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you said almost like a can of soda quantity.
Yes, well, a can of soda is a little bit more, but to give you an idea, he had 300 milliliters of blood.
So not quite the whole can, but a good amount of it.
Pretty close to a full can.
And so if there was little blood, well, let me ask this question. There's going to be some blood that comes out if somebody's stabbed, right?
As I said, it's difficult to say that with complete certainty, but yes, usually there is some amount of blood, either whether it's on clothing or whether it's on the skin surrounding. It just depends.
Okay. And if somebody were to say that there wasn't a lot of blood coming out of the wound, would that be surprising with this particular injury?
No, actually it wouldn't, mainly because the blood obviously is collecting in that sac around the heart. If there was a large opening between the sac around the heart and the outside the body, frankly, it would have had a place to go, and maybe it wouldn't have created the tamponade or the freezing of the heart. So I'm not surprised by that, no.
Okay. And in reviewing, if we come back to Joey's hands, did you have the opportunity to review or to examine his hands?
Yes, I did.
And did you notice any injuries, any knife wounds or injuries to his hands?
I didn't. He had the palms of his hands, he had some, and I don't know what he does for a living or anything like that, but the palms of his hands had kind of some cracking, like they were dried, and I did take a couple of photos just to show that it was the cracking, but there wasn't any cuts or blood on his hands.
I don't have anything else, thank you.
Very briefly, just
Go ahead.
Dr. Kelly, Attorney Templates just asked you a few questions where she utilized the term homicide. And I want to be clear here. It is not your opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific and medical certainty that this case is a homicide. Am I right?
Correct. I'm not giving an opinion on what the manner of death is.
No further questions.
Anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay, the doctor can step down, watch your step, and the exhibits to the bailiff.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, seconds. Okay, Steve can retrieve the next witness, and anybody in the courtroom wants to stand and stretch for 30 seconds, they can do.
And the bailiff can also collect the purple file folders.
Okay.
This judge loves a stretch. He loves a stretch.
We do that. Please state
TTNEY.
nothing. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Brittany Hippis, BRITTNEY. Hippis.
Okay, this witness is nervous as anything. So Well, they get nervous at this. I feel for them. So I'm not sure who she is, Brittany, but you can tell she's super nervous.
Hietpas.
Or upset.
Ms. Hippis, will you catch your breath for a second? For starters, I want you to get as comfortable as possible at the chair and the microphone. The chair you're on is on wheels. If you need to get close to the mic, you can use the chair and move up. Or if you need to move away from the microphone, you can go back. The microphone in front of you, in front of all the witnesses so far, is flexible. I want to leave it in a proximity to your mouth, so when you speak and answer questions, your voice projects into the mic. Sometimes if I drift away from the mic, people can't hear me. You should try and avoid drifting away from the mic unless they need to look at something on an easel or screen in the courtroom. If you have to step away, the bailiff has a handheld mic to give you if you have to point anything out on an exhibit. You're going to get questions from Ms. Templis in a few moments. We're not in a hurry. Sometimes people sitting in that chair are a little nervous, so they go fast. We're trying to avoid going fast because of what happens when people go fast is sometimes they just want to get done with their testimony and they end up speaking before the whole question's out. The court reporter in front of you is typing what people say. She's typing what I'm saying. She's typing what the lawyers say. She'll type what the witnesses are going to say. We're trying to avoid two people talking at the same time because then that's going to be really hard for her to type that. So going back to people going fast on the witness stand, listen to the question. Don't start your answer until you know the attorney, or if I ask you a question, the judge finishes the question. While you're speaking, I'll make sure they don't talk over you. Because once again, we want to avoid two people talking at the same time. Sometimes in courtroom cases, there's objection. I can answer without fear. I'm asking the sport or time. So start. This is Brittany Hippis. Go ahead.
Thank you. May I call you Brittany? Sure, yes. Brittany, how do you know Joseph Karna?
I have a child with Joseph Karna.
And do you call him Joseph, or did you have a name that he always went by?
I called him Joey.
Does everybody else call him Joey?
Joe or Joey,
Okay.
yes.
I'd like to show you. Sorry, should pull this out. I'd like to show you a state's exhibit. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize exhibit number 79?
Yes.
What is that?
This is Joseph Karna.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like the court to receive exhibit number 79. I'd ask permission for the state to publish it.
Any objection?
No, sir.
All right, that's exhibit 79 is received and the photograph of Joseph can be published.
Is this a picture of Joey?
Yes.
Okay. And is it consistent with what you see on either side of in one of the screens?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that you share a child together. What's your child's name?
Hasten Joseph Karna.
And how old is Kason now?
5 years old.
Okay. How long ago did you meet Joey?
I met Joey probably about 8 or 9 years ago.
Where did you meet him?
At Ghost Town Fitness Center in Kokana.
Okay. Did the two of you become friends?
Yes.
And then eventually did you start dating?
Yes. Yes.
It fades in and out a little bit. It just happens. Sorry. Once you started dating, did the two of you move in together?
Yes.
When you moved in together, do you know, was he using any drugs at that time?
Not that I believe. When I first met him, I did know he was on drug court in Outagamie County. He successfully completed drug court. And then when I was living with him, no, he was clean and he was clean, to my knowledge.
So so he had gotten treatment and had kind of addressed those issues at that time?
Correct.
Okay. How did the two of you get along at that time when you first moved in together?
Good. We did a lot of things. We were active. He was a fun person.
How would you describe him?
He was fun. He was kind. He was caring. He would give anybody the shirt off his back if that's the only thing he had.
Okay.
He was a good person.
Is there a time where, when you were living together, that he got a work injury?
Yes.
Okay. And then after that work injury, would there be periods was there a time where you started to see some of his behavior change?
Yes.
Okay. What type of change in behavior did you see?
Well, when Joey was under the influence of drugs, he mostly didn't want to be around. He didn't really want me to see him struggling with that part of his life. He would disappear. I would text him and I wouldn't get any responses back. It would go for like a week sometimes that I wouldn't hear from him because he was using.
Okay. Is it fair to say that kind of from this point forward, well, maybe not from that point specifically, but that he struggled with addiction generally?
Correct, yes.
And there were times where he struggled, and then there were times that he was clean.
Correct.
Okay. So when he struggled, is that the times where you wouldn't see him for periods of time?
Yes.
During that time when he was using, would he ever have physical fights with you?
No.
Would he ever threaten self-harm at all?
Never.
Would he ever be suicidal at all? Okay. Now, what was the drug that he would usually use?
Methamphetamine.
Okay. Is there a time then when you were together that he went for treatment in Florida?
Yes.
Okay. And when he returned, was he clean when he came back?
Yes.
And then over time, did he struggle with that addiction again?
Yes.
Okay. Is there during that period of time when he was using, was he ever in any physical fights with you?
No.
Was he ever talking about self-harm?
No.
Was he ever suicidal? No. Okay. At some point in time after he got back from Florida, did he start struggling with addiction again and go for help again?
Yes.
Okay. And then at that point in time, about how long had you been together, do you think, at that point?
Are you referring to when he went to
Nova?
Nova. Okay. I would say probably 4 years I had known him at that point.
All right. So did he then go to get help to address it at Nova?
Yes.
And that was another treatment facility?
Yes.
Did he get clean there?
Oh, yes.
When he was there, was that kind of an inpatient thing where he did not live at home with you but went to a facility to help address everything?
Correct.
Okay. When he came back after Nova, did he move back in with you?
Yes.
Okay. During that time, did you kind of operate with a quote tough love mentality?
Yes.
Okay. What did that mean as it related to him going to work?
So I did allow Joey to come back home after he got out of treatment at Nova. But it was pretty much under the understanding that he had to get a job, and I forced him to bike to and from work every day, and he did it.
Okay. And did you want him to kind of earn his way back, if you
Yes.
will?
Yep.
And did he do it? And
he did.
And did he do well at that time and move up in his employment?
He got a really good job.
Okay. At that time in your relationship, were things going well?
Yes.
Did you get pregnant?
Yes.
Okay. And when you did, where was Joey then? Still with you?
Yes.
Okay. Was he still working?
Yes.
Was he still clean?
Yes.
Now let's see. So Kason was born, he's 5, so he's born about 2020. Is that when he was?
2019.
2019. Okay. He just hasn't had his birthday yet. So when he's born, is Joey still clean?
Yes.
How would you describe him as a father when he was born?
He was great. I would go into work at 2:30 in the morning, and Joey would wake up with the baby. He'd wake up with Kason pretty much almost every single night in the middle of the night. He was a very dedicated, very good father. Very good.
What kind of work were you doing at that time?
CNA work.
Okay. So you had some unusual hours?
Yep.
And during those times you were working, would Joey be responsible for taking care of Kason?
Yes.
Did he do a good job at that?
Yes.
Was he an involved father?
Yes.
Did he want to be an involved father?
Yes.
Was that important to him?
Yes.
Did he take his relationship with Kason really seriously at that point?
Yes.
Okay. During that time, is he continuing to be clean?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a point in time that the two of you decided that the two of you weren't meant to be together forever?
Yes.
Okay. And did you break up?
Yes.
When you broke up, was he still clean?
Yes.
Did he remain clean for a period of time after you broke up?
Yes.
Okay. How would you describe your breakup? Did you guys fight a lot, or did you get along?
No. Our co-parenting relationship was very good. We went trick-or-treating together at one time with Kason. He would text me, pictures of things that him and Kason were doing together. He would call me and have Kason on the phone, when he had Kason. I mean, we co-parented pretty well.
And are there times that when you had him, you would send pictures of Kason and have him call his dad? Is there a time during that period where you believed he was still clean?
Yes.
And was he doing a good job being a dad, even though the two of you weren't together, from your opinion?
Yes.
Did you have concerns about Kason being with him alone during that time?
No.
Did he then eventually get an apartment at 2800 North Park Drive Lane in Appleton?
Yes.
Did he invite you over to be able to see the apartment?
Yes.
Why did you want to see the apartment?
Because he was so proud of it. He was proud that he finally got clean. He was finally doing life really good, and he was doing so good. He was proud of.
And did you also get to see it to make sure when Kason was overnight that he had everything he needed?
Yes.
Did he?
Yes.
Did it seem appropriate to you for overnights for Kason to go there?
Yes.
And were you comfortable leaving him there overnight?
Yes.
About how old, I'll come back to that. After the two of you weren't dating anymore, did you establish custody with the court to determine how things were legally going to be handled between the two of you?
Yes.
And was that an amicable situation, or was that not amicable?
It was amicable.
So the two of you, were you able to talk through all of the things you needed to about Kason?
Yes.
And were you both in agreement?
Yes, so before we even went to court, I mean, him and I had pretty much had a verbal agreement of what we were gonna do. We went there and we followed through with that, and I mean, it all worked out good.
And did that co-parenting then continue to go well for a period of time?
Yes.
Did you continue to have these times where you were sending pictures back and forth and having Kason call the other parent when he wasn't with them?
Yes.
At some point during that time, did you start dating somebody else?
Yes.
When you did, how did you handle that with Joey?
I knew it might be a tough for Joey. I reached out to him. I made sure that it would be okay. I gave the name of the person that I was dating. I made sure that Joey was okay with meeting this person before I actually had him meet this person. And everything was fine. I mean, he had said it okay, and I gave him the opportunity to meet my boyfriend.
Why was that important?
Just safety. I thought, it was just the right thing to do. We had a good co-parenting relationship. So for me, it was just out of respect for Joey and Kason.
And did you want Joey to be comfortable with Kason being around somebody else?
Yes.
And make sure he was okay with that?
Yes.
And did you go through that process with him and he was okay?
Yes.
Did that involve you introducing your boyfriend to Joey?
Yes.
Giving him his full name?
Yes.
Did that go on for a period of time where you were dating him and still co-parenting with Joey well?
Yes.
Did Joey still stay very involved as a dad?
Yes.
Was it still important to him to still have his overnights and his time with Kason?
Yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to June or the summer maybe of 2023. Was there a time where you were meeting Joey to do a custody exchange with Kason at Quick Trip?
Yes.
Okay. And was that around that summer of 2023?
Yes.
Was there, normally when Joey would he come by himself or with anybody else to pick up Kason?
By himself.
Is there a time in this particular situation where somebody else was with him?
Yes.
Did you know who that person was?
No.
Did you know whether or not he was dating anyone at that time?
Not that I was aware of.
Not that he had shared with you?
No.
Okay. Up until that point, had the co-parenting still been going pretty okay?
Yes.
When that person was there, did you learn who that person in the car was?
No.
Tell me about that.
I tried to ask who that person in the car was. And I was told it's not my business, that I would find out when I needed to.
Was that unusual to you?
Yes.
Was that how he was previously with you?
No.
At some point, did you learn whether or not that person in the car, was it a male or a female?
A female.
Did you learn eventually what that person's first name was?
Yes.
Who told you?
My caller ID.
Okay. Before that, did you know of a person named Sam?
Joey did tell me. He did tell me her name. He gave me the first name.
Okay. He gave you the name of Samantha?
Yes.
Okay.
This is Samantha, my girlfriend.
And that was at Quick Trip?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Other than that first name being Samantha, you said he told you it was not your business.
So yes, he did give me the first name. I then asked, I wanted the last name, and that was when it's not your business. You'll find out when you need to.
Okay. And that was unusual to you?
Yes.
Were you concerned about that?
Yes.
Why?
Just with his history of addiction and drugs, and even not that, just being a concerned mother. I want to know who my child is around and make sure he is safe.
How old was Kason at that time? In 23.
Maybe 4 years old.
So he would be in the summer, it would be 3 turning 4 later that year.
Yes.
Okay. So he was only 3 years old?
Yes.
Pretty little? Yes. And did you want him to be safe?
Yes.
After that point in time at Quick Trip, did you see a change in how your co-parenting was going?
Yes.
Did it get better? Did it stay the same, or did it get worse?
It got worse.
Okay. Would Joey show up for his visits?
Sometimes, yes. Sometimes, no. Sometimes I would get messages that he wasn't going to show up, but sometimes I would just sit there and it would be a no call, no show.
Okay. Sometimes would he be late?
Often, very often.
And this was a big change for you.
Correct.
During that time, sometimes would he show up and have Kason?
Yes.
Okay. When he did he come to exchanges alone?
Never.
Okay. Who would be with him?
Samantha would either be in the car or on the phone in his vehicle.
Okay. So
every drop off.
So when you say he was never alone, you mean it was either in person or she was
on the phone in the vehicle,
okay,
listening to the drop off.
Okay. Was that different?
Yes.
Okay. Did you yet know who Samantha was?
No.
You didn't know her last name?
No.
Did you know anything else about her at that time?
Not really.
Okay. Was it concerning to you to have Kason go there when you didn't know who that was?
Yes.
And is that concern then combined as well with your concern that you were seeing a change in Joey?
Yes.
Now, kind of directing your attention to the fall of 2023. Is there a time when, let me talk about it beforehand. Before then, when you were always talking to Joey on his phone, with his phone number?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a time when he contacted you about his phone?
Yes.
What was that about?
So I got I think text message first that said it was from a it was either a phone call or a text message from a random phone number, and it said, "This is my new phone." Like, that was what the text message was. "This is my new phone number." And I said, what do you mean you got a new phone? And then at some point he called from that phone number, that exact same phone number, and it came across my caller ID with Samantha Krebs' first and last name with that phone number.
Okay.
So this was not his phone that he had told me was his phone. This was her phone.
Okay, let me back up a little bit and kind of talk about it in 2 segments, okay? So when you first found out that he didn't have his phone anymore, do you recall that?
Yes, he blocked my phone number.
Okay, but he told you at that time that he was gonna have a new phone number, is that?
Correct.
Okay, then that phone number, does he use that phone number for a period of time with you?
Yes.
Okay, during that time where he's using that phone number, does he answer the phone?
Sometimes.
Okay, sometimes would somebody else answer that phone?
Yes.
Who would answer the phone? And during that time, was it important to you to be able to get a hold of Joey if you needed him?
Yes,
Why?
because we have a custody agreement with a child together. And if anything medical went wrong with my son, I need to talk to his father to get a hold of him.
And you'd want him to come right away?
Correct.
Okay. So this period of time, do you still at that point know who Sam is?
No.
And is this months into when you first met her?
Yes.
Okay. Now you talk about a time where you get a phone call from that phone number.
Correct.
At some point, is there a name that pops up on your phone?
Yes.
What do you learn at that point in time?
That this phone number belongs to Samantha Krebs.
Had that happened before?
No.
Do you know why it happened?
No.
Okay, so her name pops up on your phone with that same phone number,
Correct.
okay? At that point in time, is that the first time that you knew Samantha's last name?
Yep. Yes.
How far removed is it from that quick trip day? Days, weeks, months?
Months.
Okay.
Months.
During that time, would Samantha often be the one to answer that phone?
Yes.
During the drop-offs, as they kind of continue forward in those following months, is she still always either there in person or on the phone?
Yes.
Did she chat with you about, like, did the two of you have conversations about what they were doing or what you were going to do with Kaysen or an update on how things went with the visit from her?
No.
Did you get that from Joey?
No.
Okay. Did you see things start to become even more difficult?
Yes.
Is there a point in time where instead of talking on the phone, you had to move to a phone app for parents?
Yes.
When did that happen, if you recall?
After I had got Samantha's first and last name, I guess I had some concerns, and that's when I had petitioned the court to go to mediation and get things taken care of, because I was not okay with the phone situation the way that it was. So that's when we had went to mediation.
Okay. And were you still trying to find a way through the challenge that you guys were having?
Yes.
And is that what you were hoping that mediation would do?
Yes.
So through that process, then was this application something that you both would be able to communicate on an application back and forth?
Yes.
And did you enjoy do that for a while?
Yes.
Are there times where you would drop Kaysen off at Joey's house or apartment? Or pick him up?
Not often.
Okay. Was there one time though that you did?
Yes.
Okay, and normally, would you have previously been allowed up to his apartment?
Yes.
Okay, did that also change?
Yes.
Okay. Did you start noticing other behavior changes with Joey kind of coming into the year of 2024?
Yes.
And what, in addition to him not, kind of as you talked about before, not always showing up to visits or being late, that type of thing, was that concerning to you?
Yes.
Were you concerned whether or not there was a use problem happening again?
Yes.
Okay. And is that part of why you went back to mediation?
Yes.
In your prior relationship when he was using, is that when he would kind of hide his use from you or not be around you?
Yes.
I'd like to come then into a period of time in maybe about February of 2024. Did you receive a phone call from Joey?
Yes.
And where did he call you from that time?
He called me from his phone. He must have unblocked my phone number. And he called me from his phone.
Okay. And prior to that, he had been using Sam's phone?
Correct.
When he called you from his phone, did you know if Sam was there?
She was not.
Okay.
He wouldn't have called if she would have been there.
Okay. When he called that time, did you guys talk about Kaysen?
Yes.
What did you talk about regarding Kaysen?
I finally felt like I could actually talk to Joey again. He had just been honest and told me that he was really struggling. He had lost some jobs that he was using again. That, you know, he had been doing some side things with this apartment that he was living at, and that he was doing odds and ends there to try to make money, and that he was going to be going to meetings, and he was going to try to do better, I guess, to see Kaysen.
When you say he was going to meetings, you mean like an addiction related meeting?
Correct.
So getting help?
Correct.
And during that time,
I mentioned the VA. He had been working with the VA. Just a phone call to me, it was almost a cry for help, I guess. I don't know.
Okay. What was his demeanor when he was talking to you?
He had cried a little bit on the phone.
Did he still want to be a good dad?
Yes. Yes.
Did he know that he had to get help for his addiction to be a good dad?
Yes. I don't think he wanted to, yes, he knew he needed to. He knew that for me to allow him to continue seeing his son, yes, that he needed to get help.
And did you talk to him about how you couldn't have Kaysen with him if he was using?
Correct.
So at that point in time, was he struggling? Did he seem to be struggling a lot in February of 24?
Yes. Yes.
At any time during that, did he talk about self-harm or being suicidal?
No.
Was he focused on trying to figure out how to get himself help?
Yes.
And is that where he was talking about the VA or talking about going to meetings?
Yes.
Did he also struggle with some childhood trauma issues that he had?
Yes.
And is that part of what he needed help with?
Yes.
During this time, were you seeing a change? You talked about how he said he had been fired from work and he was doing some odd jobs around the apartment complex. Did you see a change in the child support?
Yes.
How so?
I was not receiving child support
And
for quite a period of time.
Okay.
Because he could not sustain employment.
Okay. And was that a change up until then?
Yes.
Did you see, let me kind of go back. When the two of you were having conversations, you were dating somebody else, he was dating somebody else. You're talking about this good conversation that you're having in February. Were you dating somebody then?
Yes.
And did you want to get back together with Joey? Were you what I would say, quote unquote, a threat to him and Sam's relationship and that you wanted to be back with him?
No.
Was that obvious to you and Joey?
Yes.
Okay. So during that time, even though you're not dating, would you consider you and Joey friends
Yes.
and co-parents?
I tried to be as much as I could.
Was it hard sometimes during this period?
Yes, I was unable to communicate and talk to him.
And during that time, did he know that you were going to have to address the custody issue because of his use?
Yes.
And eventually, is that something that you did?
Yes.
Okay. This phone call, were you kind of trying to be supportive of him at that time, or were you upset with him?
I was trying to be supportive of him.
What did you want him to do?
Well, I told him that the person he was dating was not a good idea. I said, things have really changed since you have started dating this person. I mean, your life is kind of spiraling and you need to make some better choices.
And that's about needing to get work, not using those
Correct.
types of things.
Yep.
Now, did you also learn that he was working with the VA to see like a counselor, address AODA issues for alcohol and drug use, that type of thing?
Yes.
And were you supportive of that?
Yes.
Did there continue to be challenges even after that phone call?
Yes.
Did he still struggle with showing up?
Yes.
Did he still appear to you to be having behaviors that you were concerned about his use?
Yes.
Did you ultimately file something with the court, as you had talked about with him, about having custody of Kaysen?
Yes.
And did you?
I stopped visitation for Kaysen and Joey probably about a month before he passed away. And this was not a court order. This was I just decided for my son's safety, enough had happened and it was no longer safe. I had heard that he failed a drug test and he tested positive for meth, and that was basically the last straw. I stopped all the visits, and when it was time for Kaysen to go with his dad, I just wouldn't show up, and he would have the police calling me pretty much every time wanting me to show up, and I basically just told them, this isn't safe and this will be handled with the courts later.
Okay, and then did you have a court hearing coming up the end of July?
Yes.
And that was to address the custody issue because of his use?
Correct.
Even with that, did you still want him to be an involved dad?
Yes.
Did you still want him to get clean and be part of Kaysen's life?
Yes.
Even after that, you stopped visits in June of 2024, did you give Joey opportunities to be able to talk to Kaysen and still have contact with him?
Yes.
And in fact, around the 4th of July weekend, did he have a phone call with him?
Yes.
And did they have a good conversation?
Yes, it's the last time that my son spoke to his father.
Did they talk about Kaysen?
A little bit.
Okay. And did you present other opportunities that he could always call and talk to Kaysen if he wanted to?
Yes. Yep. On that phone call, I just let him know that it needed to just be to Kaysen and nothing personal with stopped visits and addiction, like none of that. But I allowed him to talk to Kaysen. They had a good conversation. Sam came on the phone and said hi. There was a Jeff that also came on the phone and wanted to say hi.
And you let that all happen?
Yes.
Okay. And during this time, so last summer, Kaysen was 4.
Yes.
So did he see a babysitter?
Yes.
And during that time, did Joey drop Kaysen off at the babysitter sometimes or pick him up?
Yes.
And was the babysitter experiencing some challenges with him showing up and being timely as well?
Yes.
At one point, when I think the day Joey passed away, did he want to talk to Kason?
Yes.
And did he make a phone call to the babysitter?
Yes.
And did you respond back in your text app to talk to him about being able to talk to Kason?
Yes.
And did you tell him whether or not he could always call you if he wanted to talk to Kason?
Yes. So the sitter reached out to me and asked if it was okay to have Joey talk to Kason after Joey had tried calling. She didn't know if it would be okay with me to allow that or not. So she asked me. And I said, no, like if he wants to talk to Kason later, when I'm done with work, we can do that. And so that's when I reached out to Joey and said, if you want to talk to Kason, you can do it later.
So is that always an option for him?
Yes.
Okay, and so you're just reminding him again that he can always talk to him.
Yes.
And at that point in time, is that the period where you're getting ready to go to court to address your custody?
Yes.
During this time, that you're continuing to have some contact with Joey or throughout your relationship, does he ever threaten self-harm to you? Do you ever see anything consistent with self-harm?
No.
On him?
No.
Does he ever talk about wanting to die?
No.
Did he ever want to talk about did he ever talk to you about being suicidal?
No.
Over the course of the time that you and Joey knew each other, were there many times where he would use and then go back to get treatment?
Yes.
And then he'd be clean? Yes. And then he'd still struggle with addiction?
Yes.
And then he would go back to treatment?
Yes.
So in this kind of cycle that you watched with him, was he at that point where he was struggling with the addiction, but you had that conversation with him in February, and he was talking about getting clean or getting help again?
Yes.
And were you hopeful that that help was going to get him clean again so that he could then be an involved dad again?
Yes.
When you knew him, did he have like an ADHD? Do you know if he did have ADHD or take something for that?
I believe so.
I don't have anything more at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Sippis, the other attorneys can ask you questions. This is Stephanie Rock. Go ahead, Ms. Rock.
Thank you. And you said that while you were with Joey, he had never threatened suicide to you, is that correct?
Correct.
There was a time though, about 1.5 years to 2 years into your relationship where Joey had jumped off of a balcony, is that right? And at that time, he was under the influence of meth?
I believe so.
And he got seriously injured because he jumped from that balcony, is that right?
I'm unsure.
He ended up in the hospital?
Yes.
And you are aware that when Joey would be under the influence of drugs, he would become delusional oftentimes, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's something that you've personally witnessed?
I mean, no.
And that's because when you were with Joey and he was using, he would often try to distance himself from you?
Correct.
Were you aware that when he was under the influence of drugs, he would often be paranoid?
Yes.
Now, you talked about how there was a work injury that occurred that Joey suffered from, and then there was this behavior change. When was that, do you recall?
That was when we first moved in together, like, probably 7 years ago? 6 years ago, 7 years ago?
And the behavior change that occurred after that work injury, that was with Joey using drugs again, is that correct?
Correct.
Jumping around a bit, you stated you believe that Joey had been diagnosed with ADHD, is that right? Did Joey tell you about any of his other diagnoses?
No.
So you weren't aware of any other mental health diagnoses that Joey suffered from?
No.
And when Joey had talked to you about seeking help at the VA, that was with regard to alcohol and drug use?
Correct.
And did Joey ever tell you that he was seeking help for mental health?
No.
And he didn't report that to you back in that phone call that you had in February of 2024, is that correct?
Correct.
You talked about how you stopped visits in June of 2024. Did I get that time frame right?
Yes.
And that was after you had found out about a failed drug test that Joey had at work, is that correct?
Correct.
And that was work at Soper?
That was at some excavating company.
And you were aware that Joey had previously been employed by Soper, is that right?
Correct.
And you actually have a family connection to that business?
Correct.
What is that connection?
My sister is dating Scott Soper.
So the owner of that business?
Correct.
And how long have they been together for?
Since I've had my son, so at least 5 years.
You were aware that Joey had been fired from Soper for fighting?
Correct.
And then it was after that, he sometime got work at this excavating business, is that right?
Correct.
And then ultimately was let go from that job because of this failed drug test.
Correct.
Was that pretty soon in time to when you stopped the visitation?
Yes.
So fair to say,
That failed drug test was the last straw.
so that would have been around June of 2024.
Correct.
Now, you talked about how for a period of time, you and Joey were able to have a good co-parenting relationship, is that right?
Correct.
And you said that it was around the time, or was it around the time that Samantha came into the picture that you felt that changed?
Yes.
And you were first introduced to Samantha in late June of 2023, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said it was also around that time that you had started having some concerns about Joey, is that right?
No.
So when did you start having concerns?
Well, yes, when he, right around when he had met Samantha, yes.
And some of those concerns had to do with maybe he was using again, is that fair to say?
Correct.
Now, you actually started having those concerns before Samantha came into the picture, is that right?
A little, not much. I mean, here and there, but it was not once that came into the picture. I mean, yes, his behavior changed.
And in fact, there was a time in April of that year, so April of 2023, before Samantha is in the picture, where you had concerns Joey was using, is that right?
Yes.
And that was when you went to go pick up your son to take him to a circus.
Yep.
And you went upstairs and your son was there, not ready, and
Correct.
Joey wasn't really watching him.
Correct.
Yep. And again, that was before Samantha started dating Joey.
Correct.
There were also times before that where there were issues with the co-parenting, is that right?
Yes.
And you actually kept a log of incidents that would have occurred on your phone, is that correct?
Yes.
And the point of kind of keeping that log was in case you ever needed documentation or like a written timeline for court purposes.
Correct.
And that log actually started back in 2022.
Correct.
And there were times within 2022 where even police would have to be called during
custody exchange, is that right?
Well, maybe once that you're referring to, I'm not sure.
And there were times where that had to happen in 2023 before Joey started dating Samantha, is that correct?
I think once.
And there were multiple times where at least something happened that caused you enough concern to document this in your log, is that right?
Correct.
You said that the last time that Joey would have had the opportunity, or actually did converse with your son, was the 4th of July of 2024, is that correct?
Correct.
You said that it was a good conversation?
Short, but yes, good.
And during some point during that conversation, Samantha had gotten on the phone?
Yes. I believe so. A female.
You talked about how you were aware that Joey would often be delusional or paranoid when he was under the influence. You were aware of an incident that had occurred just a few months before he passed in which there was that concern, is that correct?
Can you repeat that again?
Sure. You were aware of an incident that occurred a few months before Joey had passed where he was acting delusional, is that right?
I guess tell me what incident you're referring to.
It was at a hotel?
Yes.
And you were aware that police had been called, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to object to the line of the questions. I don't think she has any personal knowledge of anything related to that.
That was my last question, Judge.
Right, I need to visit with the lawyers to make a ruling on that, so jurors can stay in the stretch, I'll visit with the lawyers at the site.
Beauty is we can zoom. Thank you to everyone that's already contributed to the Amazon wish list, the American one. I do appreciate it. I don't know who has bought what, because I don't get told. Maybe I do get told when I open them, but I don't get told now. But thank you to each and every one of you. Court is muted, so I do not know what he ruled on. Oh, they're still talking, I believe. Still muted.
You need to lay a foundation whether she saw it, so it's the objection sustained, so need her basis of knowledge before she can offer her view on that.
Sure. So during that time, were you and Joey together?
Yes.
Okay. During that time, did you go to the hospital to see him?
No.
During that time, were you aware of if he was put on any type of mental health hold at all?
No.
Okay. Are you familiar with whether or not there was anything in your conversation with him about being suicidal?
No.
And you indicated that was an incident where there was some concern though about him using?
Yes.
I don't have anything else.
Okay, anything else?
No, thank you.
All right, just probably obvious to some people, but just to make sure, VA Veterans Administration, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, witness can step down. Step. She excused from her subpoena?
Yes. No objection.
Or excuse, if you want to stay in the courtroom, you can. All right, we're going to take our second break for the morning. Spend a little more time in that back area with the lawyers just to map out between now and then. So we'll take a 15-minute break. We'll come in at 11:30. Let's do 11:35. We're going to do about 20 minutes. Are we waiting on somebody? Yeah. You got it right here? Okay. All right.
There you go. I just forgot I was on mute. So there you go. That's the benefit of being behind. One of many, I suppose. But we just skipped a 20-minute break. Let's have a quick look at the poll. If you haven't voted, vote now. So at the minute, we got right. So the poll is: which do you prefer more as a snack? Chips, chocolate, fruit, or pretzels? Chips, chocolate, and fruit have all got 31% each, and pretzels has got 8%. So, interesting. Anyway, there you go. Right, let's get back to it. We just skipped 20 minutes. Happy days. Right, let me get back, set it back. There you go. Here you go.
Anything we gotta do before the jurors come back out from the state?
No.
From the defense?
No.
Okay. And it's gonna be Chad Riggle as the next witness?
That's correct.
Okay, we'll bring the jury out. All right, we'll have the investigator come up and be sworn.
C-H-A-D, last name is Riddle,
On court decorum and procedure.
Thank you. Detective, what are your primary?
Rules, and we'll start with Mr. Brody.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. Investigator Riddle, what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a police officer with the city of Appleton.
And what role do you serve in the police department?
I'm currently assigned as a detective.
And as a detective, what are your primary duties or responsibilities?
We are assigned to major cases within the city of Appleton. Includes a multitude of types of cases, whether it be homicides, burglaries, sexual assaults, other various death investigations, things like that.
How long have you been a detective?
6 years.
And how long have you been with the police department overall?
24 years.
So what did you do before you were a detective?
In my time with the Appleton Police Department, I've served in various capacities. I've been a patrol officer, a school resource officer, and a forensic evidence specialist.
And what sort of education do you have that allows you to serve as an investigator?
I have training, the Wisconsin Department of Criminal Investigation, Death Investigation School, training in bloodstain pattern analysis, bullet trajectory reconstruction.
Do you hold a college degree?
I do.
From where and how long?
A 4-year degree from the University of Wisconsin, Eau Claire.
All right, officer, I'd like to direct your attention to the investigation into the matter we've been testifying to, specifically on July 18th, 2024. How did you become aware of this incident?
I was contacted off duty by Lieutenant Van Zeeland. He is the lieutenant of our investigative services unit. I was contacted and advised that there was a death that had occurred and that investigators were needed to respond to investigate that death.
And where did that death occur?
It'd be 2800 North Park Drive Lane, apartment 5, which is in the city of Appleton, Allegheny County, state of Wisconsin.
Okay, so just generally when you're called in on something like that, what are the first things you do?
The first things that we'll do is sometimes we're given a lot of information, sometimes we're given little information. I don't recall off the top of my head exactly how much information I was given prior, but in this case, when we're contacted off duty, what we will do is first respond to the Appleton Police Department. It varies by case to case, but depending on the case, if there are many investigators that are called in, we will normally meet as an investigative unit to get an understanding of what is known at that time regarding the investigation. And then from there, we will be given certain roles within the investigation. And again, that can vary from case to case.
Okay, so did you meet up as a group in this case?
Yes.
And were you assigned various roles?
Yes.
Is it fair to say your initial role was with Sergeant Keither, who's sitting behind me?
Yes, Sergeant Keither and I were assigned to be the lead investigators of the incident.
And what was the first area that you began to investigate? What was the first thing you did?
We were informed that there were 2 individuals that were at the apartment at the time. I'm sorry, I should back up. There were 2 individuals that were at the apartment upon the arrival of our patrol officers. That would have been John Feffer and Christy Cleveland. Sergeant Keither and I were assigned to interview John Feffer.
Okay. Now, I'm not going to go through John's testimony, but when you say John Feffer, the same John Feffer who testified, I believe it was Friday?
Yes.
Or last week, I don't recall the date. All right. Now, after you're done with the interview of John, what did you do after that?
After the interview of John, I believe Sergeant Keither and I then responded to the apartment where the incident happened.
And you kind of walked through the apartment and just reviewed everything?
Yes.
Was there a part during your investigation where you were involved in sending video to the crime lab?
Yes.
Can you walk the jury through how that went?
So the video that I had sent to the crime lab, it was a video that Sergeant Keither and I obtained from a veterinary clinic, which was across the street or road from 2800 North Park Drive Lane. Now that video, in addition to the video, Sergeant Keither had in a cellular phone from John Feffer had listened to or found a recording. I believe we had previously heard that during this trial. Sergeant Keither and I made the decision to submit to the video and the recording to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab to have the audio of the recording overlaid onto the video.
Okay, now just so we know what we're talking about here, I'm going to republish Exhibit 40. Do you see that on the screen, Investigator?
Yes.
Does that show the area of 2800 North Park Drive Lane?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so do you have, is the pointer still up there? I believe the bailiff is extending it and handing it to you now.
It is.
You said that what was sent to the crime lab was a combination of the Veterans Village and then the other, of the veterinary clinic. I'm sorry. Could you just kind of point to where that veterinary clinic is on this map, if you can see it on this map?
Yes, I can. So the veterinary clinic in the picture in the exhibit here, Park Drive Lane is that's about in the middle of the picture. The veterinary clinic is just to the left, so it'd be more towards the left edge of this photograph.
Okay, thank you. Now, did you and Sergeant Keither have different roles in submitting that? Like, do I understand it correctly that you submitted that video to the crime lab?
Yes, I did. Sergeant Keither reviewed the video footage a little bit more in depth, in addition to the recording. As part of the investigation, I more or less handled submissions to the crime lab. So as part of that, Sergeant Keither listened to the audio, watched the video, and determined at what point in the video should the audio be overlaid on.
Okay, so you just submitted the items that you discussed and testified to the crime lab. Do I understand that correctly?
That is correct.
All right, as far as other items submitted to the crime lab, did you also submit the knife that we spoke about?
Yes, I did.
Now, I know that Dr. Kelly testified this morning, but I'm going to republish Exhibit 77. Is this one of the knives that you submitted to the crime lab?
Yes.
Okay, now, was there another knife that was submitted to the crime lab?
Yes, there was.
What was the other knife?
It was a very similar knife in terms of appearance, color of the handle, type of blade. It was just a different length.
Okay, so this knife that was shown to Dr. Kelly, is it correct to say this is the one that was submitted to the crime lab as outlined as knife 2 or item 2 in the report that came back from the crime lab?
Yes.
Now, were you here earlier when the DNA analyst testified?
Yes.
You recall her testimony about Joey's DNA being found on the blade of the knife?
Yes.
Is that relates to this knife?
Yes.
And do you recall her testimony about both Joey and the defendant's DNA being found on the handle of the knife?
Yes.
That also relates to this knife? Okay, thank you. Now, in part of your investigation, did you review a phone belonging to an individual or individuals known as John and Peyton Carnett?
Yes.
How did you come to review this phone?
I should back up and say that I did not review the actual phone from John or Peyton Carnett.
Okay.
They had sent screenshots of John and Peyton's phone to Sergeant Keither and I.
And did you review those screenshots?
Yes, I did.
And upon reviewing them, did you find that they were relevant to this case in any way, based on what you're trying to get as an investigator has taught you? And how did you feel they were relevant?
They were relevant as they were messages sent from Peyton Carnot to a Snapchat account that Peyton identified as belonging to Samantha Krebs.
If I show you an exhibit of the phone, you think you'd be able to recognize it?
Yes.
John, if I may approach, I'd like to show the witness exhibit 119.
You can approach.
Thank you.
Judge, I am going to object at this point to this continuing hearsay.
Right. If there's other things you can cover, we're gonna meet during the noon hour and talk about the objection. So the court's gonna defer the ruling on the objection before we take the lunch break in about 10 minutes. If there's other things you want to cover for him, then we can get back to that exhibit.
Sure, I can cover that. Okay, so let's switch gears a little bit, kind of jumping ahead. Do you recall there being some testimony about the defendant driving to an apartment occupied by an individual named Jeff Hayes?
Yes, I do.
And are you familiar with where Jeff Hayes lives?
Yes, I am.
Where does he live?
On Glen Park Drive. I believe it is 3919.
Okay, so I'm going to republish Exhibit 44. Can you see it where you're sitting?
Yes, I can.
Okay, now does it show Mr. Hayes' residence on this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
Where?
It would be right here, which would be right around in the middle to right side of this folder.
Was there a number on that building you pointed to?
Yes, it's 2919, I guess.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with Mr. Hayes' appearance?
Yes.
Would you recognize him if you saw him again?
Yes, I would.
All right, so Your Honor, with your permission, I'd like to approach and show the witness what's been marked as Exhibit 120.
That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, investigator, if you want to just take a look at that and let me know.
Okay.
Do you recognize the individual depicted in that photo?
Yes, I do.
And who is that individual?
That is Jeffrey Hayes.
Now, is this Jeffrey Hayes around the time of July of 2024?
Yes.
And do you recall how old he was at the time?
I believe he was 54 years old.
If Your Honor, with that, I would move to both admit and publish Exhibit 120.
Any objection?
No.
All right. It's 120 is received and you can publish.
So now Exhibit 120 is on the screen. Investigator Riddle, is that the exhibit that you have in front of you?
Yes, it is.
Now, in your relation to this case, how does Mr. Hayes and his apartment relate to this investigation?
Mr. Hayes' apartment was the apartment that was identified as where Ms. Krebs went to on the evening of July 18th of 2024.
And was Ms. Krebs later apprehended at that apartment?
Yes, Ms. Krebs was apprehended in the parking lot of that apartment complex.
And what day did that take place?
When Ms. Krebs was taken into custody?
Yes, sir.
July 22nd, 2020.
All right, so did you later have any part in a search of Mr. Hayes' apartment?
Yes, I did.
Can you just kind of explain how that occurred?
Yes, so after Ms. Krebs was taken into custody outside in the parking lot, a search warrant was drafted and then ultimately authorized for Jeffrey Hayes' apartment.
And was that search warrant approved?
Yes, it was.
Was it later executed on Mr. Hayes' apartment?
Yes.
And do you know who executed that warrant?
I was part of the execution of the search warrant along with forensic evidence specialist Del Plain, Officer Rudebeck, and Officer Hayes. Officer Rudebeck had testified earlier. Officer Hayes is also a police officer with the Appleton Police Department.
All right, now, if I may approach again, Your Honor, I'd like to show you the witness exhibits 80 through 83.
Okay.
You take a look at those, and let me know if you recognize those as well.
Okay.
Do you recognize those?
I do.
What are they?
They are photographs. Can I break them down?
Please.
There's a little bit of difference. Okay.
Please do.
Exhibit 80 is a photograph taken within Jeffrey Hayes' apartment. Exhibit 81 is a photograph of a sandal that was located inside Jeffrey Hayes' apartment. And then exhibits 82 and 83 are photographs within Jeffrey Hayes' apartment. I just wanted to specify that exhibit 81 was a photograph that was taken not at Jeffrey Hayes' apartment, but afterwards.
Absolutely. Do those photographs all appear to be true and accurate pictures of the items represented in the pictures themselves?
Yes.
Your Honor, with that, I move to admit 80, 81, 82, and 83 and publish the same.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, that's approved. Okay, so we're going to start with exhibit 80, investigator. Could you please walk us through what we're looking at here?
Can I stand up?
Please do. And actually, let me give you the microphone before you do. You got it. Oh, there you go. Sorry.
Okay, so as I had testified just previously, this is a photograph that would have been taken inside Jeffrey Hayes' apartment. This is a photograph. The apartment is what could be described as an efficiency apartment, meaning that there was no bedroom. It's just kind of one room, more than one room, but in terms of a bedroom, there wasn't. The reason I point that out is the photograph is depicting a coffee table in the middle of this photograph. And then at the top left corner of the photograph, you can see a portion of a bed, and then underneath that bed you can see a sandal, the black or gray in color, pink in color sandal, and then another gray portion, I should say, of a gray and pink in color sandal.
Okay, now, the pink sandal, would you say that's the upper left portion of the photograph as it relates to that table?
Yes, it would be in the upper left corner of the photograph.
All right, so with that, now I'm going to move to 81. What's 81?
81 is a photograph of one of those sandals that were depicted in the previous photograph. As I testified to a little bit earlier, this photograph was not taken at the apartment. This would have been taken later at the Appleton Police Department.
So I understand it correctly then that sandal was collected at the apartment, is that right?
Yes, this is one of those sandals that were located under the bed within the apartment.
And then once you got it back to the Appleton Police Department, you took a photo of it in your evidence room?
Yes.
And that's what we see here in 81?
Correct.
All right, now let's move to 82. What's this?
This would have been a photograph taken within the apartment. The photograph is depicting a theta care, orthopedic care drawstring pin.
And now let's move to 83.
This would be a photograph depicting, in general, contents that were within that drawstring bag that was depicted in the previous photograph.
All right, outside of the exhibits that we've just gone through, did you locate any other clothing that you believe belonged to the defendant in Mr. Hayes' apartment?
No, I did not.
I'd like to direct your attention now, if I could, Your Honor, I'd like to approach the witness and show him what's been marked as Exhibit 89.
You may approach the witness.
Thank you. And just like we've been doing, Investigator Riddle, what I'd like you to do is look at Exhibit 89, see if you recognize it, and I'll ask you some more questions when I get back to the table. Okay. Do you recognize Exhibit 89?
I do.
What is Exhibit 89?
Exhibit 89 is a still image from a surveillance video that was taken from the apartment complex where Jeffrey Hayes' apartment was.
All right, now let's talk a little bit about that photograph. Is there a date and time stamp on it?
Yes, there is.
And first, who collected, do you know where this photo came from?
Yes, the photo was taken as a still image from well, not a collection, but from a specific video from the surveillance video system that was taken from the Veterans Village complex, which is where Jeffrey Hayes resided.
And who collected that video?
Sergeant Keithler and I, along with, I believe it was Alicia Norby from the Department of Criminal Investigation, we took the entire system itself, and then Alicia Norby extracted the videos for Sergeant Keithler.
And this is a still shot of one of the videos that you obtained from that system?
Yes,
Okay, so now focusing, you said there was a timestamp in the top right.
there is.
Do you know if it shows an accurate time or if it's off by any amount?
No, it was determined that the video, the date and time stamp on the system, the date was accurate, but the time was found to be 38 minutes fast.
So what time does it say on it now?
On the footage there, it said 10:40 p.m. and 1 second.
So do I understand it correctly that then that would be, the actual time would be 10:02?
Correct.
All right. Other than that change from the time, does the photo appear to be, well, first, even with the date and time, does it appear to be an accurate representation of what you obtained from Veterans Village?
Yes.
And then noting that time, any other things you note about the photograph that are incorrect?
No.
Your Honor, with that, I would move to admit and publish 89.
Any objection?
No.
Those are, that's received and you have authority to publish it.
Thank you. So do we see Exhibit 89 here on the screen?
Yes.
Now, in looking at 89, who do we see depicted in this photograph?
That would be Jeff Hayes and Samantha Krebs.
Could you just point to the two of them so we know that we're kind of talking about the same people?
Yes. So in the photograph at the bottom, at the bottom, there is a gazebo type of construction, and just to the left is Jeff Hayes. He's wearing a red shirt, black shorts, and next to Jeff is Samantha Krebs wearing basically kind of a multicolored sleeveless shirt, pink shorts, and pink and black sandals.
So from that photo, are you able to tell what the defendant Samantha Krebs is wearing?
Yes.
So combining this with your previous testimony about what was located in the search, did you locate any of the clothes she's wearing in Exhibit 89 during your search of Mr. Hayes' apartment?
No. No.
Did you locate any of the footwear she was wearing?
Yes, based on the review of the surveillance video footage, I believed that the sandals being worn by Ms. Krebs in the photograph, which is again still image of the video, were consistent with the sandals that were located underneath the bed in Mr. Hayes' apartment.
But you located, do I understand it correctly, you located none of her clothing?
No, I did not.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, I think this is probably a good time for a break.
Okay, for the jurors, it's just, my clock says 11:59 a.m., so we're gonna give you a break till 1:15. Keep your notebooks in the jury room, report back to the jury room, where the bailiffs tell you to report by 1:15. I hope to get you into court by 1:20 for the afternoon session. Remember all the admonitions I gave you and reminded you of the court orders that you're under going forward. That includes during this noon hour. Okay, all rise for the jury. Notebooks in the jury room.
We'll just see what they discuss now, and then we'll take it from there. Then we can skip all of lunch and go and get some potato chips or go and get some
You
ice
can have a
cream.
seat for a couple minutes before we break. All right, it's noon right now, the jury's back in the jury room. There's exhibit 119 that was objected to, and then there's going to be some phone calls, so I'm not going to argue it right now, but just give me at least a preview of your objection so I can do a little research over the noon hour.
I guess with regard to the phone calls, Your Honor, I'd have a general objection that they contain hearsay at this point in time. I also think that there's a number of them that are just simply not relevant. I also have an issue with at least one of them. There's a brief reference to a conversation that Samantha had with her lawyer. So I think that that would need to be edited out if that video is allowed. With regard to Exhibit 119, and I can tell the court I do believe I'll have other objections to these written documents as well, I would again argue that they contain hearsay. A lot of them are conversations believed to have been between Samantha and other individuals who have not testified. A lot of the statements also made by Samantha are not any type of admission, and so I would argue that even her statements are hearsay.
All right, she's a party to the conversation. Obviously, if the state's presenting it, they're the party opponent under 908.01. If it has some relevance, what's your view on whether 908.01 statement of the party, the defendant, offered by the party opponent, why I shouldn't allow those separate from a relevant standpoint?
I believe the statute still requires that any of those statements be admissions.
All right, what's the state's view on that?
Just so the court knows what we're talking about, Exhibit 119, let's put it up on the screen briefly.
Get a little closer to the mic.
Sorry, thank you. Just so Your Honor knows what we're discussing, I'm going to put Exhibit 119 on the screen. It's more or less a screenshot of a phone call. The reason that I would be seeking to admit this are the defendant's statements contained therein. She's indicated under the notes that say Samantha. Specifically, it reads, Joy was acting all manic and I haven't been there. He was talking all crazy, call me, I'm at my friend's. And then I'm worried about him. They just, it's JST, but I think that means just, said he cut himself or something. Don't know yet, cops at my house. I do look at those as if they're admissions by the defendant because they're essentially one of her numerous versions as to what took place. So I believe that those would be allowed under at least 90801 sub 4 sub E1. Specifically, there are other references here though, under the ones that say me, and I'm pointing to them with my pointer. I won't read them all. I'm not necessarily looking to get those in for the truth of what they assert, but more or less the effect they had on the listener. The real goal of this is to get the defendant's statements in. So I'm not offering Hayden's statements for the truth they assert. The real goal of this exhibit is to show the defendant's changing state.
Right, just starting with 119. The print is kind of small. It looks like 10:13 p.m. Is that alleged to be July 18th of 2024?
I believe that's what the testimony will show you.
Okay, all right, we're going to reconvene at 12:55. So you got about a 15-minute break, and then we'll sort out some of the rulings at that point. And if there's some offer of proof we need from the officer, we'll do that starting right around 12:55, and then get back in front of the juries, hopefully by 1:20. All right, we're going to lock up the courtroom, so if you need anything, you should take it with you. All right, we're on break for about 55 minutes or so. 15 p.m. Court did review.
So we are back now. We are about 45 minutes away from being live. So we just skipped the whole lunch break. There should be at least one break of 20 minutes. So we're doing well. We're doing well. I hope you're enjoying this. As I say, it was put together quite sharply today. But, you know, munch away. Nothing but the cookies. Oh, never had one of them. I need to try one of them as well. So just going back to the poll very quickly. Okay, so chips won it. 33%, chocolates 27%, fruit was 30% in second place, pretzels 10%. So there you go. And that is concluding that poll. I'll think of another poll in a second. But yeah, let's get back to court before we get too far behind. Here we go. So, ladies, strap it in or strap it on. Let's go.
Exhibit 119 portrayed as a series of text messages just after 10 o'clock in the range of 10:13 p.m. to 10:15 p.m. on July 18th of 2024. Court also reviewed 908.01 sub 4 sub B and the annotated cases cited regarding 908.01 sub 4 sub B. The statement being offered, the issue is whether it's hearsay or not, and it's so relevant. It's identified as a statement, not a verbal statement, but a text statement by the defendant, Samantha Krebs. The context is that it's within the hour after the stabbing incident at the apartment. The court previously had some testimony presented regarding statements made by the defendant after the fact, including through Officer Felmer regarding audio of a cell phone conversation with the officer where the defendant explained her knowledge of what was going on back at the apartment. This is another version of after the fact. It's not audio, but it's at least in text message form near in time to the alleged stabbing. So the court finds it's part of the panorama of the relevant evidence regarding the alleged crime or what may have taken regarding the circumstances of the stabbing of Joseph Carnot. 908.01 sub 4 sub B doesn't require a specific or obvious admission to committing a crime, but could even be a statement against interest. So differing versions as to what happened or what a party, somebody close to a crime may have done soon after is relevant. Any alleged deception after the fact or different versions soon after the fact can be consistent with jury instruction 172 for consciousness of guilt. Doesn't automatically mean it's somebody who has a guilty conscience, but it's probative of that, the changing in versions as to what happened. And it's the court's recollection that when Officer Felmer talked to the defendant on the phone call soon after Mr. Carnot had a stab wound, that she was going to come over. This apparently is a conversation of what she did instead. It's also an expression of her knowledge of what happened. Her last statement at 10:15 says, quote, "I'm worried about him. They just said he cut himself or something. I don't know yet. Cops at my house," unquote. So that could be viewed as in contradiction to some earlier statements or where she was. So once again, that has relevance. It's probative of potential consciousness of guilt regarding the alleged offense that took place roughly within actually 30 or 40 minutes of the text transaction. So the court will allow the officer to testify about Exhibit 119. The court wants to go through what phone calls the state plans to reference with the officer, so I can hear the specific defense objections and rule on those. So the officer can come back to the stand and you can summarize with some preliminary questions, Mr. Gruy, what phone calls you want him to refer to.
Sure thing.
The witness is still under oath.
right, so we'll kind of start in the back. Do you recall, Sergeant Little, a phone call from an individual named Greg Allen on August 3rd, 2024 at about 8:21 p.m.?
Yes.
What does that phone call relate to, if you recall it?
Relates to a conversation between Mr. Allen and Ms. Krebs. In the call, there's basically some communication between Mr. Allen and Ms. Krebs in which Mr. Allen, I guess, expresses some romantic type feelings towards Ms. Krebs.
Your Honor, so the two people in this call, you believe are Greg Allen and the defendant, Ms. Krebs? The investigator, the two people you hear in the phone call are Mr. Allen and the defendant, Ms. Krebs?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, with that, I would seek to play the phone call.
All right, is it part of the drug drive 1?
It's on Exhibit 1. There is now a folder on Exhibit 1 that says Chad Riddle. There's a subfolder under Chad Riddle's folder that says jail calls. In that folder, it's labeled Krebs and Greg Allen -relationship, August 3rd, 2024 at 2021.
Okay, how long is it?
About 3 minutes.
Okay, play that.
Also, on the computer. You can read it real quick, sir.
The court reporter doesn't have to transcribe any calls.
I have to check that out. Actually, it's less than that. It's a minute and 18 seconds.
Make my hours and go out there and do them, if at all it says. Okay. Because that's technically not a lie.
Well, you know what my next project is, don't you? Me.
Yeah.
Okay. You can take care of that?
Okay on that. Yep.
All
I
right.
got you, 100.
Because that's between you and me, I told you, we gotta start doing it regularly now for us to be a couple,
Okay.
okay? I don't wanna press you
My
into
friend
it.
just found out today that she's pregnant. She's in here with
She's
me.
pregnant?
Yep.
Well, hopefully you will be soon.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think you will, if you let me. If you don't, what do you call it, pulling out all the time?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you're not gonna get to do that with me, dear.
No. Maybe.
Right, hang on. What? Hang on.
She's in here
She's
with me.
pregnant?
Yep.
Well, hopefully you will be soon.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think you will, if you let me. If you don't, what do you call it, pulling out all the time?
Pulling out all the time?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you're not gonna get to do that with me, dear.
No. Why?
Because I wanna have kids with you.
Yeah, but not like the first week.
Well, no, Christ.
Okay.
Oh. So we're if you were watching Karen Reed, this is like, you know, the whole Higgins stuff. Pulling out? I ain't pulling out, bitch. I'm coming straight inside you. Oh, ooh, especially, oh, I feel sick.
And by the way, I got to see really cute pictures of you when you were a baby. Your grandma sent them over.
That's the end of the recording.
Right, so what's the relevance of that?
I think the relevance of it is it shows, it's from August 3rd, 2024 at about 8:21 p.m. That is about 16 days after Joey's death. In the opening, I believe it was Attorney Rock who mentioned that they were in a committed relationship. I don't remember Attorney Rock's specific words, but this cuts against that. It also, I believe, goes to motive because we have within 16 days of Joey's death, the defendant on the phone with another individual. He's offering the conversation to me is obviously sexual, but he's offering to impregnate her. And she doesn't say anything against that or to refute that, other than to say, not right away. When he offers that, there's not a no or anything to say that she's not interested in that. to me, I think that goes both to show the status of the relationship between Ms. Krebs and the victim, but also a motive for this crime.
When you play the start of it, I couldn't hear the very beginning. Can you just play the first 10 seconds?
Yes.
Make my own hours and go out there and do them, if at all it says, because that's technically not a lie.
Well, you know what my next project is, don't you? Me.
Yeah.
All right, you can stop that. Is it something edited out at the beginning?
This is a clip of the whole jail call. There's a portion before this, Ms. Krebs is referring to her telling, I believe it was her probation agent, that she was working for Mr. Allen, and Mr. Allen then calls her a liar. And then Ms. Krebs starts the response, and you hear the end of in the very beginning of that clip, and then it leads into Mr. Allen saying, you know what, your next project is me.
All right, so what's the defense? Just will go piecemeal through the calls. Go ahead with your legal response on that.
My response, Your Honor, would be that with that first part cut out, there's no admissions made in this recording by Ms. Krebs. The majority of the talking done on this recording is done by Gregory Allen, and at this point, any statements he makes would be hearsay. And this recording is simply not relevant. There's nothing that has been submitted by the state as far as evidence goes that there was not any type of committed relationship. There's no evidence that Ms. Krebs wanted to be in a relationship with Gregory Allen prior to Joseph's death. And quite frankly, I think if anything, there's evidence within the record, hasn't been presented at trial, but there is evidence that Ms. Krebs had not been talking with Mr. Allen for months leading up to Joey's death. So there's nothing to suggest that there was any type of relationship that was ongoing beforehand. I also would just argue that it doesn't go towards motive. A conversation that is had weeks later when an individual is in custody and in totally different circumstances in life doesn't make it any more likely that weeks before she would have engaged in any type of harmful conduct towards Joey.
And when the state referenced motive, walk me through how Mr. Allen placed a motive as of July 18th.
Also, July 18th, we see Ms. Krebs, who is in a situation where we know one of two things happened. Either A, she murdered her boyfriend, or B, her boyfriend killed herself in front of her. One of those two things was being presented to the jury. She's not speaking in this call or any other call that I've seen after the fact. There's no sort of remorse. There's nothing at all with regard to this. In fact, 16 days after the fact, she's presented with, I guess for lack of a better word, this, opportunity for lack of a better word, with this, Greg Allen presents that he wants to have this physical sexual relationship with her, and she agrees, she's all in. So I think that isn't something that just happens at the drop of a hat. It's not like somebody meets somebody and then they're immediately willing to go to a sexual physical relationship. 16 days, especially when you've dealt with a homicide with in such a short, or a murder, or ending of somebody's life within such a short amount of time, I think goes to show that the relationship that Ms. Krebs had with Mr. Allen extends well beyond this call. And I think it would be relevant to the state of the relationship at the time that Joey was murdered.
All right, the court's view as of right now is this, and it could change, is that the first part that she's referencing technically not a lie, the court, at least on that portion, there's no context to that. So if the court at some point allows the remainder of the phone call to be played, that would have to be excised. The presentation of it through this officer, on the one hand, it's not hearsay in the court's view, it's a statement by a party opponent. And the issue is for the court more a foundational one and a contextual one. And at this point, the court finds it's too premature to admit that. I understand Mr. Allen's listed as a witness. There's not enough context to it to explain what was going on with them leading up to July 18th. So the court feels the record is incomplete on relevance issues. It's not hearsay in the court's view, it's defendant's own statements, put in context with another person. There is an indication of a desire to have at least a physical relationship within fewer than 3 weeks after the alleged death of her fiance. There was a reference in opening to being a committed relationship. The court doesn't have a context of what developed over that roughly 2-3 weeks afterwards between Mr. Allen and the defendant. And so the court's expectation is to hear some of that from Mr. Allen. Not saying it's the phone call is out for sure, but the court feels that it's too premature to determine the foundational aspects of it, the timing of it. The court needs some more history probably from Mr. Allen than when he testifies. So
We don't expect Mr. Allen to testify. There's only one other message from Mr. Allen that actually does kind of relate to this. It's a message between the defendant and Greg Allen on July 21st of 2024.
and that's what I want to present through him also.
Well, either that, or I can just put it up. It's just it's a screen message. It's exhibit 195.
All right, well, since we're outside the presence of the jury, I'll take a look at it now, just to add to any context that the court was concerned about.
I'll just note for the record that we've excised part of this. The reason we excised it is there's discussions in there about obtaining a lawyer. The part that isn't excised reads, I need a phone. 2, can you get me one, an iPhone 15 Pro Max? 2, please 2. I'm gonna owe you big time, but I'll pay you back in other ways. That was from July 21st, 3 days after the incident at 2:31 p.m.
All right, so that goes from Mr. Hayes' email.
That would be, I could, I mean, when you want such a real, basically the defendant was using Mr. Hayes' phone at the time. Should you like an offer of proof? I can ask questions regarding that if you'd like, just to make sure the record's clear.
Yes.
Okay, so Sergeant Real, the message that I just put up on the screen, you're familiar with this?
Yes.
Where did this come from?
Would have come from a phone analysis report, a Celebrate analysis report of Jeff Hayes' cell phone.
Celebrate, is it fair to say that's the program used to essentially analyze phones when you obtain them through subpoena or other methods?
Yes.
So is it also fair to say that Celebrate basically just takes a mirror of that phone and allows law enforcement to look at the copy of that information?
Yes.
Does Celebrate add any information to that phone?
No.
Is what's pulled from Celebrate commonly referred to as an extraction? Now, you said it was pulled from Jeff Hayes' phone?
Yes.
Do you have anything to suggest that someone other than Mr. Hayes was using the phone?
Yes.
What?
There are a variety of messages within the phone analysis report in which the sender of the message from the phone identifies the sender as Sam. There are also, in going through the report, there are a variety of phone calls and text messages sent from the phone to various individuals, including Greg Allen, Susan Cox, a Missy Kane.
Let's start at the beginning. Who's Susan Cox?
Susan Cox is Samantha Krebs' mother.
Who's Missy Kane?
Missy Kane would be either an acquaintance or a friend of Samantha.
Anybody else?
Yes, there are phone calls and messages with contact listed as Greg Allen.
And what are the contacts with Mr. Allen, dates and times roughly?
In the report, Your Honor, the contacts with Greg Allen start, I believe, on July 19th of 2024. Prior to July 19th of 2024, there were no contacts of any sort with Greg Allen in Mr. Hayes' phone. And so that, to me, suggested, because there were no contacts prior to July 19th of 2024, I felt that that would be indicative that Ms. Krebs was using Mr. Hayes' phone at that time.
And now, just so we're clear, Sergeant Real, Mr. Hayes, that's the individual whose apartment the defendant was staying at after the incident?
Yes.
Thank you. I have nothing further to ask.
Right, you can ask him some questions on those.
I don't have any questions, just argument.
All right, go ahead, you can continue with the argument you started.
Thank you. If the state is trying to say that the response, I'll pay you back in other ways, has any like romantic or sexual innuendo behind it, I think that's pure speculation. Mr. Hayes, or excuse me, Mr. Allen is somebody that Samantha had worked for in the past. She did both gardening work for him. She would organize different areas of his home.
just to try to read this to say that there is some type of romantic or sexual relationship, I think is wholly taken out of context, and I still believe that none of this is relevant.
All right. On the Greg Allen information, I need to reflect on that a little longer, so let's go on to the next one. How many are there overall?
6. 9, including 9 that we have left to go through.
Why don't we start with a summary of the timing of these calls and who are they between before you start playing any of them?
Okay, so there's a series of 3 calls between the defendant and Jeffrey Hayes. They are from August 3rd, 2024, September 8th, 2024, and then August 23rd, 2024. I expect that prior to playing these calls, we are going to present messages, I think there's Snapchat messages between Mr. Hayes and the defendant. In those Snapchat messages, Mr. Hayes basically professes his feelings for the defendant. He takes, I'm guessing, maybe 10 messages to do so. In one single message, the defendant says that she's not interested. The defendant then has a few other messages where he more or less admits and kind of accepts the defendant's comments. Although the last one, to be fair, I believe it's something of a joke. He says something along the lines of, we're just gonna have to keep our relationship purely sexual. These phone messages between Mr. Hayes and the defendant, many of them relate to Mr. Hayes' feelings for the defendant. Specifically, the one on August 23rd, 2 of them are from August 23rd. One of them is from, actually, I apologize. There's one phone call, but 2 clips from it. In that phone call, the phone call itself is from August 23rd at 11:11. There's one clip where the defendant tells Mr. Hayes that she's now has braids in her hair, and Mr. Hayes makes a reference saying that he basically wants to commit a sexual act with her. The second part of that phone call, Mr. Hayes tells Ms. Krebs some of what's developed in the case. If memory serves, I believe they have a discussion about an individual who they refer to as somebody with initials. I believe they're referring to John Feffer. The phone call ends with Ms. Krebs learning that the police have her phone, and she says the word fuck. That's where the phone call ends. The third clip, which is actually the second call, is a video chat between Mr. Hayes and Ms. Krebs, where he basically just again says that he wants her in his life. She just basically says that she understands that, and the clip ends. They're all relatively short. I don't think any is over a couple minutes.
All right. That's kind of the context I brought up with Mr. Allen's communications.
I'm sorry?
Just referencing back to what I said about Mr. Allen, you said he wasn't going to testify. Are you going to call Mr. Hayes to testify?
We're not expected to, no.
All right, if these are August 3rd, August 23rd, and September 8th, so different intervals after the death of Mr. Carnot. Are they offered for motive, or what are they offered for?
They're offered to show essentially Mr. Hayes' relationship with the defendant. I expect that Your Honor will hear, particularly through Investigator Kiefer, that while Mr. Hayes was staying with Ms. Krebs, he took various steps to conceal her identity and attempt to help her avoid apprehension. He went so far as to change the appearance of her vehicle to make her vehicle more difficult to detect. He put something in front of the VIN number, basically. He put a little piece of cardboard in front of the VIN number. So it essentially goes to show Mr. Hayes' feelings towards the defendant and perhaps why he would have done it. I think it all relates back to the overall scheme of this, because as we've already seen from the very beginning, the defendant has had numerous people, pretty much everybody involved in this, essentially change their stories in a manner to protect her after the incident occurred with Mr. Carnot.
there's testimony about Hayes helping the defendant and it's not contested, why do we have to go into why he has sexual or romantic feelings for her a month later or a month and a half later? We haven't had that contested yet.
Agreed, yeah, agreed.
So the court's inclination would be to wait and see what even happens in response to the presentation of Mr. Hayes assisting after the fact.
Understood. And the relevance of it is to show Mr. Hayes' relationship with the defendant. So without calling Mr. Hayes, I think I understand where you're at.
All right, well, on the 3 Hayes phone calls, I'm not gonna load those up front. Wait and see if there's anything contested regarding what Mr. Hayes did to assist the defendant, if any, and then I'll revisit those 3 phone calls. So.
The only difference between the clips is there's the one clip where that doesn't have anything to do with their relationship, where Mr. Hayes lets her know, her being the defendant, that police have her phone and then the defendant's response. That one doesn't really have anything to do with their relationship.
Why do you play that clip now? I don't hear that. Just identify it on jump drive 1.
I had a surprise visit.
Is under, again, on exhibit 1, there's a folder that says Chad Riddle, folder that says jail calls. Within that folder, there's a subfolder that says Hayes calls. This file is entitled Krebs Learns Cops Have Phone from August 23rd, 2024 at 11:11. It is 54 seconds long.
All right, go ahead, play that.
I had a surprise visit, surprise visitor, not even a half an hour ago.
For who?
Guy with initials.
Guy with initials. Oh. Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
How's he doing?
Good. He said he just got out and he was there on a PO hold. For whatever reason. Well, they did some kind of a search and they found paraphernalia and something substance-wise on him.
Oh, okay.
And he had to sit for 30 days. And
Okay.
so they gave him his cell phone back, I guess. I mean, lied about that, or they lied about it.
Do they have my phone?
I don't know. Yeah, yes, they do.
He does? Or the cops?
No, the cops do.
Oh, fuck.
That's the end of the clip.
All right, at least on that call, what does the defense want to say? Go ahead on that call. I'm going to defer on any other phone call with Hayes, but on the one where it's not talking about their relationship or his desire for relationship, but just that the police have a particular piece of evidence and her reaction to that.
Yes.
Go ahead.
We were just talking about that. First of all, I'm not aware, and I could be wrong, and I would invite Attorney Brody to correct me if I am, but it appears that there never was anything of particular significance that was found on Samantha's phone itself. And it's just a one-word reaction, and I don't know really what relevance that has in the overall context of all this.
Okay, you can reply to that.
My relevance would be that it kind of cuts to the argument that Ms. Krebs really had nothing to do with this conspiracy. I think it's fair to say that a lot of the questions that have gone towards cross have made it look like, yes, Mr. Feffer may have covered up, yes, Ms. Clune may have covered up, but Ms. Krebs didn't ask for it. She had no part of this. So she's this innocent party to this. When she learns that the cops could have evidence of her phone, that was her response. And it's a negative. It's not on there. It's not the truth. It's just her response is that there's things to hide. As far as what was on the phone, I think Attorney Wilbert is right. There wasn't much on the phone, but it's the response and this idea that she's taking part in this as it's going as the real relevance of the call.
All right, you've identified some text messages. Were those off her phone or somebody else's phone?
I'm sorry, one second. They were, I'm sorry, Your Honor, the question again, I apologize.
Question is that you've been given a packet of some pre-marked exhibits that have text conversations.
Yes,
For example, exhibit 119.
yes.
Is that from the phone that the police took?
No, that's from Mr. Carnet's phone. He sent that to the police. The other exhibits that we have, particularly through, like, for example,
Let's go back to what you just said about exhibit 119. There's a text chain that you've identified, that I thought the officer already identified, from the night of July 18th, 10:13 to 10:15 p.m. So presumably within a half hour of what happened to Mr. Carnett, or the discovery of Mr. Carnett. The way the text is laid out on exhibit 119 identifies Samantha as the person texting. Was that retrieved off her phone?
no, the person she's texting with forwarded a screenshot of the phone to law enforcement. I think it was also retrieved off her phone. It was.
Was she communicating with her phone at that date and time?
Her phone, John Feffer got her phone, I believe, July 19th. He then wiped the phone. And then they recovered it, but not all the messages were recovered. So I believe she was, but there wasn't a lot recovered from it.
All right, but she was using her own phone the night of July 18th?
I believe so, yes.
All right, Mr. Ober, if there's some communication by the defendant on her own phone, which may be viewed as contradictory or deceptive. Once again, on the issue of consciousness of guilt, if law enforcement has her phone and she's worried about them looking at what she was communicating, and then the hour after what happened to Mr. Carnett, doesn't that give her phone some evidentiary value?
Sure, but there's still an element here of speculation. If I found out, or anybody found out, that someone's going to be looking at private information, not necessarily relating to this case, but anything on there might be some cause for concern. So it's just a one-word vulgarity that she says in response to that. Sure, I know the state would love to argue that that's a consciousness of guilt, but it might also just be being upset with the fact that there's going to be personal information on there that will be reviewed by prying eyes.
Okay, and the court agrees with those sentiments that the scope of what's on a person's phone most people does not get drawn into a law enforcement investigation. And part of the reason judges, when we sign search warrants for electronic data, including phones, have to have those narrowly worded to focus on things. The court's view is this, and the ruling on that overlaps somewhat with Exhibit 119 is, at least as of the call on August 23rd, which is about 35 days after Mr. Carnett passed away. The defendant's phone, where she was communicating at least in the hour or hours immediately after the death of Mr. Carnett, had relevant information. And when she hears Mr. Hayes say the police have it, her reaction has relevance. How that's placed in context can be argued by both sides, but the fact that suspect or person charged with a crime has a worry about law enforcement having his or her phone has relevance in light of the fact that the court has at least Exhibit 119 showing she was using her phone, communicating about what happened to Joey, what was going on with Mr. Carnett within the hour. And so that mechanism, her phone, has some evidentiary value. How much weight could be minimal? That's up to probably some other witnesses and cross-examination. But the court would, even without Mr. Hayes, permit the 54-second phone call that references the police having her phone and her reaction to that. And the weight weight the jury gives that is up to the advocacy of each side on how they want to portray that. But the timing of it, getting the phone is part of an earlier part of the investigation, the first month or two, and the defendant making an inquiry about whether the police had her phone or not, and Mr. Hayes at first said no, but then clarified, said that they do, and her reaction does have relevance. How much weight to give that, as I said, once again, goes back to advocacy on each side on that. So that phone call, the court will allow permitted even without Mr. Hayes. Or what are the other categories beyond the Allen calls and the Hayes call?
The remaining phone calls are all from the defendant herself, and they're regarding various parts of the investigation. The first is from April 17th of this year at 3:29. I believe it is after the preliminary hearing or the revocation hearing, where the defendant has now heard the phone recording that John Feffer took, and she basically admits that it's her voice on the recording.
All right, how long is that call?
There's a recording. John's phone recorded, JP's phone recorded when he walked into the apartment.
56
seconds.
I just,
All right, when you cue that up so I can hear it, it sounds like two voices are going at the same time.
I'm sorry, 16 seconds. There's two up.
So this is April 27, 2025, after the preliminary hearing.
April 17th, 2025 at 15:29. I'm playing it now.
Hold on, 3:29 p.m. All right, you can play that 16 seconds.
So there's a recording. John's phone recorded, JP's phone recorded when he walked into the apartment. You can hear what I say, you can hear what Christy says, and you can hear what JP says. When they walk in, and Joey's on the floor.
Yeah.
You hear it all recorded on his phone.
Now, that mainly has relevance because, or not only does it have relevance because the defendant is admitting it's her voice, but in a previous phone call with her mother from November 1st, 2024 at 17:06, the defendant tells her mother that she was never there.
All right, whose voice is first on that? There's two voices on that.
That's the defendant's, the louder voice is her mother's.
Can you play that again?
Yes.
The first voice is, you're saying is Ms. Krebs?
Yes, sir.
So there's a recording. John's phone recorded, JP's phone recorded when he walked into the apartment. You can hear what I say, you can hear what Christy says, and you can hear what JP says. When they walk in, and Joey's on the floor.
Yeah.
You hear it all recorded on his phone.
Okay. On that, 16 seconds.
Judge, I would just say I don't think that this clip is relevant. Ms. Krebs doesn't make any statements on that recording or attributing like what voice on the original recording belongs to who or makes what statements, and it's not being contested that those are the three voices heard on that recording.
All right, the court's gonna allow that to be played. It may not, when the defense says it's not contested, I don't know if it's contested or not. Don't expect to inquire on who the defense witnesses are or how they cross-examine going forward. And the corroborative nature, at least as to the voice on what was presented earlier, has relevance. The weight, it may not have any consequential weight if it's not being contested, but the court's not 100% sure what other witnesses are going to say on that. So that 16-second clip is admitted to the officer.
Thank you. The other one is the kind of, what the state's going to present as a counterpiece to that. It's the one where the defendant tells her mother she was never there. That was from November 1st, 2024 at 17:06.
Hold on a second. November 1st, 2024.
17:06.
And how long is that clip?
We open it to
He was blinking a lot.
59 seconds.
All right, you can play that.
He was blinking a lot on there, so maybe that was it. But anyway, I wanted to tell you,
JP, in the beginning said he got there, he wasn't there, and then they questioned him the next day or whatever, or got him, and then he said.
He was with, the girl together, and then they said I was there.
Yeah,
They
but
were
for a
questioned
long
apart,
time.
and they gave their statements, and then they were together, and then
Yeah.
they lied and said I was there.
No, you were there.
I wasn't there.
When they got there, you weren't there?
No. I was never there.
Oh. Oh, okay, all right, I got something screwed up here from when I talked to you in the beginning, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I get it, okay, got it.
So now that is reversed. The first voice you hear is the defendant's mother, and the second voice you hear is the defendant.
All right, and we'll have Ms. Rock address the 59-second clip.
Judge, on this, I just maintain my general objection that the statements made by Samantha's mother would be hearsay if not played through her.
All right, court once again looks at the definition of hearsay and also the exceptions under 908.01, sub 4, sub B. Offer proof suggests that there was a phone call on November 1st of 2024. It's 59 seconds. It starts off with the defendant's mother summarizing what her belief is on some of the evidence, including what John Feffer was reporting, and the defendant gets her reaction. The mother asks a question about, or makes a statement that says you were there, and defendant says I was never there. There's more to it than that, but it's relevant to whether the defendant was at the scene of the death. And her saying I was never there is at least contradictory with some of the other information in the case. So it's probative of a change in version of a story and relates to credibility of a party. It also relates to statements after the fact that, once again, flow from jury instruction 172, post-offense statements or post-charging statements, and version saying I was never there has relevance on judging the credibility or the after-the-fact behavior of the suspect. So the court will overrule the objection and allow that clip from November 1st, 2024 to be played.
Thank you. There are two left. I'm sorry, three. This next one is unique because with Your Honor's rulings, this would be the only one to come in that would be a video call. The video call shows Ms. Krebs in custody. So I'm going to play it so Your Honor can see the video. I understand Attorney Rock has an objection to playing it with the defendant being in custody. But I just wanted to.
How long is it?
Mania did, and I sent it.
Sorry, 58 seconds.
All right, you can play it.
Just gonna drag it over. So, I think the woman on the right is the defendant's mother. The defendant is on the left. I'm just gonna play the clip.
What's the date of it?
It is from April 24th of this year at 18:38.
Mania did, and I sent it to Ken, and he said that's identical to what Joey had.
Oh, okay.
Did you get that? Because I sent it
No,
and now.
I didn't look yet.
Oh, anyway, it's really, you can get it from trauma, you can get it from using street drugs, you can get it from, oh my God, it's identical to what he has. So we can drop the manic episodes and get some psychosis.
Yeah. Well, like when you were in court or Pins in court, you'll just have to say that instead of mania.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if, can you tell that to, Wilkos, what do you get? Can you tell that to Stephanie too, that that's what you think it is?
Yeah.
we can change the whole thing and then,
The clip is in the middle of a conversation they're having, but it essentially applies to something that I believe the defendant's mother is sending her. I think it's relevant because it shows that even after there's been so much about Joy being manic and mania, now they learned something new, and the defendant is essentially asking her mother or whoever Pin is to change their testimony or what they expect would be their testimony based on this new evidence. And I think it just goes to show the fact, A, that the defendant is completely engaged and involved in this cover-up, and B, to everybody's credibility because they're just changing stories based on how things change for them.
All right, what about the fact that the defendant's in jail clothing?
I believe that I can play that from my computer and just have the audio appear. My only concern is I can't control when I open a file, which of the screens it pops up on. So I could try to do that. I agree with not playing the entire thing. I'm just worried that if it pops up for a second, I drag it over, that they might see that.
Well,
If we
the
take
court can't admit it until I see a version that doesn't have the video on it. And some of it was hard to follow, so denying it at this point, maybe if we have another break during the officer's testimony, you have an updated version of that, I'll listen to it. But there was also some portion of it that involved advice with their lawyer, her lawyer, the reference is Stephanie, which I don't doubt is Ms. Rock. So I'm not allowing it in the version it is now, so that's the ruling of the court. If there's some alternative version you want to present later on, the court is highly concerned with the defendant being on the jail phone with her orange outfit on. So that's denied at this point. If you want to show me a different version later on, I'll reconsider.
Thank you. The two that remain then, one relates, I believe, to the testimony of Daryl Courtpine and Randall Meyer.
Are they going to testify?
They have testified. They were the witnesses who talked about hearing the defendant threaten to stab Joy.
Okay. Yep.
And this is from August 27th, 2024.
So Mr. Meyer was the one that had the excavating business that he worked for later on?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Courtpine was the guy that was the supervisor at Soper?
Yes. This, I believe, was in response to the defendant learning of this other act's evidence. I believe it's a jail call. It's from August 27th, 2024 at 16:43.
Which one? Is it referencing Courtpine or Meyer or both?
It doesn't reference any of them by name, but it's the defendant basically saying who doesn't threaten to stab their boyfriend. I think it's relevant because it's corroborating essentially the testimony of both of them.
All right, you can give me the dates of the clip and the duration, then you can play it so I can hear it.
It's again a jail call from August 27th, 2024 at 16:43.
Right, who doesn't threaten to stab their boyfriend at some point in their life?
Right, I agree.
Okay, is there a second one? And what was the duration of that?
About 9 seconds.
You said there was 2 more calls?
That is one of the final two. The other one is from November 6th, 2024 at 18:39. All of these are under the Chad Riddle jail calls folder on Exhibit 1. This one is entitled Krebs says she has no stickers on her car. So the defendant basically saying that she had no stickers on her car. I believe there will be evidence that's going to be presented with the Investigator Keither's testimony that will show Mr. Hayes removing the decals that were on the back of Ms. Krebs' vehicle. This is a jail call essentially showing that the defendant not only now says that her car had no stickers. Relevant because she was aware that Mr. Hayes had taken this action.
Sorry, you can play that one.
I said they said it was my car, but they can't prove it's my car. Because when they found the car, there were some stickers, and they said that the car that left had stickers on it.
No, Jeff said that,
It had stickers on the car. No. Oh, I don't know. Okay, yeah.
I believe that's all the calls.
How many seconds was that last one?
I said they said it was my car, but they can't prove it.
All right. All right, on the last two calls, August 27th and November 6th, 2024, there's a 9-second one, there's a 23-second one. Court does find those are relevant. There's commentary on the evidence in the case by the accused. It can be interpreted in different ways, but witnesses have already testified about alleged threats, and her statement with some knowledge that they were making that early on in the process in August of 2024 has relevance, and how she puts that in context. Doesn't deny making the threats, but just says who hasn't. So that does have relevance in the court's mind, and that can be played. The issue of the stickers, we've had some testimony identifying a vehicle without license plates that at different times may have had stickers, so we're commentary on that. As of November 6th of 2024, the court finds as relevance just to link the vehicle, and her view that or at least statement to her mother that they didn't have stickers on there when we've had some at least circumstantial evidence through the testimony that there was as relevance, just as another potentially deceptive statement regarding identity of a vehicle that was relevant because it was the vehicle used leaving the alleged scene in the case. So those two can come in. Any other calls?
None.
Anything else before we bring the jury out?
Not from me.
From the defense?
No, thank you.
All right, and the defense objections to the full scope of those are preserved. And so, okay, we're gonna bring the jury out.
Hands up.
On Monday, September 8th, 2025, this is State versus Krebs, County Circuit Court Branch 6. Obviously, the jurors know we took some longer time during this break. It was strictly to cover some legal issues that just took longer for the court to hear arguments and make rulings. So we weren't wasting your time by doing something irrelevant. It was relevant to the case. So with that, the court gave some direction to each side as to the scope of presentation of some information during this witness's testimony, including some recordings. So those rulings have been provided to the lawyers. They're to follow those, and we'll have Mr. Brody continue with his direct examination of Detective Chad Riddle from the Appleton Police Department. He is still under oath. And go ahead, you can continue with your questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Investigator Riddle, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. So before we broke for lunch, we discussed things that were found in Jeff Hayes' apartment, specifically the sandals. So with that, I'm going to republish Exhibit 81. Do you recall testifying about these sandals?
Yes.
And both were recovered, or just this one?
Oh, there were two, well, yes, both, one.
All right. Now, earlier you testified that you had sent items to the crime lab, is that correct?
Yes.
Were these sandals sent to the crime lab?
Yes, they were.
Do you know if any relevant evidence was found on them?
There was not any relevant evidence found on them.
No blood or anything like that? Do you know just make sure. I'm going to republish Exhibit 89. I believe this is one we also spoke about before lunch. Do you recall this?
Yes.
And when is this again?
This would have been on July 18th of 2024 at 10:02 p.m.
All right. And you believe the defendant was wearing those sandals at that time?
Yes.
Okay, do you know when the defendant put those sandals on?
No, I do not.
Do you know if they were in the apartment where Joey Carnot was located?
No, I do not.
Do you know if they were in the car?
No, I do not.
Do you even know if the defendant was wearing them at the time Joey Carnot was stabbed?
No, I don't.
Now, speaking of Mr. Carnot, did you recover and photograph the shirt he was wearing at the time he was stabbed?
Yes, the shirt was recovered and photographed.
Thank you. So with that, Your Honor, I'd like to approach and show the witness exhibits 121, 122, 123, and 124.
Okay, you can approach.
And just like we've been doing, Investigator Ridley, I'd like you to just take a look at those and let me know if you recognize them. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
What are they of?
Those are the photographs of the shirt that Joseph Carnot would have been wearing on July 18th of 2024.
And does it look, did you take these photographs or did somebody else?
No, those were taken by forensic evidence specialist Highland.
But have you reviewed the shirt as it's been collected?
Yes,
Do these photographs appear to accurately represent the shirt?
yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit and publish exhibits 121 through 124.
Any objection?
No.
Okay, 121, 122, 123, and 124 are received and may be published to the jury.
All right, so 121, does that match what you have as far as 121 in front of you, investigator?
Yes.
All right, what are we looking at here?
This would be an overview or an overall photograph of the shirt that Joseph Carnot was wearing on July 18th, 2024.
Are we looking at the front of it or the back of it?
This would be the front of the shirt.
All right, so let's move forward to 122. Is this looking at the left side?
Yes.
All right, now, do you see or is there a mark on this shirt that would correspond to the area where Joey Carnot was stabbed?
Yes,
Do you have the pointer up there with you?
I do.
Would you mind pointing to it?
So the tear in the photograph that we have here of the shirt is going to be just about in the middle of this photograph. It's a horizontal cut and tear in the middle to left portion of the shirt.
All right, so let's move on to 123. Are we looking at just a zoomed in version of that same area?
Yes.
All right, and then on to 124. What's changed here?
This would be a close-up photograph of that same tear, but with a scale.
Okay, now that scale, that appears to be in centimeters.
Yes.
So what, about 4 centimeters long?
Approximate.
Do you know what that is in inches?
I do not.
About 4 centimeters long, and it goes about 1 centimeter up to down.
Yes.
All right. Now, as part of your, and that's all I have for that. Thank you very much. Now, as part of your investigation, did you obtain a phone? We spoke about who Jeff Hayes is, correct?
Yes.
Did you obtain Mr. Hayes' phone when you did the warrant from his apartment?
Yes.
Was the information on that phone extracted?
Yes, it was.
Are you familiar with, when I say extracted, do you know what I mean when I say that?
Yes.
What does that mean to you?
An extraction in terms of a cellular phone is there's a program that is used by our forensic analysis officer. It's the Celebrate program. It's basically a data tool to extract the information that's on a phone. It's a software program that creates a mirror image of what is on your phone. So it's basically taking all of the information on your phone and putting it into a program that we can look at and analyze that information that's on the phone.
Now, You said you do that through a program called Celebrite? Is that right?
Yes.
Now, when Celebrite does this to the phone, does it add any information to the phone?
No, it does not. It creates a mirror image.
Is it always able to obtain every bit of information on a phone?
No, always.
Do you know what happens if Celebrite can't find information?
If it doesn't find information, it's not put in the report that is generated.
Okay, so it's just a blank?
Correct.
Okay, so was then, you said Mr. Hayes' phone was extracted?
Yes.
And did you review the extraction?
Yes, I did.
And did you find any relevant evidence from the time period where Joy Carno was stabbed on that phone?
Yes.
Specifically, did you find any messages from from John Feffer?
Yes.
Did you find any calls that would have been made during that time?
Yes.
Okay, so with that, I'd like to approach the witness and show him exhibits 125, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, and 131.
Okay, you can approach.
Judge, I would note for the record, I have no objection to 125 and 126, but I do to the remainder.
All right, when you start with 125 and 126, and I'll review the remainder before I go to the witness.
All right, in the same way we're doing, you want to take a look at those and let me know if you recognize them?
Okay.
Let's start with 125. What is 125?
125 is I guess more of a screen grab or a screenshot of a text message from J.P. Feffer to Jeff Hayes.
And how about 126?
126 would be a documentation of a Facebook Messenger phone call from Samantha Krebs to Jeff Hayes on July 18th of 2024.
Okay, so for those two exhibits, do they appear to match the information that you received truthfully and accurately, the information you received from Mr. Hayes' phone?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit and publish 125 and 126?
Are those two any objection?
No.
All right, those two are admitted and can be published.
Okay, so let's start with 125. And before we go into this, could you just generally explain what we're looking at? Let's go through the parts. First with this blue box. What is this blue box?
Basically what this blue box is in the Celebrite program, what it does is it gives us a report of text messages, call logs, and what it does is it gives us the ability to look at those text messages or call logs in various formats. One of the formats that will allow us to look at the calls or text messages is this type of blue box right here that you're seeing on the screen. The blue box, this is more or less just a screenshot of that blue box that we would see in the Celebrite report. This would be one of potentially of many other ones. So this is just one box, if you will, from the report.
Okay, so let's go through the parts of this box. And you may have to take the pointer if you can even reach it. At the very top, it says from, and I apologize if this is obvious, but we're looking at from. Who is that? What does it mean?
The from, basically what that means is it is telling us who in this case, the text message is sent from.
Okay, so breaking that down even further, there's a number that I assume that's the phone number it's from?
Yes, that is the phone number.
Okay, and then to the right of that, it has a name. Where does that name come from?
The name is in the phone, so the phone extraction, what it also does is it will extract contact names. So for example, if you have someone listed in your phone with a contact name, the extraction for the Celebrite will correspond that name or the contact name that you have. and it will correspond with any text messages or calls that we get. So in this case here, the from is the phone number 1-920-572-9666, and the contact name associated with that phone number in the report is J.P. Feffer.
Okay, so is it fair to say then that in Mr. Hayes's phone, he had that number listed under J.P. Feffer?
Yes.
Okay, now let's assume for a second that Mr. Hayes would have had that under a completely different name. Let's just, I don't know, pick one up. John Rockefeller. Like then would Mr. Rockefeller have pulled, or would it come from the same place where like caller ID comes from? What number would be on that?
It would be the contact name that's associated in the phone.
Okay, so
whatever that may be.
So it's not like caller ID, it's just the number associated with the phone.
Correct.
Okay, so then let's go down one. What do we see in the line below that?
So the line below it is the 2, and then that is a phone number. Basically what that's indicating in this box is it's showing us who the text message is sent to.
Okay, and in this case, that number, that's the actual phone itself?
That's the phone number associated with the phone. So in this case, that's the phone number associated with Mr. Hayes' phone.
And how do we know that and looking at that line?
After the phone number, there are some symbols and then it states other. However, in parentheses, it says owner. And oftentimes in the Celebrate reports, it will associate the owner by listing owner.
Okay, so that's the phone that's been extracted.
Correct.
We know that because it says owner. But where it says other, and then it looks like the $sign, maybe an exclamation point, is that just what he's named the phone?
I don't know exactly why it would put that. Sometimes it has names or nicknames. I'm not sure why it's like that.
Okay. And then going below that where it says participant, it only has other in there, but not, it just has other. Why does it have other in there and not J.P. Feffer, do you know?
No, I don't.
Okay. What we do know from this is it's a message from the number associated with J.P. Feffer to the owner of the phone.
Yeah.
Does it say any information about when this was received?
No, it just shows the date when it would have been sent. Sometimes in these messages it will show when it's sent and received, but not always.
Okay, now earlier you testified how Celebrate works. It said if it doesn't have information, it will just give you nothing, right?
Correct.
So in this case, there's nothing that suggests red. Is that why there's nothing in there?
Correct.
But at the very bottom where we have that date, July 18th, 2024, what is that telling us?
That's telling us when it would have been sent.
Okay, and now to the expose the notable part of it, what's the message itself?
It states 911, call me right now, Jeff. This is an emergency.
Okay. Now let's move again to Exhibit 126. Now 126 is in a bit of a different format. Could you kind of explain it before I put it on the screen, what it is?
So 126 is another, it's basically going to be a screenshot of the Celebrate report. As I testified previously, we can view the Celebrate analysis report in a variety of different ways. It's almost just for, I guess, ease of the viewer, if you will. This Exhibit 126 is a screenshot from the Celebrate report in a different format than the text bubble. This would be pulled from, in this case, it would either be the timeline portion of the Celebrate report, or it'd be just from the call log in the report.
Okay, so now I'm going to put it on the screen, and it looks just like something we pull from like a Microsoft Excel file. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
So can you kind of walk us through what the various columns in this mean to us?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so what this is, I'll start with the columns as you requested. At the far left column, it states call log instant message. The column next to that says incoming, then skips 2 columns. The column in the middle has the date, which is July 18th, 2024 at 9:53 p.m. The column next to that indicates who the message is sent, I'm sorry, the call is from and who the call is to. And then the last column next to that is basically tells us what type of call it is and how long the duration of that call.
Okay, so the first date we see, the July 18th at 9:53, is that the date it's received or the date it's read?
It would be the date that it was sent.
Okay, and in the to and from column, here we do get the name of the person who it's sent to.
Yes.
Fair. So again, to say sometimes Celebrite will give you what it has and sometimes it will not.
Correct.
Okay, so now let's look at these two in comparison. Go back into 125. Looking at this message, looking at the time of 9:53:03, does that correspond to anything else in the investigation?
Yes, it does.
And what's that?
As I testified to earlier, in the investigation, we obtained surveillance video footage from the veterinary clinic that was across the street from Joseph Carnot's apartment. In that surveillance video footage, we're able to see an individual leave the west side of the apartment building at 21:52, which is 9:52 p.m., and then walk to the parking lot for the apartment complex, which is to the north of the building itself. And then at 9:53 p.m., we can observe a vehicle that leaves that parking lot, goes south on North Park Drive Lane, and then turns westbound onto West Northland Avenue.
And about that time, we see this message is being sent.
Yes, so the individual who's leaving the apartment building, we observed leaving at approximately 9:52 p.m. The vehicle then left the parking lot and then turned onto Northland Avenue at 9:53.
And then moving to 126. What does this tell us?
So this is a documentation of a Facebook Messenger call, and according to the data extracted from the phone, that call would have been placed from the Facebook account of Samantha Krebs to the Facebook account of Jeff Hayes. And the call would have been placed at 9:53 p.m. on July 18th of 2024. And the duration of that call was 44 seconds.
So do I understand it correctly that about a minute after the phone belonging to Jeff Hayes received the message in 126 from John Feffer's phone or JP Feffer's phone, it then receives this call from the Facebook account belonging to Samantha Krebs?
It would have both been at 9:53 p.m. It appears based on the call, the durations of seconds that this would have been after the text message.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, the court's going to allow you to inquire on 127 and 128. Those who have been reviewed by the court will overrule the objection. So we can go into 127 and 128.
Okay, so with that, I'm going to now hand you exhibits 127 and 128. Do you recognize those?
I do.
Let's start with 127. What's that?
127 would be documentation of a text message sent from Jeff Hayes to JP Feffer.
And how about 128?
128 would be a call log from the Celebite report. And again, Exhibit 127, I failed to mention that. So Exhibit 127 and 128 are both from that cell phone extraction of Jeff Hayes' phone, just to clarify. Exhibit 128 is a screenshot of a call log on July 18th of 2024.
Okay, so do the information on those two exhibits, does that also match what you located in Mr. Hayes' phone?
Yeah.
Your Honor, with that, I move to admit and publish 127 and 128.
Okay, defense noted their objection that the court remain you to do that.
Thank you. So with that, 127. Now, I see we have a box similar to what we had before, but this one's green. So what's the difference?
Basically, this is just a message that is received by the owner of the phone. In this case, as it's documented, that would be Jeff Hayes.
Okay, so this last one, going back to 125, this is the one he gets from JP, right?
Yes.
And then in 127, is this his response?
Yes, and I apologize, I misspoke. This is a message sent from Jeff Hayes' phone.
Okay, how can we tell that?
Because it states from Jeff Hayes.
Now, what does the message itself say?
The message states, JP, what's up? My phone is shut off and I don't have service unless I have Wi-Fi connection. So I just got your message and see that I missed a call. What the hell is going on that I need to call 911 for an emergency? And what for?
And what, does it note the time that this was sent?
Yes.
What time is that?
It would have been on July 18th of 2024 at 10:24 p.m.
Now, I'd like to note, going back to Exhibit 89, and I'm republishing that, you said this was 38 minutes off?
Yes, this would be 38 minutes fast.
So, if I understand it correctly, the defendant arrived at Mr. Hayes' house at about 10:02. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And Mr. Hayes in this photo is the same one whose phone that you are viewing the extractions of?
Yes.
And then at 10:24, that phone sends this message?
Yes.
Does that relate to anything else in this investigation, that time specifically?
Yes, as Officer Fellmer testified to earlier in this trial, he testified to the phone call that he had with Ms. Krebs. The phone call with Ms. Krebs that Officer Fellmer had, I believe, ended approximately 1 minute prior to this message being sent.
Let's move on to 128. This is another kind of spreadsheet thing we're looking at. Can you decipher this for us?
Yes, so this is for outgoing phone calls to JP Feffer.
And when did they take place?
So all 4 calls would have taken place on July 18th of 2024. One of the calls took place at 11:21 p.m. And the remaining 3 calls would have taken place at 11:22 p.m. at various seconds.
Do we know if any of them were answered?
That I don't know. It does show the duration at the final column. However, there's no indication as to whether they were actually answered or not.
So it could be an answering machine or however. 11 seconds and 3 seconds, those are the durations?
Yes, I can't, I don't know if they were actually answered or not.
All right.
All right, the court reviewed 129. Court will permit use of that.
Okay, thank you. So if I may approach, I'll show Exhibit 129.
Okay.
What does 129 tell us?
129 is another portion of the Celebrate report of Jeff Hayes' phone.
So Celebrate, does it tell you more than just messages, or does it tell you other things about the phone?
Yes, it can extract a wide variety of things. Again, it's a mirror image of the phone.
So what about like if I added apps to my phone, can it tell me that?
Yes.
Okay, and with that, could you like further explain what 129 tells us?
Yes. So 129 is, again, just how it's presented in the Celebrate report. 129 is documentation that an application was installed on the phone.
Does it accurately show the information that was on Mr. Hayes' phone?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit and publish 129.
All right, noting their ruling, the court will allow that.
Thank you. All right, so we see it here. Does this match what you have in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, so what is this telling us?
What this is telling us is in the middle column, I'm sorry, I should back up. So on the far left column, it states installed applications. So basically what that's telling us is this is the information that we are seeing is an installed application. In the middle, it is showing us when in this case, the application was purchased and installed, which would be July 19th of 2024 at 12:44 in the morning. And then on the far right column, it is telling us what the application was that was installed.
And what time was it installed?
According to the Celebrate report, it would have been 12:44 in the AM on July 19th of 2024.
And what application was installed?
According to the report, it would have been scanner radio.
Now, in looking at the phone, did you note anything in any other portion of the phone that could be related to a scanner radio app?
Yes.
What did you notice?
In the notes application, so on a cellular phone, you can have an application that it's titled Notes, and that's where you can write notes or type whatever you'd like. The Celebrate report can extract those notes that you write, and in this case, that did. In the notes, there's a portion of the notes section that listed basically a list of 10 codes.
What are 10 codes?
10 codes are traditionally codes that are used by law enforcement, almost like shorthand, that we use in law enforcement and to communicate with one another. I believe military uses 10 codes as well. I know they can vary, but from my perspective and my experience, we use 10 codes in law enforcement.
So what, like 10-4 to be like, I understand, or?
Yes, 10-4, for example, would be okay.
Okay.
Basically acknowledging the transmission from whether the dispatcher or fellow officer.
10-4. So why did that pique your interest in this case?
Well, it piqued my interest as the install date was July 19th of 2024 and the time at 12:44 in the morning. The incident in question, again, as we went through previously, the 911 call was placed by J.P. Feffer at 21:54, which is 9:54 p.m. on the 18th. It piqued my interest as Ms. Krebs arrived at Mr. Hayes' apartment earlier. So she arrived at about 10:01 p.m. on the 18th. I found it interesting and relevant that an application for a scanner was installed on Mr. Hayes' phone just hours after Ms. Krebs arrived at his apartment.
Did you notice anything in the phone that led you to believe whether or not they might have used this scanner app after it was installed?
Yes.
What did you notice?
There was a message that was sent, I believe it was a Facebook Messenger message that was sent from Jeff Hayes to an individual by the name of Chris Putnam. The message was sent on July 19th of 2024 at approximately 10 in the morning. The message was from Jeff to Chris and informed Chris that
You're gonna object to hearsay?
Yeah, the court has a rule on that one, yeah, so I'll sustain the objection.
But given what you've learned, do you believe that the scanner app was used?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Okay, Your Honor, I believe that brings us to exhibits 130 and 131.
Okay, I know the jurors have only been in here for about 40 minutes or so, but you need to give the court reporter a break. She's been typing for about an hour and a half on some of the things we were doing before. I need to talk about a couple of exhibits with the attorney, so I'm gonna take a break, might be a little bit shorter, probably 12 to 15 minutes, and then we'll see you back in here. Probably wind up getting a couple of fragmented breaks this afternoon, just on some things I have to take off, so maybe a different flow than the earlier days, but there's obvious reasons from a legal standpoint that we have to do that. Okay, we're on break for about 12, 15 minutes.
Okay, again, we can pick up and we can zoom past it. So let me get here.
Go back to the research.
Here we are.
In particular on 130 and 131, the prosecutor can clarify for me, but there would appear to be two separate messages from Jeff Hayes to another individual. And one is at July 19th, 2024. It's at 1:48 a.m. No, July 19th, 2024 at 9:29 a.m. Is that right?
I think that's correct, yeah.
That's exhibit 130. Then Mr. Hayes sends another message to somebody else electronically, July 19, 2024 at 10:39 or 10:31 a.m. is when it's delivered and then read about 8 minutes later. So the context of who Mr. Hayes is and who he may have been with at that time period, the defendant, is one thing. I guess the question the court has is, Mr. Hayes was on your witness list. If he was going to testify, he could be asked about those things because he's hanging out with the defendant within about 12 hours of the death of Mr. Carnot. It's contemporaneous, and some of the information within the messages relates to things that may have happened to Mr. Carnot, but it's not an oral statement, it's an electronic written statement. Mr. Hayes' other messages with Mr. Feffer, at least Mr. Feffer has testified, and there's some ability to confront and question Mr. Feffer, and he was by both sides as to his timeline of things. This is Mr. Hayes, who hasn't been called yet, talking to two people that I don't know if they're on the witnesses list or not, but I guess I want to know your analysis of, beyond the relevance of the topic, which is discussed that has relevance, your analysis or presentation on why the court should allow that without this.
I think this judge is good. I think it's good. It's just monotone. Do you know what I mean? Just it doesn't like give you like thrills or anything, but also doesn't give you depressed. It just, yeah, my name is the judge, and we will look at this, and we will do that. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Let's resume. So he reminds me a little bit of when you know, if you know Sarah P, like he speaks, basically he's a male version of Sarah P. So that's the way she speaks, you know. But just, hey y'all, my name's Sarah P. Hey y'all. I'm joking. Sarah P doesn't know. Sarah P is like an excited, hey y'all, I'm Sarah P. Let's go, girls. That's how Sarah P is. Right. Yeah, he's a bit too much. He needs to liven up. I think he's a fair judge, though. I think he's a good judge. Just needs to, like, we need to put a rock up his ass, you know. What we need, I'll tell you what we need. We need these ladies. Is what we need.
Hippie chick, lady die, Spacey Stacy, walking those streets all night. You go, ladies, come and see what's going on now. Let's go, girls.
I need to change that song, but basically, the judge needs to meet Lady Di, Hippie Chick, and Spacey Stacy. Then he'll liven up. He will liven up. There she is, Hippie Chick's there straight away. They will liven up.
He's testifying and some ability to confront.
While you're looking at this, I don't believe either of these two statements, specifically 130 or 131, are testimonial. I don't see either of these as being the sort that was designed to supplant testimony. Although in looking at this, one of the reasons why I find it relevant, and not to go beyond Your Honor's ruling, but the very next exhibits we're going to get into involve the defendant using Mr. Hayes's phone to contact her mother. And then as we go through this presentation, we'll show various different times where the defendant has used Mr. Hayes's phone from here on out. So in these messages, what we have statements about things that Mr. Hayes cannot have any personal information, firsthand knowledge about because he wasn't there. And they also note provable lies, specifically that the defendant was with Mr. Hayes when he found out. We know that's not true. So, but back to Your Honor's question with regarding confrontation, I don't think that these were necessarily meant, and I don't see anything in them that suggests that they were meant to supplant trial testimony. So I would argue that they're not testimonial. They're messages from on Mr. Hayes' phone to other people. So therefore, I don't think confrontation would be an issue. But to fully explore the point, my argument as to why they're relevant is I believe the defendant may be using Mr. Hayes' phone to create one of the numerous different versions of events she has already.
All right, well, the topics in both have relevance to the charged offense. There's no finding that Mr. Hayes is unavailable. He could lay the foundation as to a claim of him creating the message or somebody else doing that, and even if he claimed that he did make these messages and lied or about somebody else making those, he could be confronted with those messages. I guess the biggest thing the court's pausing on is it's usually when some witness is declared unavailable that non-testimonial hearsay is often admitted. So that's where I'm pausing.
I understand. And at this point, I'm not making an argument that he is unavailable. It may be something we explore later, given his relationship to this, but I'm not making that argument now.
All right, well, from a circumstantial evidence standpoint, there's been more than one witness that suggests Ms. Krebs would have been hanging out with Mr. Hayes during the time period of these messages. So the court at least has some threshold considerations, keeps that in mind, but in particular, like 90801, sometimes when a party opponent, in this case would be Ms. Krebs, adopts a statement, or under 908.01 sub 4 sub B, number 1 says it's either their own statement or either the party's representative. Don't know if Mr. Hayes qualifies as a representative. It's been portrayed that he provided some shelter or place to hang out for 2 or 3 days for the defendant. Sub 2 or number 2 talks about some statements that are adopted by a defendant. 3 talks about it as he authorized. There's nothing that she said to somebody else. Yeah, he, at least up to this point, that he's some sort of agent of hers, even if there's some indication that he housed her for about 3 days. Well, 19, 20, 21, sometime on 22. The 5th category is a statement by a co-conspirator. But that's in furtherance of the conspiracy. This is all pretty much after the fact. So at this point, without even hearing additional argument from the defense, the fact that Mr. Hayes maybe made some text messages or electronic messages in roughly the 12 to 14 hours after the death of Mr. Carnot and the defendants with them has some relevance, but the content of it, that's where, without having him declared unavailable, is a testimony or non-testimonial issue. So at least the content at this point, with the status of the case from a foundational standpoint, of course not there to have the content read yet. Some things may come up where I may reconsider. So anything else you want to say on 130 and 131?
No, Your Honor.
Anything you want to supplement the record with, Ms. Rock?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
All right, so what subject matter are you going to get into with Riddle next, just in case there's some other objections I need to rule on before we get into it?
I'm going to be walking through the exhibits from 132 on. They involve the defendant's mother telling her about the reports that were circulating on Facebook regarding this and the defendant's response. The defendant's talking, and that's exhibits 132 to 134. Then we have 135 to 137. That's the defendant speaking about her conversation with Officer Felmer.
Let's stop on 135, because it looks like July 22nd at just before noon. So what time is she taken into custody on July 22nd?
2:30.
All right, so about 2.5 hours before that, looks like Mr. Hayes, his phone is being used. All right, so at least the way it's portrayed is, would be from Mr. Hayes. It looks like it would be from her.
That would be my argument.
All right, we'll go 136 going forward.
136. Also from the defendant, I think 136 clarifies the last word in 135. 135 ends with her saying, who I was talking to, I thought J.O. And then in 136 says J.P. I think she's changing that because the message in 137 is kind of the completion of that conversation that says they can't prove that was even me on the phone though.
Yeah, we'll go 138.
And 138 is back in time, April of 2024. It is this conversation between Mr. Hayes and Miss Krebs talking about his relationship with her. It goes to it goes to 149.
Right, and then we'll go 150, is that something different?
150 is something different. Those are, even though the name from says Josette Perez, I believe the testimony will show that that's actually from Joseph Carnot. And those are his messages to the defendant on the day of his death.
So you won't get into those till later?
Correct.
All right. So from the defense perspective, 133 to 149, anything you want to address before we bring the jury back in?
Well, with regard to exhibits 132, 133, and 134, those appear to be messages the state would say between Samantha's mother and herself. I would object at this point. I don't believe that there are any admissions made within those. They're not relevant and they contain hearsay at this point.
right, the court would allow 132 and 133 because it explains the context of 134, sure. Conversation between the defendant and her mom regarding the investigation. 135, court would also allow that as relevant to a defendant's statement after the fact while the investigation is going on. Same with the follow-up with the same person, all right around noon, within a couple hours before she was apprehended. Right, so then we're at 138 going forward. Between 138 to 149, any other objections that the defense wants to put on the record?
Yes, I do not believe that this conversation is relevant. This is the conversation between Jeff Hayes and Samantha Krebs that took place months before, both in April and May of 2024. I fully expect that the state would argue that they are using this to show that there was a relationship and that Mr. Hayes may have had feelings for Ms. Krebs. I don't think that that is relevant. It doesn't go to anything that has been presented. If the state wants to try to say that Samantha would have had motive because of Jeffrey Hayes being attracted to her, I think that's rebutted even within these messages. She clearly says that she's not interested in anything more than a friendship. Again, Mr. Hayes, at least according to the state at this point in time, is not going to be testifying, so these are hearsay, and I don't believe that they should be admitted.
Right. Regarding that series, what does the state want to say in reply?
Well, with regard to relevance, I think they're relevant because, as we'll see through Sergeant Keither, Mr. Hayes takes some pretty significant steps to conceal the defendant. Not only does he let her live with him for a period of days, but he also removes stickers from her car, like we heard about in the voicemail messages, which the defendant was aware about, and then attempts to conceal the identification of her car by putting a piece of cardboard over the VIN number. From the very beginning of this incident, the defendant is surrounded with people that have worked to cover up this incident. At the apartment, it's JP and Christy. She goes to another person who helps her do this further. I think this goes to show that's how Mr. Hayes felt about her. I don't think this is testimonial in any way. I don't think that this is something that anybody ever wanted to come before the jury or to supplant or take the place of any sort of trial testimony. As far as hearsay, I think this is a textbook example of a then existing mental, emotional, or physical condition. I think these text messages all outline Mr. Hayes's feelings for the defendant. They show how he felt about her then. And when you combine them with the other messages that we talked about at the motion hearing, about him saying afterwards that he still had feelings for her, it shows that not only did his feelings, at least, even if they didn't begin in April, they existed in April of 2024, and they persisted through the incident. I think this goes to show not only why Mr. Hayes would have done this, but why Ms. Krebs would have went there. I think they're relevant to numerous things in this incident.
All right, the court's view is that the sequence of correspondences are up to 149 are involving the defendant with Mr. Hayes. She's a party to those conversations. It at least identifies Mr. Hayes as somebody who's sympathetic to the defendant that she may look to get assistance after the fact. So in regard to the context of the relationship and why she would have gone to his place for 3-4 days after the death of Mr. Kernan, court feels it's part of the panorama of the evidence as to the context of the relationship between the defendant, Ms. Krebs, and who she took housing or shelter with for a 3-4 day period after Mr. Kernan passed away. So the court finds it relevant as to the context of the relationship and person that she was in proximity with for 3-4 days after the death of Mr. Carnett. So for contextual purposes, the court will allow that. The correspondence is up to 149. All right, we're gonna bring the jury back out and move forward.
Do you want?
I will say this though, at least he explains it. I mean, it's boring, but at least he explains everything. You know, like most people just do rulings and then don't put anything on record. He's tedious and he's long-winded, but you at least you understand where he's coming from. The attorneys understand where he's coming from. It's very clear, although long-winded. But yeah, right. Let's get back into it. We're about 30 minutes behind, so come on.
We'll have the state continue with Detective Chad Riddle from the Appleton Police Department. Go ahead, Mr. Grody.
Thank you. Sergeant Riddle, can you hear me? Yeah. All right. Now, we were speaking during the last part of the testimony about conversations and things that you had observed on the phone extraction related to the phone belonging to Jeffrey Hayes. Do you remember that? Yes. Did you see anything on that phone extraction to suggest the defendant began using Mr. Hayes' phone in conversations to her mother on July 19th of 2024? Yes, I did. All right, so with that, Your Honor, I'd like to approach and I'll directly witness to exhibits 132 to 134.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, investigator, have you reviewed those? Yes. What are those?
These would be text messages sent to Jeff Hayes' phone.
From who?
From a contact listed as Sam's mom.
All right. Do those conversations accurately represent the information that you observed extracted from Mr. Hayes' phone? Yes. Your Honor, I move to admit 132 through 134 and publish the same.
Okay, subject to the court's earlier ruling and the record created, those are admitted.
All right, so we're going to start with 132. What do we see here, investigator?
This would be a text message sent from Sam's mom, which, as I testified earlier, would be believed to be Susan Cox, Samantha Krebs' mom. It is a text message with an attachment.
All right, now moving to 133. What's 133?
133 would be a screenshot or a blown up image of the attachment that was attached to the text message sent in Exhibit 132.
Now, would it be fair to summarize this as a news article relating to Joey's death? Yes. Was this the only news article related to Joey's death that was sent to the defendant?
No, I believe there are approximately 6 articles that were sent.
But in looking at them, were they all basically similar to this one?
Yes, they were all messages related to our investigation.
All right, now, at this point, do you know if Joey's name is even released?
I believe at this point his name would not have been.
Right, so now, moving to 134. What do we see here? Now, this is the first message we've had with multiple bubbles. So could you kind of tell us what we're looking at?
Yes, so these would be 3 messages sent that would have been extracted from this phone, Jeff Hayes' phone. So 2 of the messages would have been sent from Sam's mom, and then 1 at the bottom would be sent from Jeff Hayes' phone.
Now, what are the first 2 messages? The messages in blue, they're indicating the person who's sending the messages?
They basically would be received messages, so messages that would have been sent to the phone.
Okay, so what do they say?
So the first message, which indicates a date and time stamp of July 19th of 2024 at 9:29 p.m. states, "Isn't that Joyce car on the left of the apartment picture?"
And the next message, yes.
The next message has a date and time stamp of July 19th, 2024 at 9:31 p.m. Again, from Sam's mom. So it reads, Joyce.
And then is there anything in this message that makes you think it may be someone other than Mr. Hayes who's communicating with Sam's mom?
Yes.
And what's that?
The final message that's depicted on the exhibit at the bottom left corner is the content of the message leads me to believe that it would be Samantha Krebs that sent it.
And what is that content?
The message, which was sent on July 19th of 2024 at 9:43 p.m. states, "That's so fucking sad. They didn't mention me at all. I can't believe my love is gone."
Now, in looking at the phone, did you notice any communications between Samantha and John Feffer?
Yes.
Okay, now I'll specifically reference back to exhibits 108 to 112. Were you here when Mr. Feffer testified?
Yes.
These are exhibits we brought in through Mr. Feffer?
Yes.
So with that, I'm going to republish exhibit 108. With what you know about Celebrite, can you elaborate on this exhibit that was previously published to the jury? And for the record, I'm showing 108.
Yes, that would be a PDF or screenshot of a Celebrite extraction report. Basically what it is it's a portion of the report that would document instant messages that would have been sent between John Feffer and Jeff Hayes. Now, when I mean John Feffer and Jeff Hayes is basically, as documented in this report, would be the owner of the phone. It does not necessarily mean who would be sending or receiving a message.
And what does the message say here?
The message, which is from John Feffer, reads, "I need your email, sending your contacts."
And moving to 109. What do we see at the top green level?
Can I stand up? I'd be
Absolutely. Sorry.
without the exhibits in front of me. A little hard to see, sorry.
That's okay.
So at the top is a message sent from Jeff Hayes' phone, which reads Samantha Krebs 37@gmail.com.
Okay. And then those two other bubbles, what do those represent?
Those would be documentations of calls, audio calls that would have been placed on the phone.
And what's the timing on these messages?
The message at the top that I stated earlier that says Samantha Krebs 37@gmail.com is on July 19th of 2024 at 9:57 p.m. There are two audio calls. The first call is on July 19th of 2024 at 10:14 p.m. And the other call is on July 19th of 2024 at 10:20.
Now, would that have been after Mr. Feffer had left his conversations with you and Sergeant Keita?
Yes.
So I'm moving to 110. What do we see here?
Would be two messages. The first message would have been is a message sent from the phone, Jeff Hayes' phone. That would have been sent on July 19th of 2024 at 10:28 p.m.
And now this blue message, what is that?
That would be a message from John Feffer.
And what's the content of that message?
The content of the message states your phone's gone permanent.
And the time?
It would be on July 20th, 2024 at 12:36 p.m.
Now it's hard for me to zoom in on here, so it appears that there's something at the bottom of that date and time that says UTC -5.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Universal time.
So is that some standard time that all electronic devices use?
Yes, and then what happens is Celebrite converts it to Central Standard Time.
Okay, so the time converted, that would have been, what, 12:36
PM and 45 seconds?
12:36 AM.
AM, thank you. So then, would that have been before or after Mr. Feffer visits Mr. Hayes' apartment to get the defendant's phone?
I believe that would have been after. I'm sorry, yes, after.
And now we're looking at 1:11. What do we see here?
There would be two messages, one sent from John Feffer, the other sent from Jeff Hayes' phone.
And what do they say?
The one that is sent from John Feffer states, "I told you I'd back up photos and contacts, and WG, which I did. I can get you those tomorrow." That's sent from John Feffer. The message that's sent from Jeff Hayes' phone, which I believe to have been sent by Samantha Krebs, states, "I can't get into my email unless I send a code to that phone."
And then finally, 1:12.
This would be a message sent from Jeff Hayes' phone, which I believe to have been sent by Samantha Krebs, and that states, "If I can't get in there, remember my new password, then I can't have any of my contacts."
All right, thank you. So let's switch gears just a bit. We'll still talk about Mr. Hayes' phone, but a different part of it. In that phone, did the defendant talk about the call that she had with Officer Fellmer? Yes. Okay, with that, I would like to direct the witness's attention to exhibits 135 to 137.
Erin Hartree drives a bus, yellow bus, yellow bus. Erin Hartree drives a bus all day long.
Okay. And again, in looking at these, can you just summarize what these are?
Yes, these would be Facebook Messenger messages between the Facebook account of Jeff Hayes and the Facebook account of Missy Kane.
Does it seem to match the information that you observed on Mr. Hayes' phone?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move to admit 136, I'm sorry, 135, 6, and 7.
Right. In the context of the rulings the court made during the break, those messages there were received 135, 136, and 137. You can publish those.
Thank you. With that 135, what do we see here on 135?
This would be a message that was sent from the Facebook account of Jeff Hayes to the Facebook account of Missy Kane.
And who is Missy Kane?
Missy Kane would be an acquaintance / friend of Samantha Krebs.
And the time, what
Bot,
time was
sex
this at?
bot. I'm a sex bot. Sex bot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Sex bot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot. Sex bot, sex bot. I'm a sex bot.
This would have been sent on July 22nd, 2024 at 11:59 a.m.
And what's the content of this message?
The message reads, "Right, I did talk on the phone to a cop that night, though, but I was in shock. Didn't even know who I was talking to. I thought J.O."
And moving to 136. What's the content of, is it a continuation of that same conversation?
Yes, I believe so.
And what's the subject or the content of the message?
The message states JP.
How does that relate back to the previous message?
I believe my interpretation is that it would be a correction from J.O. to JP.
So just that last part of the message? Yes. And then moving to 137. What does this one say?
It states they can't prove that was even me on the phone.
Now, in your part of the investigation, do you have any idea who JP would refer to?
I believe that would be referring to John Feffer.
And looking at the previous messages that we had gone through, was actually how some of how Mr. Hayes had him in the phone?
Yes.
So, in your role as an investigator, did you review Officer Fellmer's body camera?
Yes, I did.
Did you see anything to counter this argument that the defendant wouldn't have known who she was talking to?
Yes.
What's that?
In the phone call with Officer Fellmer, where Officer Fellmer was talking with Ms. Krebs, when Mr. Feffer handed the phone to Officer Felmer, he made a comment to Sam that he was handing the phone and that an officer wanted to talk to her. In addition, during the conversation that Officer Felmer had with Ms. Krebs made a comment that she couldn't have police contact without prior authorization or notification of her probation agent. To me, that would indicate that she knew that she was talking to an officer. Otherwise, why? Because of the comment that she made about needing prior authorization would lead me to believe that she understood and knew that she was speaking with an officer.
All right. Now I'd like to switch gears again just a little bit. In reviewing Mr. Hayes' phone, did you ever see anything to lead you to believe that Mr. Hayes may have had romantic feelings for the defendant?
Yes.
And Mr. Hayes, again, is it correct to say that it was Mr. Hayes' apartment too that the defendant went after the incident where Joy was stabbed?
Yes.
With that, I would like to refer the witness to exhibits 138 to 149.
Robin G, riding through the glen. Robin G, chasing all the men. All the men can never find. Robin G, G spot.
Have you reviewed those messages?
Yes.
What do they discuss?
They would be a Facebook Messenger messages between Jeff Hayes and Samantha Krebs.
And what's the general context of what's discussed?
The general context, there are two separate, I guess, messages, but the general understanding of the messages is Mr. Hayes professing romantic feelings to Ms. Krebs.
Do they accurately depict the messages you observed on the phone?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit. (138) to 149 and published the same?
Right. That's approved subject to the context of her motion hearing.
Thank you. So we'll start at 138. Now these are from earlier. When did these take place?
This would have taken place on April 20th of 2020.
And who are the participants in this conversation?
The Jeff Hayes and Samantha Krebs.
Okay. And who is sending this message?
Jeff Hayes.
And what's the content of the message?
The content of the message is, Sammy, there's something I think you and I might need to acknowledge.
I'm going to move to 139. I'll note, when's the time on this? Just to remind, the time of the last one, to correct that, it was 2:10 a.m.
I'm sorry?
In 138, what's the time?
138, sent or read?
Oh, thank you for that. Okay, so in this case, is this one of the first messages where we see this red column?
Yes.
What are the differences between the date under red and the date at the bottom right?
Sexy.
Bottom right would have
Everything
been when the
about
message
you
was
so
sent, and under the column or the title that says read would indicate when the message was read.
Okay, so it's sent 2:10.
I mean, I think the fucking jury know the difference between sent and read. What the column red means. I mean, whew, come on. They're not. Well, maybe the juries are that stupid. I don't know, but fucking hell.
Yeah, I'm on April 20th.
Yeah, so the message would have been sent at 2:10 in the morning on April 20th, and it would have been read at 2:14 in the morning on April 20th.
Okay, so with that in mind, let's move to 139. And you feel free to read the contents of the messages as we go through them.
Okay. This would be a message from Jeff Hayes to Samantha Krebs. This is a continuation from the previous message. The connection we share and the bond between grew much stronger today, I think. I noticed it like there was a chemical change in the pheromones we both admit.
At 2:13 a.m.?
Yes, this would have been sent at 2:13 a.m. on April 20th, read at 2:14 a.m. on April 20th.
And then 1:40?
This would be a message sent from Jeff Hayes to Samantha Krebs. Would have been sent on April 20th, 2024 at 2:14 a.m. and would have been read on April 20th, 2024 at 2:14 a.m. And the content of the message is not an issue, but potentially could complicate things.
And moving to 1:41. Who sends this message?
This would be a message sent from Samantha Krebs.
And when?
April 20th, 2024 at 2:17 a.m.
And the content.
I know that we are great friends, but never anything more on my end or too much alike.
So moving to 1:42.
This would be a message sent from Jeff Hayes to Samantha Krebs. The message would have been sent on April 20th, 2024 at 2:20 in the morning. Would have been read at 3:29 a.m. on April 20th of 2024. The content of the message is, we are alike in many ways, and that's a good thing. It's a rarity for me to find someone who I hit it off with right from go.
Moving to exhibit 143.
This would be another message sent from Jeff Hayes to Samantha Krebs. The date that this would have been sent would have been April 20th at 2024 at 2:26 a.m. Message would have been read on April 20th, 2024 at 3:29 a.m. The content of the message is, I made an observation from earlier this evening. For me, it would have seemed very natural and comfortable and good and right for me to easily have pulled you in and been affectionate. Not something I expected, but also something I'm not all that surprised about.
And moving to 144.
This would be a message sent from Jeff Hayes to Samantha Krebs. The message would have been sent on April 20th, 2024 at 2:28 a.m. The message would have been read on April 20th of 2024 at 3:29 a.m. The content of the message is not that I would have ever acted upon them wholly fucking inappropriate.
And 145.
This would be a message sent from Jeff Hayes to Samantha Krebs. The message would have been sent on April 20th of 2024 at 2:35 a.m. The message would have been read on April 20th, 2024 at 3:29 a.m. The message reads, it literally felt like something I could have done and would have been reciprocated instead of getting a full-on slap across the face. Please understand, Sammy, I'm not trying to solicit something or complicate matters any further than they already are for you.
And 146.
This would be a message sent from Jeff Hayes to Samantha Krebs. The message would have been sent on April 20th of 2024 at 2:41 a.m. and read on April 20th of 2024 at 3:29 a.m. The content of the message is, I'm not being some creeper living in a van down by the river. I'm just openly communicating the change that manifested between us. I guess we're just gonna have to keep it purely sexual, no biggie.
Now, did you see another smaller conversation that was from May 9th?
Yes.
And what was the context of that conversation?
The content of the message is in relation to basically Mr. Hayes talking about something he's going to cook for Samantha.
Without published 147. In the manner you did before, would you mind going through this exhibit as well? But before you do, I note there's a line in the middle of it. What does that line indicate?
The line would basically, can I get up?
Please.
Okay. Thought it might just be easier to get up. So the line is basically indicating a separation on pages. So this is basically a screen grab, screenshot of the cell-dried extraction reports. So as you can see in the, just above the middle portion of this, there's the number 502 and then that gray line. Basically what the gray line is, it's just a page break, more or less. So that 502 is the page number, so it's just a page break.
Thank you. And once you're seated, investigator, if you wouldn't mind going through the message in the way that you had before.
So this would be a message sent from Jeff Hayes to Samantha Krebs. The message would have been sent on May 9th, 2024 at 1:52 a.m. The message would have been read on May 9th, 2024 at 2:04 a.m. The content of the message is, I used platters, BC. I don't cook small amounts of anything. I hope you enjoy ribeye because that's our first dinner. I'm planning to procure 2 bone-in cowboy cut ribeyes, then give them a good rub down before making sweet love to them on the grill. Starting hot, searing hot, then going down low and slow for the next hour or so. We're having grilled ribeye with roasted garlic and fresh minced chive butter and horseradish dipping sauce. Homemade coleslaw with tangy apple cider vinaigrette, grilled asparagus, red and yellow squash, sweet potato lodge fries, steamed Laotian vegetable spring rolls, parentheses maybe, red wine, white wine, dessert cordials, cinnamon ice cream paired with W/A glass of tawny port wine, just off the top of my head, we'll see.
And then moving to 148. This is from the defendant.
So yes, this would be a message sent from the Facebook account of Samantha Krebs.
And what's the subject, the content of this message?
The content of the message states, for me and Joey or me and you, I'm confused. My buddy Scully just got pulled over and called me not good.
And finally, 149.
Yes, Jen, this is very much sexy time. Yeah, I mean, this is very straight to the point. I want to do you. I want to slide inside you. What am I? Chopped liver or steak? Is steak, apparently. So, like, a lot of men don't understand. I've just understood stuff like this, and I'm one of them. But this is very to the point in understanding. They want to boom, chicka, wow, wow. They want to get it. Let's get it on. Let's get it on. Yeah, baby. Let's think about that, Sammy, shall we? Do you honestly think that I would want to put that much energy, effort, and expertise into making dinner like this for Joey? No offense, but I'd be more than happy to make him a peanut butter and jelly sandwich with a crust cut off. Don't worry at all, Jersey Jen. It's fine. It's fine. Chat's been quite quiet for the last couple of hours. Lady Di is working hard. Robin G was driving. But it's quite hard. I understand why some people don't like this trial. I see some comments on the judge and stuff like that. But listen, the judge is monotone, and he can come across as boring. But the one thing he's not thorough. He is thorough, and I'd rather have a thorough judge that makes me fall asleep than to have a judge going, sustain. No, you're not having this in. I'm not giving any reason. At least he's giving reasons. So I give him his due process on that one, So yeah, I'd rather that than just be like, nope, and no reasons given whatsoever. So although it's long and hard, that's what she said. It's grin and bear it. Mexi says it's the lighting and the judge for me. That's what turns Mexi on, is the lighting and the judge. It's small things, Mexi. It's fine. Hello to you on there. I listened all day. I like it. I just could not chat. We all know that Jersey Jen likes it. She loves it. Is this person typing the message a 5-star chef? Ballsy words to use expertise. It's not. That's why I never say I'm an expert in anything. That's why I always, low expectations, aim low, then that means they'll be happy at the end of the day. So anyway, here we go. We're all people in chat now. Happy days. Bear with us, people. I think it's going to be a good trial. It's not going to be that long. That's what she said. It's only for the week, and that's it. And then we're also going to be showing the other trial as well after this is done. So with a bit more excitement. So here we go. Let's listen to the rest of this now. As they flirt, Brian Higgins style. Right, hang on. How do I make this bigger? That's what she said.
This would be a message sent from Jeff Hayes to Samantha Krebs. The message would have been sent on May 9th of 2024 at 2:13 a.m. and read on May 9th of 2024 at 8:14 a.m. The content of the message is, let's think about this, Sammy, shall we? Do you honestly think that I would want to put that much energy, effort, and expertise into making dinner like this for Joey? No offense, but I'd be more than happy to make him a peanut butter and jelly sandwich with the crusts cut off.
All right. Now, prior to your testimony today, have you reviewed phone calls that the defendant made with Mr. Hayes?
Yes.
Do you recall a phone conversation from August 23rd, 2024 at 11:11 where the defendant and Mr. Hayes discussed the fact that the police have her phone?
Yes.
What is it? With that, Your Honor, I would move to play the file. It's called Krebs Learn Cops Have Phone, August 23rd, 2024 at 11:11. It is on Exhibit 1. The folder is under the Chad Riddle folder, subfolder Joe, or subcode calls, and then subfolder Hayes calls.
Okay, based on the court's earlier review, we'll permit that.
I'm going to play it in its entirety.
I had a surprise visit.
It started, I'm just going to back it up just so I can note. The file is 56 seconds long. I will play it in its entirety without interruption.
I had a surprise visitor not even a half an hour ago.
From who?
Guy with initials.
Guy with initials. Oh, okay. How's he doing?
Good. He said he just got out and he was there on a PO hold. For whatever reason. Well, they did some kind of a search and they found paraphernalia and some things substance-wise on him.
Oh, okay.
And he had to sit for 30 days. And
Okay.
they gave him his cell phone back, I guess, or maybe lied about that, or they lied about it. Or,
Do they have my phone?
I don't know. Yeah, yes, they do.
He does, or the cops?
No, the cops do.
Oh, fuck.
Switching gears again, did you, as part of your investigation, speak to General Corbijn?
Yes, I did.
Did you speak to Randall Meyer?
Yes, I did.
You've heard them testify in this case previously, correct?
Yes.
And when they testified, they explained the threats they heard?
Yes.
Did each of them reach out independently, or did you get them some other one?
They reached out to us independently.
Have you listened to other calls from the defendant, specifically from August 27th, 2024, that relates to your conversations with Mr. Corbijn or Mr. Meyer?
Yes.
And what did you hear?
Basically, in the call, Ms. Krebs makes a comment in regards to stabbing one's boyfriend.
With that, Your Honor, I move to play the call. It's in the same location I noted before. It's on Krebs, who doesn't threaten boyfriend, August 27th, 2024 at 16:43.
Okay, based on the hearings we've had, we'll permit that.
I'll note before I do, Sergeant Riddle, when I was saying the file name, that August 27th, 2024, it's at 16:43 or 4:43 is at the time that call took place?
Yes.
And I'll play that call in its entirety.
Right, and who doesn't threaten to stab their boyfriend at some point in their life?
Right, I agree.
I'll note now that it's done, I've played it, but it was 9 seconds long. I played it in its entirety. All right, now you.
Before you go on to the next question, I want to give the jurors a standing and stretch break while I talk to the lawyers for a couple minutes. So we'll have a visit for about 2-3 minutes. All right, let's just sound out a few things with the lawyers. The witness is going to be on the stand for a while, so what we mapped out is we'll do about another 20 minutes and then take a bigger break and then go to about 5 today. The volume on the wireless mic is kind of varying. Keep it close to you the best you can. I've got the ability to turn it up, but I've got it pretty high right now. So for you and any other witness, we'll just have you keep it a little closer. Okay. We're just talking about recording that was 9 seconds that you played. You can go forward from there.
Thank you, sir. So, Investigator Riddle, that phone call that we just heard, fair to say there were 2 voices?
Yes.
Was one of those voices the defendant's?
Yes. Just have your mic a little bit there.
And which voice was the defendant's?
It would have been the one that stated, "Who doesn't threaten to stab their boyfriend?"
Now, again, switching gears, you reviewed other phones in this case as well, is that correct?
Yes.
Was one of those phones Joey Carnot's phone?
Yes, it was.
All right, now with that, I would like to direct the witness's attention to exhibits 150 to 187, if I may.
Yes. You can hold on to them for now.
The information on those, you got those from Joey Carnot's phone?
Yes.
Now, you previously testified to looking at Mr. Hayes's phone, that it was a celebrate extraction and all the things related to that. Did you use that same method of extracting information from Joey's phone?
Yes.
All right, so same thing, that the extraction gives you what it can, correct?
Yes.
But if it can't, it doesn't add anything?
Correct.
All right. Now with that, are those exhibits 150 to 187 accurate representations of what you saw in the extraction from Joey's phone?
Yes.
Thank you. With that, Your Honor, I move to publish 150 to 187, or admit 150 to 187, publish the same.
Any objection?
No.
Okay, jurors can note in their notebook, the sequence from 150 to 187, all those messages are received and can be published to the jury. Go ahead, Mr. Brody.
Okay, now I'm going to start with 150. And as I put it up there, we'll let it sit for a while, but generally speaking, 150 all the way to 186, or rather 150 to 178, or rather 180 even. What are 150 to 180? Sorry for the numbers.
The Snapchat messages between the accounts for Lil JMac 30 and Sama Lama 9761.
Okay. So before we go through what these messages say, who are these messages from? You said they were taken off of Joey Carno's phone?
Yes.
But what is Josette Perez?
It just would be a vanity name that's associated with the phone for being the owner of the phone.
So that's the name that Joey put on his phone?
That's a known name that's associated with it, yes.
Okay. But in your review of this, it's fair to say you believe these are messages from between Joey Carnot and the defendant?
Yes.
That name, Little JMac 30, have you seen that anywhere else in the investigation?
Yes, that is the Snapchat account username for that Joseph Carnot had.
Okay. And then the two, who is the two?
That would be the Snapchat username for Samantha Krebs.
All right. Now, in the menu you did before, would you mind going through these, just noting the message contents and when it was sent and when it was read?
So this message would have been sent from Lil J Mac 30 to Samalama 9761. It would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 7:27 a.m. and it would have been read at 9:25 a.m. on July 18th, 2024. Content of the message is, good morning, my shine bright like us. I would love to make home cooked meals with you and be partners in the kitchen.
Now, shine bright like and then there's a space. Is there something missing there?
There's a period.
But it kind of ends with nothing. Well, are there times where, like, if somebody uses an emoji, will Celebrite always extract those emojis?
Sometimes they do and sometimes they don't. I don't know if there would have been an emoji there or not.
But fair to say that after the shine bright like there's a space and then that period.
Yes, there's a space.
Okay, so moving to 151, let's go through this one.
This would be a Snapchat message sent from Samalama 9761 to Lil J Mac 30. It would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 9:31 a.m. Would have been read on July 18th, 2024 at 9:35 a.m. Content of the message is, I know you're trying so hard to have time, W me, and I'm so sorry, SRY. Didn't think that extra lil PC would put my dick in the dirt, but I'm still fucked up as weak speak. Love you.
152.
This would be a Snapchat message sent from Lil J Mac 30 to Samalama 9761. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 1:25 p.m. and would have been read on July 18th, 2024 at 2:17 p.m. Content is, I know you got a lot going on and stuff, period. It's okay, period. Just can't wait to say I do, period.
And who would have said that?
That would have been sent from Lil J Mac to Samalama 9761.
So from Joey.
Yeah, so the account of Lil J Mac 30 would be the account for Joseph Carnot, and the account of Samalama 9761 would be the account for Samantha Krebs.
Okay. And then now moving to 153.
Would be a Snapchat message sent from Lil J Mac 30 to Samalama 9761. Message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 1:27 p.m. The message would have been read on July 18th, 2024 at 2:17 p.m. The content of the message is, remember to call in your subs and get the Capital One card done too, period.
And say, so again, from the phone of Joey Carnot to Samantha Krebs.
Yes, the message would have been sent from the phone of Joseph Carnot.
154.
This would be a Snapchat message sent from Lil J Mac 30 to Samalama 9761. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 1:27 p.m. and would have been read on July 18th, 2024 at 2:17 p.m. The content of the message is, I'm right by the house, come say hello.
And again, as before, from Joey's phone to the defendant.
Yes.
Moving to 155, what do we see here?
This would be a Snapchat message sent from Lil J Mac 30, Joseph Carnot's phone, to Samalama 9761. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 1:41 p.m. And the message would have been read on July 18th, 2024 at 2:17 p.m. The content of the message is basically, it contains an attachment of a photograph.
All right, now moving to 156, what do we see here?
156, this is going to be basically a screen capture of the image that would have been attached to the message that was depicted in Exhibit 155.
Okay, now looking at the time, so 156, that's more or less a blown up version of the image that's on 156 is a blown up version of the message that's on 155, is that correct?
Correct.
And that was sent at what, 1:41 p.m.?
Yes.
And then we look at 154. I'm kind of going back now a little bit, but I'm right by the house, come say hello. Does it seem like he's working and wants her to come say hi to him?
If you depict that with the image, yes, that could be an interpretation.
Now moving to 157, what do we see here?
This would be a Snapchat message sent from Lil J Mac 30 to Samalama 9761. Message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 4:25 p.m. The message would have been read on July 18th, 2024 at 8:50 p.m. The content of the message is hello.
And again, from Joey Carnot's cell phone to the defendant.
Yes.
158.
This would be a Snapchat message sent from Lil J Mac 30. Again, this would be from Joseph Carnot's phone to Samalama 9761. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 4:25 p.m. The message would have been read on July 18th of 2024 at 8:50 p.m. Content of the message is, I'm on my way home.
Okay, so 4:30 p.m. And then moving to 159.
This would be a Snapchat message sent from Lil J Mac 30 from Joseph Carnot's phone to Samalama 9761. The message would have been sent on July 18th of 2024 at 4:25 p.m. The message would have been read on July 18th, 2024 at 8:50 p.m. Content of the message is, what are you up to? And the 2 is the number 2 as opposed to the spelled out 2, and then followed by a question mark.
In 160.
This would be a text message sent from the phone number 1920-637-1194. And that would be sent from Joseph Carnot's phone to the phone number 1715-451-7564. The contact associated with that phone number is Samantha, and then LOML in capital letters.
Okay, so before you go further, that's changed from the previous message. And just by way to highlight it, going back to 159, you look at the top, the from and to, it's been what we've seen the whole time, right? The little J Mac 30, right?
Yes.
And the Samalama.
Yes.
But now we move to 160, we have actual phone numbers.
Yes.
Why is that?
Because that would be a text message as opposed to a Snapchat message.
Okay, so in going through all of these messages, they may come from different sources on the phone, but is it fair to say that all in chronological order, at least is when they're sent?
Yes.
All right. And in your experience, do you have any idea what LOML stands for?
Love of my life.
All right, so then moving to 161, what is 161?
This would be a text message sent from the number 1-920-637-1194, which would be from Joseph Carnot's phone to the number 1-715-451-7564 with the contact Samantha LOML. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 4:51 p.m. The message would have been read on July 18th of 2024 at 6:57 p.m. The content of the message is, I just didn't want to talk about that while you're with Johnny Boy, and Boy is spelled out B-O-I-I-I, and then there's a period.
Okay, so moving to 162. Where's 162? These are all from Joey to the defendant so far.
Yes.
Outside of that second message that we read. Yes. Okay. And let's go through this one.
This would be, do you want me to go through the content, or do you want me to explain who is from and to?
As you have it.
This would be a Snapchat message from Lil J Mac 30 from Joseph Carnot's phone to Samalama 9761. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 4:53 p.m. The message would have been read on July 18th, 2024 at 8:50 p.m. The content of the message is that's A-Y-E, no worries, I ain't gonna touch his stuff, period. But I was gonna sit down and watch TV or whatever, and I see a bitch in front of me, period.
Okay. Now, in the course of your investigation, in this case, have you ever heard that term bitch refer to anything?
Yes.
What have you heard?
John Feffer referred to items of drug paraphernalia as his bitch.
And then comparing 162 to 161, it seems like there's kind of there's something missing there, right? Looking at 161, it ends with just didn't want to talk with Johnny Boy, and then 162 is like a response to something else. Would you agree?
Yes, it appears that that's a response to
something that isn't there.
Something, yes.
Yeah, but like we talked about, there are times when celebrates won't doubt, like you just don't get the complete message.
Yes.
Okay, so then moving to 163, this is a little bit different. What's this?
This would be a incoming phone call.
From Peyton Carnot?
Yes.
And do you know what relation Peyton is to Joey?
Cousin.
All right, and what time?
This would be on July 18th of 2024 at 7:16 p.m.
And then moving to 164.
This would be a phone call. This would be, I believe, an outgoing phone call to the phone number 920-851-8910.
Outgoing or incoming?
I missed it.
Incoming, this was answered, it was
Yes.
6 minutes and 13 seconds?
Yes.
Okay, and on July 18th at 8:42?
Yes.
Okay, and do I remember correctly that John Feffer got to the apartment at about 9:46 p.m.?
Yes.
So this is about an hour prior to that.
Yes.
Okay, so then going back then. Why, it's interesting because if you look at the number here, this is wireless caller by the number, and then that's in exhibit 164, right?
Yes.
If you look at 163, it's actually labeled with a name.
Yes.
But the number appears to be the same?
Yes.
Is it concerning in any way?
I wouldn't say it's concerning, it's just that there's a name associated with one and not the other.
Okay, but the number is the same. Okay. So then, but does Celebrite record the actual content of the phone calls?
No.
So it'll just tell you there was a phone call placed, right?
Yes.
To this number.
Yes.
On this time.
Yes.
It was answered or not.
Yes.
But it won't, the phone doesn't record what was actually talked about.
No.
Unless you have a specific app like Mr. Feffer did.
Correct.
Okay. And in the course of your investigation, have you know Joey to have any kind of app like that?
No, not that I found in the report.
Okay, so then we were on 164, so let's go to 165. What's this?
This would be a Snapchat message from Lil J Mac 30 to the Snapchat. That would be from Joseph Carnot's phone to the account Samalama 9761. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 8:50 p.m. Would have been read on July 18th of 2024 at 8:50 p.m. The content of the message is, Samantha, you know this is hard enough, babe, and you tell me to go in the other room while you sit out there with dude, period. My cravings are skyrocket right now, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point.
Okay, so now we're back to Snapchat.
Mhm. Yes.
And if we know John Feffer got to the apartment at 9:46, we're basically less than an hour before the stat.
Yes.
Moving to 166.
Uh, 166 would be a message sent from the Snapchat message, sent from the account of Samalama 9761 to the account of Lil J Mac 30, so it's sent to Joseph Carnot's phone. The Snapchat message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 8:51 p.m. The message would have been read on July 18th, 2024 at 8:51 p.m. The content of the message is Chong left.
Do you, in the course of your investigation or other investigative experience, do you know anybody who may have fit that description? Chong?
It was an individual likely that we identified as Chong Chang.
Do you know if Mr. Chang has any sort of a drug history?
He does have prior drug history, drug contacts. Yes.
Moving to 167.
This would be a Snapchat message sent from Lil J Mac 30. This would be from Joseph Carnot's phone to the account of Samalama 9761. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 8:51 p.m. and read on July 18th of 2024 at 8:51 p.m. The content of the message is still, exclamation mark.
168.
This would be a Snapchat message sent from Samalama 9761 to the Snapchat account of Lil J Mac 30, so it would have been sent to Joseph Carnot's phone. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 8:51 p.m. and would have been read on July 18th of 2024 at 8:51 p.m.
Okay, we're going to pause after this message. If you have a question on this message, you can ask it. Okay. All right, we're going to take our last break for the last segment of the day. 3:53 p.m. We're going to come in at 4:10 and have about 50 minutes and break right around 5 o'clock. All rise for the jury.
So 5 o'clock Wisconsin time is now, isn't it? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 is now. So what the frick? You took a break now and we got about, I don't get it. We're about 15 minutes behind, but 3 hours West Coast. What? Wisconsin? Wisconsin? Or is it 5 p.m. Yeah, Wisconsin, a central time though. 6 o'clock Eastern, yeah, I thought so, yeah. Because Wisconsin is central time. It's right next to Minneapolis. So why? So yeah, so it's now. I don't get it. We'll see now.
Okay, everybody can be seated. Great. We're back on the record in C versus Krebs. We'll go about 45 minutes and we'll call it a day and we'll continue with the direct exam of Detective Riddle.
All right. Can you hear me, Detective?
So we are about 50 minutes. So he must be go to 5:30 then. He must be meaning go to 5:30. He did say 5, so he must be in 5:30 then, because because it's obviously Central Time. So
All right, so let's start with 168 where we left off. Do I understand it right? This was a conversation sent from the defendant Samantha Krebs to Joey Carnot's phone, where she said, I was just eating a bowl of ice cream.
Yes,
Okay. At 8:51 p.m.
yes,
All right. So John Feffer arrives at the apartment about 9:46 p.m., right?
yes.
So less than an hour before the stabbing?
Correct.
Let's move to 169.
This would be a Snapchat message sent from Lil J Mac 30 from Joseph Carnot's phone to Samalama 9761. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 8:51 p.m. and read on July 18th of 2024 at 8:51 p.m. The content of the message is, you're sitting out there high.
170.
This would be a Snapchat message sent from Samalama 9761 to Lil J Mac 30. So it would be to Joseph Carnot's phone. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 8:52 p.m. and read on July 18th, 2024 at 8:52 p.m. The content of the message is, should I not be ?
Okay, so the previous message, 169, was from Joey Carnot's phone to the defendants. You're sitting out there high, is that correct?
Yes,
And then now from the defendant to Joey Carnot's phone, should I not be?
yes.
All right, now 171.
This is a Snapchat message sent from Lil J Mac 30, so from Joseph Carnot's phone, to Samalama 9761. The message was sent on July 18th, 2024 at 8:52 p.m. The message was read on July 18th, 2024 at 8:52 p.m. The content of the message is, I'll split if you split, period.
172.
This would be a Snapchat message sent from Samalama 9761 to Lil J Mac 30. Again, this would be to Joseph Carnot's phone. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 8:52 p.m. The message would have been read on July 18th at 2024 at 8:52 p.m. The content of the message is, split what?
173.
This would be a Snapchat message sent from Lil J Mac 30, so from Joseph Carnot's phone, to Samalama 9761. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 8:52 p.m. The message would have been read on July 18th, 2024 at 8:52 p.m. The content of the message, is, yes, you are an adult, period.
174.
This would be a Snapchat message sent from Lil J Mac 30, so from Joseph Carnot's phone, to Samalama 9761. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 8:52 p.m. The message would have been read on July 18th of 2024 at 8:52 p.m. The content of the message is, as I am 2, and the 2 is the number 2.
Okay, now previously, there was a difference between sent and read messages that was more significant than it is here now, correct?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Earlier in the day, there were some messages that were sent and weren't read until about 8:50. Do you recall?
Yes,
And now it's sent 8:52:29 and read a second later.
yes.
So now the conversation is more immediate, because moving to 175.
This is a Snapchat message sent from Samalama 9761 to Lil J Mac 30, so to Joseph Carnot's phone. The message would have been sent on
It's
July
a
18th.
little bit bushy inside of this place. We men, we are an absolute disgrace. We need to trim it, we need to trim it, we need to trim it now. We need to trim our bushes now.
2024 at 8:52 p.m. Message would have been read on July 18th, 2024 at 8:53 p.m. The content of the message is question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark.
176.
This would be a Snapchat message sent from Samalama 9761 to Lil J Mac 30, so to Joseph Carnot's phone. The message was sent on July 18th of 2024 at 8:53 p.m. The message would have been read on July 18th, 2024 at 8:53 p.m. The content of the message is split what. What is spelled out W-A-T, then followed by question mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark.
177.
This would be a Snapchat message sent from Lil J Mac 30 from Joseph Carnot's phone to Samalama 9761. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 8:53 p.m. The message would have been read on July 18th, 2024 at 8:53 p.m. The content of the message is bowl for period, then owl.
178.
This would be a Snapchat message sent from Lil J Mac 30 from Joseph Carnot's phone to Samalama 9761. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 8:53 p.m. The message would have been read on July 18th, 2024 at 8:53 p.m. The content of the message is bowl, B-O-W-L.
179.
This is a Snapchat message from Samalama 9761 to Lil J Mac 30, so to send to Joseph Carnot's phone. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 8:53 p.m. Message would have been read on July 18th, 2024 at 8:53 p.m. The content of the message is, what do you mean?
180.
Be a Snapchat message sent from Samalama 9761 to Lil J Mac 30, to Joseph Carnot's phone. The message would have been sent on July 18th, 2024 at 8:53 p.m. The message would have been read on July 18th, 2024 at 8:54 p.m. The content of the message is an attachment with a, I guess would be kind of a depiction or drawing of the word savage, S-A-V-A-G-E, with exclamation mark, and then 4 yellow lines underneath that word.
Now, this is from the defendant sent to Joey Carnot's phone, is that correct? Or from the defendant's Snapchat account to Joey Carnot's phone?
Yes.
Is this the last, or do you, let me ask you a different question. Do you see any other messages from the defendant to Joey Carnot while Joey was still alive?
No.
So we move to 181. What do we have here?
This would be an incoming phone call.
16 seconds from the same number we had before?
Yes, this would be an incoming call from the number 1-920-851-8910. The call would have been on July 18th, 2024, 8:53 p.m.
And it's 16 seconds long.
Yes.
Moving to 182, another call.
Yes, this would be another call from the same number, 920-851-8910. This call would have been on July 18th, 2024 at 9:13 p.m.
Do you know if that's Peyton Carnot's phone number?
Yes.
Now we're at 9:13 p.m., so just a bit over a half hour before the stabbing. Is that correct?
Yes.
183?
This would be a incoming phone call from 1-920-851-8910 on July 18th, 2024 at 9:13 p.m. With a duration of 13 seconds.
And then finally, 184. 184 has two parts to it, so let's talk about the part that's in the green bubble.
Yes,
What is that?
so that is a Snapchat message from Lil J Mac 30. So from Joseph Carnot's phone to the Snapchat account, and I'll spell it out, BAMOEDE 77. And then after that is BA, BA.
And the subject of it?
The subject is, can I get that P from you, period.
In your experience, is it common for employers to drug test people with urine tests?
They can, yes.
And given what we discussed, do you believe that Joey had a job at this time?
I believe that he did, yes.
Is this the last message that Joey Carnot sent?
Yes. Yes.
At the bottom left of that, we see something not in a bubble and it's just in text. What's that?
That would be a message from the Snapchat account of, and I'll spell it out, BAMOEDE 77 BA to Lil J Mac 30, so to Joseph Carnot. This message was not in Joseph's phone. This was in Joseph's Snapchat records, which we obtained.
So how did you obtain those records?
We obtained a search warrant for those records from Snapchat.
And Snapchat sent you the text of the conversation?
Yes.
Okay. And when was this one sent to Joey?
July 18th, 2024 at 9:56 p.m.
So after the stabbing?
Yes.
So logically, then it would have been impossible for him to stab himself after receiving this message because it wasn't even sent until after he was already stabbed. Is that fair?
Correct. This would be approximately 2 minutes after the 911 call placed by John Feffer.
Now, I want to look at 185. What's 185?
That would be an incoming phone call from Samantha Krebs.
And in looking at what time was it sent?
Be on July 18th, 2024 at 10 p.m.
And in relating this to other parts of your investigation, what else was going on at this time?
This would have been after John Feffer placed the 911 call. So this would have been after the time that law enforcement and other medical personnel would have been dispatched for the incident.
You said the defendant arrived at Jeff Hayes' house at about 10:02?
Correct.
So about 2 minutes before she arrived at Jeff Hayes' house?
Yes.
Moving at 186.
This would be another incoming phone call from Samantha Krebs. This would have been on July 18th, 2024 at 10:01 p.m.
About a minute before she arrived at Mr. Hayes' house.
Yes.
Now finally, 187. Who is this from?
So this would be a Snapchat message from Samalama 9761 to Lil J Mac 30, so to Joseph Carnot's phone.
From the defendant?
Yes.
From the defendant's Snapchat account, I should say? Yes. And what time?
This would be on July 19th of 2024 at 8:51 a.m.
So the day after the stabbing,
Yes.
and what's the content of this message?
The content is baby, what's going on, question mark, what, which is spelled W-A-T, happened, question mark, I love you, ... Let me know what's up ASAP, or you at work, ... question mark, question mark, question mark.
And what was the status of Joey Carnot at this time?
Joey Carnot would have been deceased at this time.
Now, switching gears from phones, did you also obtain records from the VA or Veterans Administration?
Yes, I did.
With that, I would direct the witness's attention to 188 through 194. If I may?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, now, what are 188 through 194?
These would be portions of records from Veterans Affairs for visits for Joseph Carnot.
Now, you obtained records from the VA. How did you obtain those records?
Through a subpoena.
And what dates of service did they cover?
There was I guess, a documentation from, I believe it was 2009. However, the majority of the records spanned from April of 2024 to, there was, I believe there was one potentially, I think it was in July of 2024. It's the majority of them.
Based on your review, was, as listed in those records, was Joey diagnosed with any medical conditions?
Yes.
What were they?
He was diagnosed with bipolar / manic depression, ADHD, flat feet, and I believe they had listed TBI, which I interpret to be a traumatic brain injury from what they documented as a UTV accident.
Was there anything in the records that you saw to indicate that at the time those records were obtained that Joey was suicidal?
No, there was a record that indicated that the patient, so in that case, Joseph Carnot, indicated that the last time there's any kind of suicidal ideation would have been in 2019. The notation was that it was without a plan.
Okay, now, the exhibits that I handed you, 188 to 194, what are those?
These are just sections of the records that I received from Veterans Affairs.
Do they appear to be accurate copies of portions of those records?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit and publish this 188 to 194.
Any objection?
No.
Okay, those are received.
And we can publish?
Yes.
Thank you. So let's start with 188. Do you see what's on the screen here, Sergeant? What do we have here?
This would be, again, portion of the VA records. This would be a mental health note. The date is on April 18th of 2024.
Okay. And at the very bottom, does it note why Joey was seen at the VA?
It states that the chief complaint was veteran has pain with his foot.
Okay, and it ends with stemming, so with that, let's move to 189. And I know this is small, so if you could just kind of read how this starts.
Yes, so it states, from time in military, comma, would like to process past childhood trauma.
What's the next paragraph down?
Was the initial request for mental health services in person or by telephone? Question mark. The answer to that question is in-person request/referral.
And the next one down is the paragraph that starts with 4.
Yes.
What does that say?
This evaluation was completed or supervised by a licensed independent practitioner, parentheses LIP question mark, and the answer to that is yes.
And 5.
Urgency of need for care question mark. The reply to that is non-urgent.
How about 6?
Based upon this initial evaluation, what is the appropriate setting for subsequent evaluation and treatment question mark? The response is other. The veteran was provided HEC to process criteria for VA or MH healthcare.
MH, what do you think of MH would be?
Mental health.
So what's the next one?
Number 7, did the veteran accept the treatment recommendation question mark? The response is yes.
And 8.
What treatment was arranged? The response is veteran is presently not eligible for care, period. Veteran is recommended that he utilize his existing health care as he is associated with non-VA PCP through Aurora in Greenville, period. Veteran is aware and has utilized local ED, period.
What's 9?
The veteran was provided contact information for a mental health professional that they can contact, even before they begin treatment if they have questions or concerns, as well as instructions about accessing emergency services, as needed, period. LIP contact information 920-831-0070, period.
What's 10?
What is veteran's response when asked if they have questions or concerns, question mark? Veteran has planned to contact PCP Melissa Garcia along with given HEC to clarify eligibility 877-222-8387.
I thought you were a member. Jersey Jen. That's weird. Oh, okay, thank you. Well, thank you for being a member.
What are the next 2 paragraphs?
Thanks, Jen.
Veteran was made aware of same-day, in-person mental health access and acute mental health services, period. Veteran did not elect to utilize these options today, period. The next paragraph, veteran was seen for 60 minutes today as veteran was a walk-in seeking medication, period. Veteran presented with ongoing difficulty with his pain in his foot, trauma from childhood, along with feeling that he was misdiagnosed as a child with ADHD, period.
Now, before we get to the bottom paragraph, let's move to Exhibit 190. You see what's in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, is that what's 190?
So 190 is going to be, I guess, a blown up image of the last paragraph that's depicted on Exhibit 189.
And just so the record is clear, would you read what's on the exhibit, please?
Exhibit 190.
Yes, please.
Okay. Writer reviewed the walk-in availability at the Appleton VA Mental Health Clinic during regular business hours, the Veterans Crisis Line and the option of presenting to either a local ER or to the Milwaukee VA ER in the event of a mental health emergency, period. Veteran voiced understanding, period. No evidence of SI/HI during today's session. Looks like there's a period that would warrant intervention or follow-up at this time period. Veteran reports last suicidal thoughts were in 2019 without plan, period. Mental status exam, alert and oriented ×3, mood elevated, affect congruent,
Okay, so let's go through some of that. Do you have any idea what the acronyms SI/HI stand for?
Yes. SI would be suicidal ideations and HI would be homicidal ideations.
Earlier you testified that in reviewing these medical records, you noted that there was one time where suicide in 2019 was mentioned. Is that correct? Is this that time?
Yes, this is the time.
Does it occur another time in these medical records? Okay, so let's go to 191. And for your last answer, I'm sorry, did the microphone pick it up? Did you see suicide from 2019 at any other time prior than what we just talked about?
No.
Thank you. All right, so now looking at 191, is this a continuation of what was on the previous exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, so what does that first paragraph relate to?
It states good eye contact, pressured speech, comma, rhythm, comma, and volume, comma, hygiene and grooming, good, comma, thought process scattered, comma, thought content scattered with flight of ideas, comma, denied current suicidal ideation, comma, contracts for safety, comma, behavior organized and cooperative, comma, memory and cognition appeared intact, period.
All right. Now the very next paragraph, what are the first couple lines of it?
Suicide risk assessment.
What does that say?
The veteran is presently considered to be at low acute risk / low chronic risk for SDV, given
On our team winning tonight, and
Acute risk, low chronic risk for SDV. Do you see that?
yes,
What is SDV?
self-directed violence.
All right. So with that, did you see a missed visit in July? Well, before I go further, what date was all this from?
April 18th, 2024.
Okay, so moving forward to that July, did you see a missed date in July after this?
Yes, there was a missed visit, I believe July 8th of 2024.
And what was Joey's last visit to the VA?
July 10th of 2024.
Okay, and with that, I'm gonna reference 192. Kind of looking at this, like we did the previous one, what does 192 talk about? First of all, what date's it from?
July 10th of 2024.
Okay.
So this is, according to the records, is a MH telephone note.
Okay.
It states the visit today for PSI/med follow-up of symptoms related to veteran's condition or concerns, and then it states mood instability.
Okay. I don't really need you to read the entire paragraph there, but when we get down to maybe the fourth line, it says SH. What is after SH?
Maintains good connection with his son, comma, fiance is supportive, period.
And keep going after that.
ROS, psych dash no behavioral concern, makes effort to cope adaptively, period. Neuro dash no motor slowing, period. Follows with PC for physical health concerns dash provider in the community. RX Adderall and.
Okay, so as far as, fair to say from this record, as far as Joey was saying there, her connection was both his son and his fiance.
Yes.
And moving to 193. The top note, does the top note other prescriptions that he has?
Yes, so 193 is a continuation of Exhibit 192. At the top it says amitriptyline, comma, also saw theta neuro for TBI sequela from 2021 MVA.
And again, we don't need to read the whole thing, but just the very next paragraph exam, there's a sentence in there that talks about that suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation. Do you see it?
Yes.
What does it say there?
Says denies SI/HI, comma, no overt psychosis, period.
And finally, the bottom paragraph that starts psychotherapy intake, what is that?
It states that psychotherapy intake evaluation has been scheduled for September.
So at that point, July 10, 8 days before the stabbing, he was planning an evaluation for September.
According to the records, yes.
And then that, going back up to that paragraph that I read, what's the last line in that paragraph?
Increased lamotrigine dash ADR of Stevens-Johnson syndrome reviewed, comma, understood to stop medication and call clinic if experiencing rash.
How about the paragraph that starts exam up top, where you read the suicidal ideation, homicidal ideation? the last sentence in that paragraph.
Mood dash non-manic, period.
And finally, 194. Do you note anything in this exhibit that highlights any sort of suicidal ideation?
No, I do not see anything other than, are you asking if I see anything that indicates suicidal ideation?
No, I'm
Or
asking
just
if
related to it?
related to it.
Yes.
And what do you see?
I'll read this. Should same-day MH appointment, APPT, or counseling needs arise, to call/present to clinic for access SW visit. In case of onset of acute MH distress or SI/HI, to utilize crisis line or nearest ER access, period.
Okay, so more or less, if there's any sort of suicidal ideation, there are resources available.
According to the records, yes.
All right. Oh, and then I guess one more point, who conducted this exam?
According to the records, it would have been Brian M. DeMuri, that's DEMURI. And the title, according to the records for him, would be staff physician - psychiatrist.
All right. Let's switch gears once again. Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Greg Allen?
Yes, I am.
Who is Greg Allen?
Greg Allen would be an individual who lives, last I was aware, in Wisconsin Rapids. He was a gentleman who is associated with Samantha Krebs.
Do you know if the defendant used to do work for him?
Yes.
Do you know, now refer back to exhibit 195.
And for the record, Judge, I was just note my prior objection to this.
Okay.
Looks like a text message that would have been sent from Jeff Hayes' cellular phone.
Do you recall where this was obtained from?
Yes, this would be from the earlier Celebrate report that I testified about.
Which one?
For Jeffrey Hayes' phone.
Your Honor, does the information in this message that was just displayed match the information that was in Mr. Hayes' phone?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask to admit 195 and publish the same.
Okay, with the context of, we addressed some things earlier, the court will allow admission and receipt of 195 and publication of the portions that are not blacked out.
And could you go through this message in the way we have before? First of all, who is it from?
This is from Jeff Hayes.
And when?
This would have been sent on July 21st, 2024 at 2:31 p.m.
Do you know if Mr. Hayes has any connection with Ms. Allen or Mr. Allen outside of the defendant?
No, I'm not aware of any connection between Jeff Hayes and Greg Allen. Further, as I believe I talked about earlier in testimony, I did not see anything in Jeff Hayes' phone regarding any kind of contact with Greg Allen prior to, I believe it was July 19th of 2024.
And what does this message say?
The message, I'm sorry?
The non-blackout one.
It says, I need a phone too, can you get me one? An iPhone 15 Pro Max, please, too, ... I'm gonna, and that's spelled G-U-N-N-A, owe you big time, but I'll pay you back in other ways.
And when was that sent?
It's been July 21st, 2024 at 2:31 p.m.
So approximately 3 days after Joey's stabbing?
Yes.
Now finally, Investigator Riddle, did you review a call from November 1st, 2024, where the defendant says she was never there?
Yes.
What's the general summary of that call?
It would be a call between Samantha and her mother, Susan Cox. The call was in reference to a hearing that had taken place. In the call, they're discussing that hearing.
Your Honor, with that, I'd ask to play one of the file that is on Exhibit 1. It's under Chad Riddle calls. The file name is Krebs tells her mother she was never there, November 1st, 2024 at 17:06.
Court rules that that's received and can be presented to the jury.
You know, he was blinking a lot on those, so maybe that was it. But anyway, I wanted to tell you, JP, in the beginning said he got there, he wasn't there, and then they questioned him the next day or whatever, or got him, and then he said,
He was with the girl together, and then they said I was there.
yeah,
They
but
were
for a
watching
long
it
time.
and they gave their statements, and then they were together, and then
Yeah.
they lied and said I was there.
No, you were there.
I wasn't there.
When they got there, you weren't there?
No. I was never there.
Oh. Oh, okay, all right, I got something screwed up here from when I talked to you in the beginning, right?
Yes.
Oh, I get it, okay, got it.
So in that call, who's the louder voice?
That would be Susan Cox, Miss Krebs.
Who's the more quiet voice?
That would be Miss Krebs.
And did you hear her say anything, say that she was never there?
Yes.
What did she say?
She stated that she was never there.
Despite that, did you later learn of a call with the defendant on April 17th, 2025, where she discusses the recording from John Feffer's phone?
Yes.
And what's the summary of that call?
The summary of the call is Samantha is indicating, and this is in reference to a hearing, references the recording that we have previously heard during this trial that was on John Feffer's phone.
With that, Your Honor, I'd seek to play Krebs admits it's her voice in recording, April 17th, 2025 at 15:29, and in parentheses 2.
Right, and that's part of Exhibit 1.
Yes, sir, the same path I noted before.
Right, that's received and can be published.
So there's a recording, John's phone recorded, JP's phone recorded when he walked into the apartment. You can hear what I say, you can hear what Christy says, and you can hear what JP says. When they walk in, and Joey's on the floor.
Yeah.
You hear it all recorded on his phone.
And then finally, Sergeant Bill, I'd like to show you what's been noted as Exhibit 119. What's 119?
This would be a screenshot that would have been sent from Peyton Carnot to Sergeant Keither.
And what is it a screenshot of?
It is a screenshot of Peyton's phone depicting messages between he and Samantha Krebs on Snapchat.
Does that accurately reflect, does the exhibit accurately reflect what was sent to you, Sergeant Keither, from Mr. Carnot?
Yes.
I move to admit 119 and publish the same.
Right, similar to what I said before, in the context of the court's review at earlier points today, the court will receive 119 and can be published.
Okay, I know the times are a little bit hard to see, but what times are we talking about here?
The times that are documented on this screenshot there are varying times, but they're around the 10 p.m. Time on July 18th of 2024.
And the first conversation with Samantha and me being what, Hayden Carnot?
Yes,
What's the first thing the defendant says?
Joy was acting all manic, so I haven't been there.
What's the next thing the defendant says?
He was talking all crazy, call me, I'm at my friend's.
And the final thing the defendant said in this Snapchat message?
I'm worried about him. They, J.S.T. said he cut himself or something. I don't know yet. Cops at my house.
So the last three exhibits, do I understand it correctly, that in the first call, she noted to her mother that she was never there?
Yes.
In the second call, she noted it was her voice on the recording.
Yes.
And then in this call, now she says that Joy was acting all manic and talking crazy.
Yes.
And with that, I have no further questions.
Okay, it's 4:53 p.m. on my clock, so it's a good time to break and start fresh tomorrow. So I'm going to talk to the lawyers on a couple procedural things after I excuse the jury, but tomorrow is the same routine. Get here by 8, try and get you in the courtroom by 8:15. Once again, follow all the admonitions and orders, and make sure you leave the notebooks in the conference room, and be safe, get a good night's sleep, stay focused, and hopefully you can congratulate juror number 9 on our team winning tonight, and the Packers taking a full game lead over the Vikings. That's just my perspective. That's not a court order. Okay, all rise for the jury. Okay, you can have a seat back. You can hand the exhibits to the clerk and have a seat back behind the lawyers. All right, we're going to break in the next 5-10 minutes, but tomorrow morning we'll start up at 8:15. We'll start with Ms. Rock's cross-examination. If there's any exhibits you want to cross-examine the officer on, just double check to make sure they're pre-marked. Who's after the officer's done?
Sergeant Keefer.
Okay. Before we break, can I see the attorneys at sidebar? I just want to talk about a couple other things.
So I don't mind the judge. I wish she was a bit more like, speedy and stuff, but I much prefer this judge to most of the judges that are not transparent. So he is monotonous, he is tiring, but I like the fact that he talks out loud with his decisions. I like that because he explains what he's thinking.
All right, we're back on the record on C versus Krebs. Just going to wind down for the days. 5:03 p.m. We're going to continue with some witnesses tomorrow morning from the state and then kind of assess where we're at. I want the attorneys to continue to look at the jury instructions. There'll be an updated draft that the judicial assistant will email to you tomorrow that has some edits from the prosecutor's office that, as far as I know, the defense did not have an objection to, so we'll put those in and then clean those up. And also, if there's any consideration of instruction 112, you can take a look at that too. All right, anything else from the state?
The final thing that I have is the one exhibit the jail called that was a video. I was informed that they were able to get that in a format where it's no longer a video, it's just an audio call. Would Your Honor be willing to maybe listen to see if that version is more acceptable tomorrow morning at some time, or?
Yes, I'll look at that and any other ones that I deferred. I was just comparing those to one of our staff attorneys and some research on those things. Okay, so we're gonna have some opportunity maybe for some bigger gaps again tomorrow in the morning hours to finalize any legal issues that I referred to as deferred.
That's all I have, thank you.
All right, Ms. Rock, anything else?
Not right now, thank you.
Okay, all right, we'll have you guys back in the courtroom a little bit before 8 tomorrow. And jurors will be here by 8 and we'll start up in the courtroom on the record with the jury hopefully at 8. There's 2 exhibits that have not been received. You can visit with the clerk and move those tomorrow if you want those in. We're gonna go off the record. We're adjourned for the day. Thanks to Beth, our court reporter.
See, he's polite, thanks to Beth, our court reporter. Christine, no idea, Christine. No idea when it'll be, because we don't know. They haven't said. They want to be finished by the end of the week, they said. It's crazy, you're right, Robin. But at the same time, I think he's like, no, we're powering through. He's not somebody that wastes time. So I like that. Let's get in for 8. Let's not waste the jury's time. In for 8:15. Lawyers be in before 8 a.m. and we'll go to 5:30. Thank you. Have a great evening. I like it. You know, he's not going to be everyone's favorite judge because some people haven't got the patience. They'll find him boring. But it's refreshing to see a judge explain everything. You know, so that is refreshing. I think he wants to do 8 to 5 though, Robin G, to be quite honest with you. But like today, he went on a little bit longer because there were a few things that they needed to sort out. But yeah, but I think it's fantastic. You know, there's no, okay, you can say it's a bit of wasted time because the jury sent it back in the back, but he utilizes stuff. He's like 50 minutes for lunch, over an hour and 15 for the jury, 50 minutes for the judge, for the lawyers. Let's talk it out. Let's go through it. And he also says stuff like, I'm not sure what to do here because of X, Y, Z. But he gives everybody the opportunity to help him change his mind or help him, or okay, judge, we won't do that then. Or, yeah, you know, he is monotone though. It's hard to listen to him. But anyway, I'm not sure if they do a half-hour delay though, 30-minute delay on this, because it's 5:41, he said. I was like, I didn't think we were that far behind. I don't know why we're doing that. I don't know. Alterco, why you throw shade Robert G twice now? Where? Where did I throw shade at Robin G? Twice. I don't know where I have. Day 2 was better audio too. With the opus. Day 2 was open statements. Hippie chick, hope your back's doing well. Hope your back's doing okay. Out there. Oh, been a long day, nearly 10 hours. You fussed at her about time zones. Oh yeah, that was a joke. Obviously, that was clearly a joke. And now you tell her the court time is off. I don't know. The second one, I don't know. But anyway, that's fine. The sound was better in the. Oh yeah, well the guy. Yeah, sorry, the guy. Yeah. I got you. Yeah, the guy in orange. Yeah, no, I agree. That was good audio. You're right. Go to the doctor Wednesday. Need to get it fixed by next month. Yes, because you're going to Boston. You go to Boston to see your bestie, Tracy Marie. Unfortunately, you can have to see Dana as well. But, you know, needs must. But it'll be good. It'll be good. All right. I think we just completed a nearly 10-hour stream. Well, it's been 10 hours with between research and everything. I'm joking. That's fine. On hour 10, I don't know who's joking, who's not. J.J.C chat anymore. Lovely Sarah P still here as well. No worry. Hey, has everybody liked the stream? If you have not liked the stream, please like the stream. And we will be back at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, Eastern, that is. And hopefully we'll be, on it. If need be, there will be a bus. I believe Erin Hack will be on the bus tomorrow morning. So if you do have a late night tonight, hippie chick, lovely. I was going to say lovely Sarah P. I don't even know what we're talking about now. Spacey Stacy and Lady Di. That's what I meant, Lady Di. Well, it is 23:50 here, so just knock 5 hours off for Eastern time zones. Yes. I promise you, if I give you crap, I'm joking. You're not giving me crap. It's fine. I just didn't know what I was doing for Robbie G. That's fine. I didn't know. But that's fine. No, that's absolutely fine. Linda, feels better. I feel you, honey. There you go. Yeah, Robbie G will be on the street riding through the glen. So, right, everybody. I shall see you all tomorrow. Have a great evening. Love you all. Well, most of you. Take care.
Ole, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Let's go, Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole.